This area was extremely spacious and empty, and not even a blade of grass grew within this region. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough room to contain the enormous black tiger. The little guy was walking quietly on the tips of his toes and headed towards the cave from the side. The demonic aura became increasingly dense. Strand after strand of black mist wafted out from within the pitch-black cave that the tiger lived in. It was impossible to tell just how terrifying that beast king was. As soon as one approached it, they would feel a bone-chilling demonic aura attacking their body. Not good, it's too dangerous. If I provoke it in the slightest, I'll most likely lose my life. The little guy stopped his movements. Although the black demon lotus was good, it was not as important as his life. He did not want to recklessly take action, but carefully observe and react instead. He had held his breath, and even closed off his pores a while ago in fear of alarming the Beast King. In the end, the little guy backed off. He retreated step by step, and quickly disappeared into the forest. He only released a long breath after he was quite a distance away. That was an area that gave people heart palpitations. It induced a stifling feeling, as if an enormous black-colored mountain was crushing down on his heart, and even his blood was almost frozen solid. Its age is written beside the black demon lotus. Could it be that this beast king was already tamed by the heaven-mending pavilion? The little guy was muttering to himself, and quickly recalled what he previously saw. When that ancient alligator went mad, it had chased him all over the mountains, and startled many fierce beasts into frantically escaping. In the end, the alligator's actions had alarmed the black tiger, and so the tiger had left its lair to stop the crazy vicious alligator. It was as if it kept the order within this mountain range. I hope my guess is correct. The little guy's eyes shone, and he disappeared into the mountains like a wisp of smoke. After a short while, he arrived near a waterfall before stopping a few hundred zhang away. He lifted up 1,000 gene boulder before throwing it with all his might. Symbols curled around the boulder, making it shine. It drew a huge arc in the air and collided against the waterfall. As a result, the entire mountain wall shook as white waves overflowed into the sky. Furthermore, at this precise moment, an explosive roar shook the heavens. A thick flood dragon emerged, and its grayish-green body was as thick as a water jug. With its malevolent-looking claws, it immediately rushed out in anger to find the one that disturbed it. What welcomed its appearance was another enormous boulder that was even heavier. It weighed at least 10,000 gene, and was also wrapped up in symbols as it rapidly flew over. It collided against the flood dragon's forehead, and as a multicolored light flashed, the large boulder cracked into 4 pieces above the furious flood dragon. As soon as the flood dragon saw the little guy, it immediately jumped out and pounced towards him. Furthermore, it opened its mouth and spat out chunks of multicolored light, transforming the forest before it into ashes. Even a nearby stream was completely evaporated. The little guy furiously escaped. Both his legs fiercely stamped down, cracking apart the great earth. He shot into the sky like an arrow and jumped over a small mountain. His explosive strength was too powerful. This force had been previously displayed when he broke Shiyi's record, and currently the force generated from that jump really was a bit terrifying. The furious flood dragon was startled and pursued relentlessly. In that split second, it flattened an entire piece of the forest before arriving at the small mountain. It startled many of the beasts, and they frantically ran away in fear. The little guy quickly arrived in front of a swamp within the dense forest. He lifted up a huge boulder and smashed it into the swamp. With a dong sound, the muddy water was splashed in all directions, and soon after, an ancient alligator wretchedly cried out. It immediately jumped up. That boulder smashed right against the rim of its eye and almost harmed its eyeball. It opened its bloody lantern-like eye, and after seeing the little guy laughing, it instantly became furious. Not long ago, it was precisely this little thing that had injured it, and now he actually dared to provoke it. This time, it truly couldn't control itself any longer. Its body was like a mountain of flesh and was covered in dense scales. It rushed out from within the swamp while dragging its 100-meter-long body. Its companion could not stay idle any longer either. It charged out from another side with the intention of encircling this repulsive child and killing him. The little guy madly escaped and charged into the distance. He then directly soared into the air and leapt over a low mountain range before arriving at another region. There was a 3-footed dragon bird, a devil bird that controlled this mountain region, and no other beasts dared to provoke it. This species had 2 wings, yet it did not have the ability to fly. It relied on its 3 feet to move about, and its body could reach a distance of over 10 meters. Although it was far from the ancient alligator's size, it was still very ferocious and powerful. Typically, it could topple a small mountain with merely a flash of its cymbals. It was this forest region's overlord, and no creature dared to agitate it. The little guy intruded upon this land without any prior notification, and instantly leapt onto the back of a little dragon bird. He began to randomly smash about, beating it until it began to wail loudly. This so-called little dragon bird was already over several meters long. Its wings were brightly colored, but it could not use them to fly. Its 3 thick bird claws spared no effort as it struggled to throw the little guy off. However, it was useless. In the distance, that giant dragon bird turned around and immediately began to stamp with fury. Where had this little pest come from? It actually dared to bully its only child. Its brightly colored feathers immediately stood up, and it directly charged over. The little guy smashed down with his fist one last time, and the young bird was in so much pain that it cried out endlessly. Afterwards, he jumped down, and like a wisp of smoke, he ran away. The enormous dragon bird chased behind him relentlessly, and it was incredibly angry. There hadn't been any creatures that dared to provoke it before, yet this little pest dared to bully its child. This truly was unbearable. Just like this, the entire mountain region was thrown into chaos. The flood dragon, ancient alligator, 3-footed dragon bird, and even 6 to 7 other regions' overlords were successfully angered by the little guy. They went psychotic within this mountain range and intended to hunt him down. In the end, several of these creatures met up and confronted each other. It got to the point where they began to fight against each other, creating fierce collisions. The entire mountain range was thrown into chaos, and all types of vicious beasts were terrified into fleeing as they covered the mountains and the plains. The geniuses who entered the second battlefield were all trembling. They wiped off their cold sweat, as this area was simply too dangerous. The vicious beasts were revolting. This trial by fire was simply too difficult. Each and every person was scared and upset. In the end, a beast flood emerged from within the mountainous region, wreaking havoc everywhere. They were fleeing in every direction, and so these people naturally suffered from some indirect attacks. What these geniuses did not know was that this dangerous situation had been caused by a human. This was absolutely not part of the original test, and all of them were terrified as they tried their best to avoid the beast flood. Oh! Within the depths of the mountains, a tiger's roar rang out. The Beast King was extremely angry. It had just returned to its lair and wanted to get some rest. Yet it had been awoken again. It was extremely irritated. A black tornado immediately roiled up from the depths of the mountain range, and a shadow was enveloped within. It charged out while hissing nonstop toward the sky. As expected, it seems to have been tamed by the heaven-mending pavilion, and it is responsible for guarding and keeping peace in this mountain range. The little guy's eyes shone as he raised his brows in joy. He hid within the forest and concealed his figure. Like a wisp of smoke, he charged into the tiger's cave. This time, the black tiger left its nest. It was going to go out and personally pacify this disturbance. The two passed each other at the same time, and the little guy grabbed this chance to frantically rush in. His little face was choked to the point that it was red, and his body was covered densely in symbols. He transformed into a ray of light and instantly traveled a long distance. He ran at his fastest speed to arrive in front of the cave. Black mist permeated the air, and the interior was spacious and deathly still. Only a stalk of black demon lotus was emitting specks of black light. This was indeed a lotus, but it did not grow in water. It relied on absorbing demonic aura to grow, so its entirety was clear and black. It was only a foot tall, and a sweet fragrance lingered around it. The little guy stuck his fingers into the soil, and instantly felt the black demonic aura attack his body. Even this layer of soil was dyed ink black by the black tiger, so it was extremely terrifying. Pong! Soil splattered into the air as he dug out this black demon lotus. Afterwards, he turned around and fled, and did not stop for even the slightest moment. Although he was small, his explosive power was terrifying. With a few jumps, he instantly leapt over a few short mountains as he rapidly fled. After he had gained some distance, the little guy changed his route and began to travel through the forest. He no longer jumped about and left this region. He charged towards another desolate forest, and he intended to hide as far away as possible. Additionally, he was very bold during this entire process. As soon as he tore off the jet-black lotus petals, he stuffed it into his mouth as if he was a cow chewing on roses. Then he quickly swallowed. Shortly after, he almost swallowed the entire precious medicine. However, his entire body emitted a black light, as if he was going to combust. I need to refine this spirit medicine as soon as possible. That way, even if they tried to search for it, they wouldn't be able to find many clues, the little guy pondered. He had traveled through the great wasteland for over 1,000,000 li, making him extremely familiar with those terrifying beast kings. He did not dare leave even the slightest trace of himself behind. Otherwise, he would be chased until there were no routes into heaven and no doors back to the earth. Finally, the little guy smeared some of the remaining juice on top of 2 house-sized green wolves. Soon after, he quickly fled into the distance. He ran while circulating the bone text to absorb the endless essence energy into his body, refining it into every inch of his flesh. In the blink of an eye, brilliant light radiated as the symbols brightened up. It made him look like a deity, splendid and dazzling. Soon after, the beast flood was quelled, and the black tiger returned to its lair. However, as soon as it approached, it discovered that something was off. It lividly roared into the sky, causing the endless mountains to rumble and sway in its wake. It was absolutely furious. Large amounts of black patterns appeared from its body, forming a tornado. It caused the nearby mountain peaks to twist until they were split open, and all types of ancient trees were thrown into the air before exploding into pieces. The scene of a beast king in violent rage was extremely terrifying. It charged out from within the mountain range to search for the one that had stolen its medicine. Its 2 incredibly terrifying eyes transformed into 2 bloody moons that illuminated the entire sky. The forest that had just calmed down was sent into turmoil once again. This time, it was personally caused by the Beast King. With a downward smash of its claws, it instantly smashed apart a mountain, causing rubble to fly into the sky. Heavens, if I knew it was going to be like this, I wouldn't have entered the second battlefield, even if you killed me. Was this the kind of trial by fire truly prepared for us? The group of geniuses all felt their scalps turning numb. They were all in hiding as they couldn't help but tremble. This region was like hell, and was impossible to stay within. The little guy had already ran a sufficient distance away, and then jumped into the bottom of a large river. His aura was isolated from the outside world, and he followed the river downstream. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, and entered a deep state of cultivation. He was preparing to activate the essence energy within his body to break through into a new realm. In reality, he could have broken through a long time ago, but he had decided to accumulate an abundance of essence energy in order to lay the most solid foundation. This lotus was something that he truly needed, and its medicinal properties were extremely powerful and tyrannical. A lump of black flame formed within its body, fiercely burning. It roasted and baked his muscles and bones, refining his flesh. Finally, the little guy swiftly opened his 2 eyes. His 2 pupils emitted 2 streaks of black light that extended over 10 zhang into the distance as he stood up from within the water. A volcano appeared from beneath his 2 feet, and the volcano's entrance was dazzling. It bubbled magma outwards, and passed through the soles of his feet. This time, he opened up his 6th heavenly passage, and his power increased to another level yet again. Right now, his entire body was surging with essence energy as this volcanic crater endlessly spouted out magma, into his body. It strengthened his body, and as the symbols interweaved, lightning flashed and thunder roared, as if the heavens and the earth were splitting apart. The little guy remained motionless the entire night, and as he gained insights into the mysteriousness of the symbols, he comprehended a new type of power. Only during early morning the next day did he open his eyes. With a schwa sound, a radiance flashed, and the volcano was retracted before disappearing without a trace. Hong! Water blossomed in every direction as he charged out from within the water. He found out that he had rushed out of a large lake. The sun rose and shone with warm rays of sunshine. The little guy felt energetic and clear-headed, and after opening his sixth heavenly passage, he felt exceptionally powerful, as if he had an inexhaustible amount of strength. After leaving Stone Village, he had gone through over 1,000,000 li of land during the course of nearly a year before arriving at the Heaven-Mending Pavilion. Moreover, he was currently only 9.5, and yet he had already reached such a realm. It was truly astonishing. He followed the stream as he returned, and the distance from his original route was not that great. This was because when he had been thrown into the lake, he had actually stopped and hadn't drifted with the waves. Yeah, this forest is so terrifying. Was there a riot here? What was laid before his eyes was the aftermath of a disaster. Broken branches and withered leaves were scattered about everywhere, and it was clear that a tide of beasts had ravaged over this land. It was to the point where even a few mountain peaks had collapsed. Fortunately, it was not as severe as he had imagined. Although that black tiger had gone crazy, it had not lost its reason. After wreaking havoc for a bit, it returned, and this mountain region was merely a bit damaged. There isn't much time left. It's about time that I seize a few heaven-mending rocks. The little guy was muttering to himself, and he returned to this mountain region. He moved around stealthily and covered his tracks. Soon after, he discovered a few corpses, and it was obvious that they had been killed by a human since the heaven-mending rock was already lost. This clearly indicated just how cruel and terrifying this second battlefield was. Not long after, he once again met some dejected youths, and they seemed to have lost their souls and dropped their spirits. Their heaven-mending rocks had been stolen, and they were now empty-handed. So hateful that Xiao Tian is too strong. Where did he come from? Even after combining our efforts, we were still defeated. Forget it, we are already fortunate enough to have been able to keep our lives. We need to hurry and look for others in order to snatch away their heaven-mending rocks. Otherwise, we might not even make the minimum requirement for passing the trial. These few individuals that the little guy encountered had formed an alliance. Although their cultivations were rather powerful, their clothes were all ragged and shabby. They were stained by patches of blood after experiencing a crushing defeat. Looks like there really are strong experts. None of these people have weak cultivations, yet they weren't a match for that individual even after joining hands. The little guy muttered to himself before disappearing from his original position. A young man named Xiao Tian with extremely terrifying cultivation was sneaking around the forest in a silver gown. After an entire night of battle, he had already collected 16 heaven-mending rocks. He furrowed his eyebrows before muttering to himself, "Why didn't that little fellow show any reaction? I struck him on the back, yet he directly used his strength to leap over a little mountain. This really is shocking. According to reason, he should have stolen quite a few heaven-mending rocks already. Why is it that nobody has mentioned him?" Time slowly elapsed, and another 4 hours passed by. A huge battle could break out at any moment as the killing intent permeated into the forest. The youngsters of the Wood Clan are so powerful. He came in so late, yet he had already obtained 7 consecutive victories. There were a few individuals who were dejected after being defeated. Being able to keep their lives was already something to be happy about, yet they were still incredibly frustrated as they chattered softly. A short moment after, the entire mountain exploded with rays of light. Mountain boulders were crushed under the heavens, enormous trees were smashed apart, and withered leaves scattered about in chaos. The atmosphere was absolutely terrifying. Shortly afterwards, that place once again became tranquil. A young man whose body was covered in blood escaped in a wretched manner after suffering an extremely heavy wound. After that, a silver-gowned youth walked out. He adjusted his breathing, then swallowed a precious pellet. His body instantly shone as he was restored his peak condition. The young man of Wood Clan lost, and Xiao Tian won again. He's so terrifying. He has to be the #1 person here. He distinguished himself amongst 90,000 people. So he's truly a heaven-warping genius. In the distance, a few losers were astonished as they sighed heavily. They had already suffered heavy injuries. Thus, they had already lost the ability to fight back. The silver-gowned youth was wandering about the dense forest alone, and his keen sense swept through every inch of the land. He was constantly worrying, because that person still had not appeared. Within these geniuses, he was absolutely able to look down upon the others in disdain. However, he felt a lingering fear within him towards the youth who had survived his sneak attack. There was still something unusual going on. With that child's strength, a huge commotion should have been raised. At the very least, the number of heaven-mending rocks he had seized should have totaled to 20 by now, right? Yet, from the beginning until now, not a single trace of him had appeared. The silver-gowned youth, Xiao Tian, furrowed his brows. He vaguely felt that something was off. Suddenly, an unusual noise echoed from above his head. The silver-gowned youth was vigilant, and struck his palm against the sky. Dense patches of symbols immediately filled the air. Then many huge treetops exploded into pieces. Only a single silver feather descended, yet there was no enemy. However, at this moment, Xiao Tian's scalp suddenly felt numb as his hair stood erect. He had a bad premonition, and he wanted to reverse the situation. However, it was already too late. Soundlessly and breathlessly, the dead trees behind him split open. The little guy carried a white bone club as a sledgehammer. With a dong sound, the little guy smashed it into the back of the youth's head. The silver-gowned youth screamed loudly. His eyes felt dizzy as symbols instantly filled the sky. He tried to stop himself from going unconscious with all his might, and even wanted to turn around to see who it was. However, when he turned around, he still failed to see anyone. The only thing he saw was a patch of white that smashed downwards. The white bone club once again descended, and smashed into the back of his head. Dong! The whites of Xiao Tian's eyes rolled back after being knocked out by the sledgehammer. Xiao Tian truly hated it. When he had finally turned around, he still couldn't see who attacked him from behind, and was smashed by a sledgehammer onto the ground instead. The whites of his eyes rolled over as he passed out unwillingly. The little guy threw away his white bone club as he clapped his hands and said, "You dare to sneak attack me? Fair enough, consider us even now. If anyone else was here, that person would definitely be dumbstruck." The one who distinguished himself among 90,000 people, the reputed #1 genius Xiao Tian, was actually knocked out like this. This white bone clue was sparkling and translucent. It was something left over by a vicious beast. Unfortunately, many years had already passed, and its symbols had already been extinguished. However, its durability was still astonishing, and so the little guy picked it up and thought that it was perfect as a hammer. With just these 2 strikes, he sneakily attacked the #1 genius, smacking him onto the ground. Without a doubt, this was only possible through his ample preparation. He had set his eyes on the silver-gowned youth a long time ago, and finally decided to deploy his sneak attack here in order to win with a single strike. He originally wanted to fight with him. However, when he was being chased by that ancient alligator earlier, the silver-gowned youth sneakily attacked him. He did not forget this earlier rudeness, and therefore smashed him like so with the sledgehammer. The lamenting Xiao Tian was still feeling hate the moment he passed out, because being knocked out like this simply made him feel wronged. The little guy squatted down. With nimble hands, he flipped the silver-gowned youth over skillfully, and started to quickly search his body for treasures. Within the blink of an eye, everything on Xiao Tian switched over to a new owner, and everything was stolen by the little guy. Apart from the 25 heaven-mending rocks, there were also 2 bottles of priceless precious pills that could replenish blood essence and treat wounds. The rewards were extremely abundant, but the little guy was still dissatisfied as he muttered, "How come he doesn't have any precious artifacts? He's too poor. How could he not know?" Xiao Tian was a heaven-warping genius whose goal was to stand alone at the top of this competition. Although his clan had precious artifacts to give him, he did not bring any over. He was only trying to prove that he was the strongest amongst the 90,000 people. The little guy threw the silver-gowned youth onto an ancient tree so that he would not be eaten by wild beasts. He then picked up his bone club and left with confidence and ease. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Xiao Tian finally woke up. The pain in his head was killing him, and then he suddenly remembered something. He sat up and almost fell down from the tree. Aya! It hurts so much! He comforted the back of his head with his hands. He felt like that area was going to split open, and it was incredibly painful. Afterwards, he felt an extreme pain on his forehead. He rubbed it with his hands, and a blister that felt like a horn appeared in that area. It angered him so much that he almost fell. Hoo-hoo! The silver-gowned youth was depressed. He was a genuine heaven-warping genius. When he traveled to countless large clans with his clan elder, he had never lost until today. He never could have thought that he could have actually suffered so much today. Furthermore, he did not even see his opponent's face. It has to be him. Xiao Tian remembered the child that he once smacked. At the time, he thought that there was a heaven-mending rock on him, so he wanted to steal it. He never that the child's skill was so astonishing. What he regretted was, he didn't even see that child's face at that time either. His opponent did not even turn around, and instantly returned his favor before leaping over a little mountain. It's so infuriating. The silver-gowned youth was incredibly depressed. After losing so badly, he didn't even figure out who his opponent was or what he looked like. This truly made him lose face. After thinking for a bit, he jumped off the ancient tree and arrived behind a river. When he saw his reflection, his veins immediately exploded. That blister on his forehead was too big, and it actually seemed like he was growing a horn. Ayo! When the veins on his forehead popped, the large blister on his forehead was naturally provoked. It made him extremely angry. He couldn't even vent his anger because it would only make the pain worse. Don't let me see you again. After the silver-gowned youth finished shouting, he immediately covered his forehead with his hands. He released an Io cry and gnashed his teeth. The little guy was very happy because he settled the problem with 2 strikes of his sledgehammer. He didn't need to waste his energy to find any more people at all, and he saved so much trouble. Furthermore, this almost made him seem good-natured, because he did not need to fight anyone and could get along with the rest of the geniuses instead. This way, everyone would benefit, making his heart completely satisfied. AI, there's still some trouble. I hope the precious bones that I dug out of the 8th region won't be discovered by those old men. Otherwise, all of my efforts would be wasted. He was a bit worried. Harry Ball is not here. Otherwise, I would let it leave with the ancient precious bones first. He muttered to himself. When he entered the 8th region, Harry Ball was not allowed inside. No one was allowed to bring in anything that would give them an advantage in battle to avoid cheating. The little guy finished his mission. He was not greedy, so he did not fight for more heaven-mending rocks. He satisfyingly slipped away from the forest. Something interesting happened outside. Are you guys unaware of the situation? A young man was giggling with happiness. There were several youths ahead who were clearly in an alliance because they did not fight with each other. They had enough heaven-mending rocks in their hands as they walked in unison in order to defend each other. What happened? How do you know? Someone asked. There's a little kid who just came in and had not seen a tablet yet. He did not know what was going on and foolishly asked me for advice. I asked him what happened outside, and he actually told an interesting story that almost made me laugh to death. Tell us quick. Tell us quick. The 8th region imploded. Exactly 8,900 people finished the trial and came out of the last checkpoint. Those elders of the heaven-mending pavilion looked like they had seen a ghost and almost passed out. That's impossible, right? It's true. It's rumored that the symboled bones of the 8th region was plundered clean. Therefore, the barrier over the area lost its effectiveness, and those people were able to successfully complete the trial. In the forest, several youths widened their mouth to form a O shape. They were absolutely speechless. This was a bit too outrageous, right? Why does this seem so familiar? I feel like I have seen this before. I feel it too. It's like that milk baby at the Void God realm, someone said in alarm. They suddenly went into a heated discussion. AI, something's off. How does that person who just came in know about what happened at the 8th region? He wasn't in that region. Soon after, some came to this realization. Although he's from the 2nd region, he heard it from other people. After such a shockingly huge event occurred, the people of Heaven Mending Pavilion quickly went and examined every region. Therefore, every region knows now. So it's like that. In the distance, after the little guy heard these, he became anxious. His little hands were crossed together as he sighed deeply. He had anticipated this a long time ago, and was always painfully worrying over this. After hearing this now, he realized that the situation was worse than he had imagined. Everyone in Heaven Mending Pavilion knew about it now. At the 8th region, Xianxia, Zhuiyun, and several other elders were discussing with the elders of the large clans. In the end, they clenched their teeth and almost shed tears after agreeing that 3,000 people could pass. Although it seemed like a lot to cut so many people out of these 8,900, after they recalled the past tests, it was still satisfactory. After all, to have 3,000 people remain still far exceeded their previous exams. The 8th region needs to redo its selection. Apart from the geniuses who went into the 2nd battlefield, this trial doesn't count. How were they going to go about selecting these 3,000 people? Perhaps the only way was to redo it. The little guy was incredibly confused. After he saw a few youth who came in late, he indirectly heard about what happened outside, and became really anxious. AI, this problem is pretty easy to get rid of. However, I wasted so much time and effort to pitifully collect these 20 heaven-mending rocks. Yet I can't even use them anymore. This is too heartbreaking. If the silver-gowned youth heard what he said, he would certainly have spat out blood and became furious. Those were things that he expended a great deal of effort and time to obtain. He had to fight for them with his life. How could the little guy's insignificant effort even compare to how hard he worked for them? The exit to the 8th region was closed off, but all the geniuses converged after entering the 2nd battlefield. The little guy carried his sack full of heaven-mending rocks, and chose to escape back through the 3rd region. With a hong sound and without any suspense, he used his powerful strength to smash the flashing symbol barrier, and appeared within the 3rd region. After that, he looked left and right like a thief, and immediately ran towards the exit. He did not want to be a genius anymore. He only wanted to become an ordinary disciple who passed the trial. Naturally, he smoothly passed the trial. However, after coming out, he was a bit dumbstruck. How come there are so few people here? If he tried to blend in with this group, if he was still noticed by an elder in the end, he most likely would still be exposed. AI, the little guy sadly furrowed his brows. Why is the 8th region so lively? He saw the large crowd, and it was like a sea of people. Just like in the 3rd region, he once again sneakily merged with the crowd. The 8th region is too outrageous. It's been sabotaged so much by that odd kid from the Void God realm. Right now the elders are gathering these people up to test them again. AI, they're so lucky. They are actually giving out 3,000 spots to them. A young man absent-mindedly spoke out. Before he said anything else, he found that the person who asked him the question disappeared without a trace from his side a long time ago. It looked as if he had seen a ghost. Naturally, the light guy ran off like a wisp of smoke and disappeared into the 3rd region again. Then, he broke the barrier to the 2nd battlefield in order to enter the genius's trial by fire again. This time it has to work, he happily said. He planned to slip into the 8th region from the 2nd region to join this large group of people. After that, he would come out with this entire group. That way, he would become completely innocent. After all, who would pay attention to him amongst a group of 3,000 people? AI, the amount of people within the genius's battlefield are too few. There are only 100 or so geniuses there. I would stand out too much. The little guy sighed heavily. It really has become a huge mess. It's such a pity. I already spent a great amount of effort in order to get these 20 heaven-mending rocks. Originally, I wanted to stand at the top and step onto the stage as number 1. The heavens' laws are so unfair. I'm so unlucky. The little guy had a bitter appearance. How come I hear someone talking about 20 heaven-mending rocks still being unfair? Not fair, my ass. The silver-gowned youth happened to appeared in this area. He was so angry that he instantly smashed apart sky-reaching ancient tree with a kick. The little guy reacted and quickly rushed over. He hid between branches and leaves and saw the silver-gowned male once again. It's him again. The little guy stroked his chin and pondered. The heaven-mending rocks would be useless in his hands. Should he give them back to the silver-gowned youth? At this moment, there were truly 1,000 knots within his heart. He was truly resentful and sighed nonstop. He felt that he was too unlucky. Little did he know, the truly unlucky people were the people without a single heaven-mending rock right now, and were on the verge of being completely eliminated. One could imagine the depression in their hearts. Fine, why am I so kind-hearted? I'll return them to you. However, if you make a profit in the future, you have to repay me. The little guy made his decision. Xiao Tian's heart was like a nest of flames. He was so bitter that he couldn't say a thing. He was originally the #1 genius, but he was on the verge of elimination now. Right now, it was very tough for him to find a person to steal from. People were either in hiding or had formed powerful groups to defend against him. So worrisome, the little guy muttered to himself. However, the people who were truly worried could not even speak about their worries right now. The only thing they could do now was foolishly wander about this forest. The silver-gowned youth absent-mindedly and aimlessly walked about. Suddenly, his fine hair stiffened, and his scalp numbed as a bad feeling overcame him. He quickly reacted, but it was too late. He felt a pain on the back of his head, and his eyes darkened. This was exactly the same as the last time when he was knocked out by the club. Fuck, he's back again. Right now, he could not help but swear. He used all his strength to widen his eyes. Otherwise, with those random golden stars above his head, he was going to pass out. Furthermore, he wanted to turn around at all costs to see exactly what was going on. However, this time, before he even turned around, that big white bone club immediately turned his face around as that sledgehammer smashed onto his large blister from earlier. The whites in the silver-gowned youth's eyes rolled over as he passed out with a burning fury that reached the heavens. I'm so unlucky, the little guy said with a depressed look. He was still rather sad as he spoke while standing in front of this silver-gowned youth's face. He did not know how this silver-gowned youth would react after hearing him say these things. Perhaps he would become a madman and roar with rage for 3 days and 3 nights. Remember, if you profit in the future, you have to pay me back. The little guy waved his fists, then threw the bag of heaven-mending rocks beside the silver-gowned youth. At the same time, he conveniently removed a hairpin that seemed pretty expensive between the silver-gowned youth's hair. Last time, he overlooked it. This time, he searched again. I'm so unlucky. The little guy lonesomely turned around and walked toward the 8th region. The little guy quickly felt a sense of loss, and also a sense of bitterness. However, it quickly left. Immediately after turning around, he already began to throw these thoughts out of his mind. The only thing was, leaving like this truly made him feel unreconciled. In order to leave a trace of his existence, he went and found a large rock. It was not that eye-catching, and was a sturdy boulder. On top of it, he engraved, "Heaven-warping martial god. Just open and honorable." He paused, thought for a bit, and added another sentence. "Hammer in hand, ruler of land." Afterwards, he slipped away instantly like a wisp of smoke. The little guy broke through the symbol barrier to the 8th region and looked left and right like a thief. After seeing that nothing was out of the ordinary, he rapidly charged into the forest. Who? He released a long breath. Everything was once again back on track. I don't know when they are going to come. I'll find a place to rest first. He walked inside and climbed up an ancient tree. He drove away a fierce bird and temporarily took control of this huge bird nest. After that, he ripped apart some leaves before sleeping soundly inside. That fierce bird began to emit its long, wretched bird cries into the air. What was going on here? A devilish brat actually seized its nest. If another vicious bird took it, it would not have cared. What is a human brat trying to do by taking control of a bird nest? The little guy did not notice. He did these things a lot in the past. Compared to lying on the ground, a vicious bird's nest was softer and more comfortable. He slept soundly inside as he ignored everything else. The fierce bird was quite angry. In the end, it had no choice but to descend on a nearby mountain as it stared intently, waiting for him to leave. It was already dusk after he did all of those things. He slept soundly, and only woke up at dawn during the next day. The little guy rubbed his large eyes and crawled up from the bird nest. He faced the morning sun and began to stretch everything out. He felt as if his entire body was relaxed and comfortable under the warm sunshine. With a sound, he jumped off the ancient tree and began to look for food and a place to bathe in. That vicious bird stared intently as it stayed overnight on that mountain. Its eyes were practically red by now, and it almost charged over with killing intent several times. However, it was able to endure it until that devilish brat finally left. "Brother, have you stolen a bird egg? Let's eat it together." At this moment, a youth nearby spoke. "Why do I feel like he just woke up from that nest? Just look at his drowsy eyes," muttered a young female. This was a pair of brother and sister whose strengths were extraordinary. Originally, they were able to pass the trials through their own efforts, but it was announced that everything they did previously was useless. Everyone had to redo everything again. "Morning," the little guy greeted them. "You couldn't have actually took control of that bird nest and slept, right?" That young female's large eyes widened as she covered her little mouth while exposing her astonishment. "Why would I do that? I love birds. I'm friends with them." The little guy talked while he sat down as if he was familiar with them. Then he tore off a shiny, golden bird leg from the fire in front of the siblings and began to enthusiastically bite into it. "But you're eating a bird leg right now," the young maiden muttered and pouted. This was what she normally loved to eat the most, but now it had been snatched away by an unknown child. "I'm so deeply hurt. You guys actually cooked some birds to eat. If I can't see it, my heart will calm down. Eat it quick." The little guy started to beckon those two to eat with him. "What kind of person is this?" The young maiden was very dissatisfied. "That's right. What happened this time?" The little guy scooched closer to them and asked them about the situation. "What else could have happened? We have to restart. I blame it all on that milk baby who always do such heaven-angering things. Because of him, we have to go through the hassle of the trial again." The young girl was panting with rage. The little guy immediately erected his ears to listen carefully. He asked quite a bit about the current situation, then asked, "Did those elders of Heaven Mending Pavilion say anything?" The young male opened his mouth and replied, "They will. They had laid out an inescapable trap over the second battlefield to seal it a long time ago. This time, they'll capture that milk baby for sure." After the little guy heard, he immediately beamed with joy. He almost rolled over onto the floor as he began to laugh nonstop. The siblings who saw him were astonished, since they did not know what was going on. The young maiden was very violent as she waved her fists and said, "This time he won't get away since the elders interfered with the second battlefield. They have to severely punish him, and there are many people who want to beat him up. They all want to do some heaven-angering things to him." The young male said, The excitement this time is real. It's rumored that Heaven Mending Pavilion even allowed some special outsiders to observe. On the surface, they are taking a look to see how many geniuses will finally succeed. But in reality, they were allowing all those powerful people to take a lot at that hateful child. That's right. This time, they'll catch that hateful child under the watchful eyes of everyone. This show will be very interesting to watch. The young maiden waved her fists with great excitement. "Great, haha." The little guy also seemed extremely happy as he laughed in a carefree manner. The young maiden immediately had a favorable impression of him, since it looked as if they had a common enemy. The three enjoyed their breakfast to their heart's content as they laughed and talked. Before they parted ways, the little guy took out 2 bottles of precious medicine. He poured out 1 pellet from each to give to the siblings before quickly leaving. So sweet. What kind of medicine is this? It seems like dragon powder and tiger medicine. A single portion can strengthen the bones and instantly restore one's energy. The other can heal injuries with great effectiveness. They're both extremely precious. The siblings both muttered. They wanted to find the little guy again, but they had already lost sight of him. These were naturally the spoils of battle that he obtained from the silver-gowned youth's body. The little guy was incredibly happy because he ate and drank enough from them. Therefore, he wanted to return the favor. He held a grass stalk within his mouth as he leisurely strolled through the 8th region. This time, because they were going to recruit 3,000 people from the 8th region, the difficulty of the checkpoints had been lowered a lot. In the end, they were going to pick the first 3,000 people who passed the trial. The little guy met many young people along the way. All of them charged forward with all of their power. Around noon, there were already 1,000 people who passed the trial. It's about time I should leave as well. He picked a time when a lot of people left together. There were over 100 people who had similar strength that simultaneously reached the exit. He quickly made his way over and exited with this large group of people. In the end, all of the elders from the large clans were so cheerful that their faces bloomed, and they were extremely happy. In addition, those ritual attenders from the large powers were also laughing, although it was difficult to confirm what the true meaning behind their expressions. Only a few elders from the heaven-mending pavilion were sighing in despair. They were extremely bitter, and after seeing groups of hundreds exiting the testing grounds, their faces turned green. Was this still a test? For them to recruit this group of people, and this many of them, the heaven-mending pavilion really was in a tremendous mess. In a bit, we will settle our debts with that little devil. Elder Xianxia fiercely spoke. You made a mistake. By participating in the trial by fire, you are already one of the heaven-mending pavilion's disciples, and there is no way around it. By passing through that barrier, you no longer have anywhere to run to. Elder Zhuiyun also stressed with a dark expression. Finally, the 3,000 people completed their exam. It could even be called earning an accomplishment just by walking. And other than the heaven-mending pavilion, everyone else was beaming with happiness. It's time for us to go to the second battlefield and see how much time is left. Elder Xianxia waved his hand. It was as if he had the power to devour an entire country, and was incredibly heroic. However, it seemed as if he was gritting his teeth no matter how you looked at it, and that was what was creating this powerful expression. Let's go. I ask that everyone follow us inside to attend the ceremony, and gaze upon our heaven-mending pavilion's mainstay and geniuses. Elder Zhuiyun loudly shouted, and it seemed as if he wanted to swallow the two words, mainstay and geniuses. I wonder if it is possible for the 3,000 children who successfully passed through the previous exam to see just what kind of place this second battlefield is, to allow them to gain some knowledge and experience. Several elders from large clans opened their mouths at the same time. That's fine. Elder Xianxia waved his hand and directly agreed. The second battlefield was opened, and everyone moved in. The little guy also squeezed himself into the group of people, and his face was carrying a happy smile. His large eyes formed crescents, and his two canine teeth within his mouth were bright like crystals. He was extremely happy and followed everyone inside. Within the second battlefield, the silver-gowned youth woke up. This time, he was unconscious for too long, and a violent pain tore through his head. He felt extremely dizzy and unwell as his body only took up a small area. He couldn't stretch out his limbs. Soon after, he was completely awake, and he immediately released a miserable shout. Come out right now. Pong! His head violently smashed into a boulder, causing him to feel a wave of pain. He was angry to the extreme. To repeatedly do it twice, even 3 times, that person knocked him out with a sledgehammer from the dark again. This truly was an intolerable bullying that was incomparably unbearable. He noticed that his body was within the cracks of a rock, and the outside was blocked by someone. This was most likely done out of fear that he would be eaten by wild beasts. With some effort, he made his way out, and the sunshine cruelly shone down. It penetrated through the leaves, and the sun was already raised high into the sky. It was most likely already a new day. I was unconscious for an entire night? He was inwardly angry. The attacks all came from a sledgehammer, and it always struck the same place. This time in particular, a pressing fury attacked his heart, as he had been unconscious for too long. Xiao Tian raised his head towards the sky. His heart was at a loss, and he was extremely dejected. He was obviously the #1 genius, yet he was about to be eliminated like this. There was a walla sound, and he felt that something was fishy. He lowered his head, and his bosom was full and bulging. After removing the contents, he noticed that it was a sack of heaven-mending rocks. After turning it around, he noticed another package nearby, and it was incredibly familiar. It originally belonged to him, and after opening it up, it contained another pile of heaven-mending rocks. The silver-gowned youth was immediately stunned. What was this? He was clearly robbed, so how could the stolen goods have returned to him? He quickly picked up the animal hide package, and also extracted the heaven-mending rocks within his bosom. He combined them and carefully began to count. In total, there were 20 pieces. What is going on? He was a bit perplexed. A moment later, he snapped back to reality. He began to stomp in anger, and he was extremely resentful. His teeth were clenched as he said, "Are you messing with me? Who in the world does things like this? Did you even need these heaven-mending rocks? You attacked with such a blunt stick, and then stole everything like a fiend without leaving a single item. Now, everything was actually returned. What was the most frustrating was that he was still smashed by that hammer like before. If the items were going to be returned, then just return them. Instead, he was knocked unconscious, and he couldn't even see who did it. Oh, the silver-gowned youth was originally rather handsome, yet now he had been transformed into a beast. He roared endlessly, and caused the mountains to rumble and shake. His entire body was covered densely in silver-colored symbols, and he was close to going berserk. This truly was an intolerable bullying, and for the attacker to make a round trip and attack with the sledgehammer in succession, even if it was a god, he would still be seething with anger. Nearby, the other youngsters were overwhelmed with shock. What a powerful shockwave! This level of power was indeed terrifying, and was enough to completely sweep away their group of people. See, the roaring ceased, and the silver-gowned youth began to inhale cold air. He painfully covered his forehead. There was a large blister in that area, and it was awfully painful. In the distance, the heaven-mending pavilion's elders had already led the large group into the second battlefield, and arrived just in time to hear the world-shaking roar. They immediately revealed their astonished and satisfied expressions. What a powerful child! Definitely a heaven-warping genius. After 10 years, another formidable genius has joined my heaven-mending pavilion. Not bad. This child is unusually talented. His blood and energy is surging, and the voice is like the cry of a dragon. If he is carefully nurtured, it is highly likely that he will become a world-shocking overlord. Elders Xianxia and Zhuiyun both did not hold back their praises. They had just entered the genius battlefield, yet they had already met this type of youth, so how could they not be happy? The other large powers also endlessly admired. The heavenly mending pavilion was truly formidable when it came to passing down their inheritance. Talented individuals emerged generation after generation, and these youngsters were sure to demonstrate extraordinary talent and skill. It was to the point where some of them even had thoughts of stealing away these geniuses. "Let us bear witness to this genius color and elegance," said Elder Xianxia. All of them nodded their heads, and they were all in expectation. In the distance, the silver-gowned youth was facing a lake. After seeing his own appearance, he almost shed tears. A huge blister sat atop his forehead, and it truly looked as if he had a horn on his head. From the start, the two strikes both hit the same spot, and he looked like the child of a unicorn. "So hateful!" he bellowed in rage. The group of people quickly pressed onward, and wanted to see that genius. In addition, the group of people also thought that it was about time that they saw that legendary devilish brat. The second battlefield was now sealed, and it was definitely for the purpose of capturing that little devil. Just thinking about it made the people excited and stirred up, as that little heaven-angering thing was finally going to be exposed, and was no longer able to run away. Soon, I will allow everyone to appreciate a stalk of precious medicine. It is a medicine rarely seen in this world, and this treasure was raised by a black tiger. In the future, it might transform into a divine medicine. Elder Zhuiyun absent-mindedly spoke out, and he spoke in a graceful manner with an incomparably calm and collected tone. When needed, they had to reveal some of the heaven-mending pavilion's inside information. Only in this way could they make every direction tremble, and recruit even more geniuses. I really am looking forward to it. The heaven-mending to actually be able to grow such holy medicines truly makes us hold them in reverence. I really want to see just what that medicine looks like. A group of people were shocked as they greedily admired. What kind of object was a whole medicine? It was something that was capable of reviving the dead. It would be tough to find a single one within a million li of this great wasteland. One must be aware that even if one existed, they would be hidden within ancient holy mountains and places that might really be controlled by creatures like the pure-blooded golden-winged Peng. No one dared to approach. Otherwise, it would inevitably end in their deaths. In this world, it was extremely difficult for one to find a genuine holy medicine, and this was especially true for humans. However, the heaven-mending pavilion was actually able to grow one, so how could people not be shocked by that? They were awaiting with high expectations, and felt that they did not come this time in vain. Go, let us take a look at these talented geniuses first, and let us admire their extraordinary elegance. The future belongs to them, this group of young heroes, Elder Xianxia passionately said. Good. Everyone nodded in praise as they took big steps forward. The lake was extremely calm as a silver-gowned youth walked by the shores in stress and gazed into the vast lake alone. His black hair was fluttering about, and his figure was tall and straight. He had a distinct style that was difficult to put into words. Although he did not display his power, the surrounding fierce beasts all avoided him, and the vicious birds distanced themselves as well. Everything was quiet, as if he was the only thing in the world at this moment. He was fully immersed within nature. His imposing figure seemed outstanding and otherworldly, like a little silver-gowned god that descended into the realm of man. When everyone arrived and saw that outstanding figure, all of them could not help but nod. What an outstanding young hero! Young man, how many heaven-mending rocks did you collect? Elder Xianxia walked over in a friendly manner and asked him. Xiao Tian was awoken from that indescribable state of sadness, and suddenly turned around. His eyes shot out two terrifying rays of electricity that pierced through everyone, making them tremble. Such an outstanding young hero. Black hair fluttering, eyes like cold lightning, horn on the head like... Elder Zhuiyun praised. However, as soon as he said half that sentence, he could not continue. He was tongue-tied. What happened to this child? How come there was such a huge blister on his forehead? Everyone was flabbergasted. That blister on that silver-gowned youth's head was huge. How come it looked like an outstanding horn? It was a bit scary. Many seniors had prepared their words of praise, but were suddenly left speechless. They could not just ignore this fact, since his blister was extraordinarily large. Are you injured? An elder of the heaven-mending pavilion asked. Xiao Tian was apathetic, and nodded his head. Oh! Everyone was expressionless. Could this person have lost? However, the aura that he gave off contained the chants of dragons and the roars of lions. He was definitely an exceptionally outstanding talent. How many heaven-mending rocks have you collected? Elder Xianxia had a serious expression on his face as he displayed his awe-inspiring statue. In reality, when everyone saw him remain so silent, they all believed that he had lost. The silver-gowned youth did not say much, and directly threw a beast-skinned sack onto the ground. With a quang sound, it dropped to the ground and astonished everyone. Everyone was startled. This youth was stubborn and proud, and his character was fierce. The heaven-mending pavilion's elders did not mind, and one of them stepped forward. Upon opening it up, he was shocked, and immediately raised his head. There are exactly 28 heaven-mending rocks, truly astonishing. This kind of accomplishment is definitely the performance of the number one person here. When everyone heard this, They couldn't stop their emotions from stirring. All of them gazed inside the bag to discover that there were indeed over 20 heaven-mending rocks that were flowing with a sparkling and translucent glow. What an outstanding young hero! At that moment, no one held back their praises. It's truly astonishing. In these recent years, this kind of performance would overshadow many geniuses. He could be outstanding even amongst them. Elder Xianxia sighed repeatedly. What's going on with that large blister on his forehead then? Apart from all of the great powers, there were 3,000 children who had successfully passed the trial. They were all discussing quietly right now. What do children understand? That's not a blister, just an unusual feature, an elder said. No matter how I look at it, it's a blister. A child was grieving since he felt like he did not make a mistake. Stop saying such rubbish. This is a genuine and outstanding horn, okay? A large clan's elder patiently explained. Do you know what outstanding means? It means he's out of the ordinary and has otherworldly talents, so he grew a strange horn. This is his innate, heavenly feature. For a normal person, they couldn't look like this even if they wanted to. This is something you're born with. A few younger children were suspicious. They blinked with all their might as they stared at him. An elder of a large clan warned his grandson in a low voice. Hi. He is destined to be an amazing lord of the heaven-mending pavilion, so you can't offend him. Whether it's a large blister or some outstanding horn, it won't be wrong to have a good relation with him. Oh, I understand. The young child nodded. Beside the lake shore, that silver-gowned youth felt as if his heart was being trampled upon by 100,000 horses within a swamp. He wanted to shout out, "Outstanding horn my ass. What the fuck is a heavenly feature?" Ah! The silver-owned youth's heart was beating like crazy, since he was truly suffering from such harassment. He hated that little kid in the darkness so much. But what was he supposed to say right now? What could he say? The only thing that he could do was to face the sky and feel like crying. However, in everyone else's eyes, those actions meant something else. This young man was truly exceptional. His gaze into the skies held a deep and profound meaning, and this type of temperament was definitely extraordinary. The senior did not feel like he was being arrogant. The so-called being proud of one's own abilities looked exactly like this. This was the privilege of geniuses, and was nothing unusual. If the silver-gowned youth found out what they were thinking, he would have definitely burst into tears. Proud of my own abilities, my ass. I was just smashed in the head twice. I know him. He came from that Xiao clan that is 300,000 li from here, someone said. So he was actually an outstanding talent of the Xiao clan. They control boundless territories and have a population of over 100 million. Such a genius would appear from there. Someone else at the side nodded. Wu, being able to present our young heroic talents is a glory for our heaven-mending pavilion. Let's go, everyone. There are more young geniuses waiting to be observed. Let's continue this viewing ceremony. Elder Xianxia was very satisfied, and at the same time, his heart was fiery. This genius today was truly astonishing. People like Xiao Tian were rarely seen, and he was worthy of being a seed that they would heavily focus on nurturing. At the same time, his mind was preoccupied with a blaze that was even more intense. It was precisely that milk baby. Let's see how you will get out of this one. Xianxia harbored a stomach full of fire. Even now, that scene of the entire 8th region with 9,000 people endlessly coming out still made him feel dizzy. It was all caused by that devilish brat driving him mad. Without a doubt, this event made the heaven-mending pavilion the focal point. The entire world was buzzing about it. People continued ahead and saw some more young geniuses. Some were tending to their wounds as they lost their heaven-mending rocks. Some had many pieces on their hands, so their harvest was bountiful. They were all different. Although they were all very powerful and deserved to be titled geniuses, there were no other people who was as terrifying as that silver-gowned youth. The disparity was evident. Wu, this child of the Wood clan is pretty good. He has 9 heaven-mending rocks. I heard that he had accumulated 7 or 8 pieces before. Unfortunately, he met Xiao Tian and they were stolen. Elder Zhuiyun nodded as he finally discovered another special child. Geniuses gradually revealed themselves as they all converged. However, during this entire process, a few elders of the heaven-mending pavilion began to furrow their brows. This entire forest was too chaotic. Ancient trees were destroyed and broken branches were everywhere. There were even mountain peaks that had collapsed. What kind of explosive event happened here? Why do I feel like a flood of beasts ravaged through this area? And Big Black also destroyed a few regions. An elder muttered, and quickly found a genius to inquire about what had happened. What? There was actually a flood of beasts? Flood dragons? Ancient alligators? Three-footed dragon birds all revolted. Some of the heaven-mending pavilion elders were shocked. They continued to ask questions until they finally understood the cause behind the situation. So you're saying that you saw a fuzzy figure that actively went and irritated these vicious beast overlords, making them revolt? Elder Xianxia's brows jumped. One of the geniuses stood up. He described how he saw a figure who was provoking all types of vicious beasts, and as a result triggered this terrifying upsurge. Everyone was in an uproar. This was too big of an over-exaggeration. Even for geniuses like these, they would still retreat when facing these vicious beast overlords. Why would that individual actively provoke them like this? That individual strength must truly have been terrifying. Every single one of the elders had a nasty look on their face. This entire mountain range was battered and bruised everywhere. The destructive force of the vicious beast overlords was truly astonishing. Are you saying that the individual was on the ground? Then with a leap, he surpassed the peak of those mountains and crossed over the mountain ridges? The elder of heaven-mending pavilion obtained very useful information from the young genius' mouth. That's right. A youth nodded. Everyone stared at each other. Then they simultaneously thought of one person. It had to be that heaven-angering milk baby. Milk baby! Elder Xianxia shouted until his throat was dry. As he shouted loudly, he was very angry yet excited. This proved that this little thing had to be here. Prepare to move out. Capture him for me. Another elder seemed like he caught sight of chicken blood as well, and became abnormally excited. Stay calm, Elder Zhuiyun said. His expression was as relaxing as the breeze. Although his heart was barely resisting the temptation to immediately take action, it was better if they did not destroy the mood and their image. A few elders looked at each other before laughing. Since he came inside, could he still escape? If he had a heaven-mending rock, it meant that he was a disciple of the heaven-mending pavilion. In the future, any type of discipline they employed on him would be fine. Everyone, we're going to look at the precious medicine. Then we'll go and meet that baby, Elder Zhuiyun calmly said. Good. Everyone nodded. All of them were satisfied and had high expectations. The geniuses of the second battlefield joined the group as well. A boundless group of people started journeying into the depths of the mountain range. As they followed the route and saw the battlefield for this trial, they all nodded. Everyone, we're almost there. This medicine has been growing for over 800 years. It is very likely that it would go through a transformation as it turns 1,000 years old. Elder Zhuiyun introduced. When they finally reached the depth of the mountain range, they discovered a vast and empty region ahead of them. The ground was hard and dry, and the air was filled with black mist. It seemed as if there was a huge and terrifying gaping hole across the ground. So powerful! This is a genuine black tiger demon. Heavens! This is an enormous black tiger. It shouldn't be any weaker than an archaic descendant. Very quickly, people discovered a pair of huge eyes shining within the dark depths of the cave. They looked like two bloody moons, frightening and terrifying everyone. Elder Zhuiyun was acting naturally and was staying completely calm. Very leisurely, he lifted his hand, pointed forward, and said, Everyone, please look at that. Suddenly, his fingertips stiffened. His smile, which had been full of warmth, had froze, and his gentle eyes instantly stared wide as he almost passed out. There was a hole there. The black demon lotus was gone. Even the roots, the stem, and the leaves were dug out by someone. God damn it! Where's the medicine? Where's the precious medicine? All of Elder Zhuiyun's calm and cool-headedness disappeared. he began to jump up and down as if someone had pulled on his tail. Clear veins appeared on his forehead and exploded as he howled in rage toward the sky. Elder Zhuiyun went crazy, as if he had transformed into an ancient madman. The group of people were stupefied. Elder Zhuiyun was indeed terrifying. The roar that came out of his mouth continuously shook the entire heaven and earth and rumbled them. Compared to the previous cultured, refined, and unperturbed expression, he became completely different. Everyone couldn't help but take a few steps back. They were scared that in his crazed state, he would unintentionally hurt them. "Grandpa, what happened to Elder Zhuiyun? Is he using some ancient demonic technique?" So terrifying. A clan's young child clung onto the corner of his grandfather's clothes, and his little face carried a fearful expression. "That's about right, I guess." The tribe elder stalled a bit, then nodded his head. "Where is the black demon lotus?" Elder Zhuiyun furiously roared as his eyes turned thoroughly red. With just 2 steps, he entered the cave to begin searching everywhere. The other elders seemed as if their buttocks were lit on fire as well, and quickly charged over. They were all perspiring profusely as worry and anger attacked their hearts. When they saw that hole, every one of their eyes turned dark, and they felt urged to faint. It was a stalk of precious medicine. If it was any ordinary stalk, then it wouldn't have mattered much. However, this stalk had the possibility of transforming. Could become a priceless holy medicine, so how could it have just disappeared like this? Goddamn! Who stole it? Elder Xianxia was flustered and exasperated. Everyone was speechless. They originally came with the intention of seeing this precious medicine, but they never would have thought that they would personally see this scene in front of them. The black demon lotus was lost, and several elders were screaming as if they had become frantic devils. Their bodies were like lightning as they rapidly searched the entire area. They wanted to find some clues. "Cough?" A ceremony attendee from a large tribe coughed and said, "Was there actually a precious medicine?" Some people began to question them. Naturally, the heaven-mending pavilion's elders became even madder. This time, they truly lost face. Originally, they wanted to reveal a bit of their secrets, however in the end, they were made into this kind of joke. Who did this? They wished that they could immediately uncover the perpetrator. Elder Zhuiyun was still frantically yelling, and it was so loud that it hurt the other people's ears. He wanted to go crazy so badly, since this was too shameful. It was him who invited them over, yet in the end he was losing face like this. The black tiger walked out from within the cave, and that enormous and terrifying figure trembled everyone. Its body was simply too scary, since it was quite a bit taller than the mountain peak. Its entire body was completely black with very long fur. As it stood there, it was as if a black demonic mountain was shaking people to their soul. With its pair of incomparably huge bloody pupils, its ice-cold gaze looked down upon everyone. In addition, waves of black-colored demonic aura would occasionally surge out from within the cave. It was as if they had arrived at the gateway to hell, and it made the people's hearts tremble with fear. When the black tiger appeared, several elders could not help but tremble. They did not dare to act rudely towards it because this huge creature was capable of fighting on par with an archaic descendant. Its strength was simply frightening. Back then, an accomplished and lucky elder of this sacred land took action, and only after having one of his precious artifacts destroyed and fighting with all his strength for a while did he manage to make it yield. The black tiger roared, and tens of thousands of mountains were shaken. Quite a few people were terrified, and they felt as if they were going to fall onto the ground. The group of children in particular had even paler expressions, since they had never met a fierce beast that was even taller than a mountain peak before. It transmitted a powerful divine message, informing Xianxia, Zhuiyun, and the others, luring the tiger out of the mountains. The several elders all felt their teeth, liver, and stomach hurt. The name of this strategy was truly used to indicate the trapping of the tiger. The black tiger slowly retreated back into the cave and disappeared from their sight. Only now did people let out their long sighs of relief. This was way too scary. That kind of intense pressure made it difficult for people to even breathe. Get to the bottom of this. Find some clues as quickly as possible. Elder Xianxia shouted. He felt deaf and blind. The things that happened during the past 2 days had almost tormented him into collapsing. Whenever he thought of the word torment, his brain immediately came up with the 2 words, milk baby. He instantly became flustered and exasperated, and shouted, "Do you guys think that devilish brat could have done this?" After he said this, the entire area became absolutely silent. However, the people immediately flared up again. Everyone guessed that there was at least an 80% chance that the naughty kid did this, since this was exactly his style of doing things. He did not even let the Void God realm slip by. With such a stock of precious medicine displayed here, was it even possible that his brain did not go askew? According to that child's line of thoughts, if he actually did not do anything, he would certainly have been struck by thunder from the heavens. Fuck! This naughty kid really knows how to stir up trouble. Whoever gets in contact with him becomes unlucky. Hee. When news of him coming to the heaven-mending pavilion spread, I knew this ancient sacred land was going to rot. You guys don't realize just who that little thing is. Even the Void God realm couldn't take him anymore, and kicked him out. Sure enough, this seems like his style. He did another heaven-angering thing. Hee. Why do I want to laugh right now? The faces of the pitiful heaven-mending pavilion's elders darkened. They were angry to the point that they were seeping out smoke from their bodies. After they speculated as to who might have done this, those ceremony attendees did not have a shred of sympathy. On the contrary, they were taking joy in their pain. After him, Elder Zhuiyun became crazy. He opened his mouth like a vicious predator and shouted until his throat became dry. That's right. Quickly go after him. That devilish brat even dug the roots out. Catch him quickly, and plant the roots down again. I believe that it can still continue living, another elder said. They quickly found the terrifyingly deep hole that the little guy stamped on after he leapt. When they found that place, they discovered that his landing collapsed the surrounding rocks and ground. This was pretty much the same result as that time he broke Shi Yi's record in the Void God realm. Heavens! So it is actually him. At this moment, everyone cried out in alarm. Guessing was one thing, actually proving it was another. This naughty child was terrible. He easily just robbed heaven-mending pavilion's precious medicine. Don't get distracted. Spread out an inescapable trap as soon as possible. Right now, we have to capture this little thief together. Elder Zhuiyun transformed into a llama, and in spite of his appearance, he roared with uneasiness and embarrassment. The second battlefield had already been sealed. They believed that the little guy's wings were stuck, so he would have a difficult time with escape. Therefore, they believed that they could certainly catch him. They walked down the path that followed along the direction of the naughty child's escape. When the people saw traces of him leaping through an entire mountain in one jump, they all breathed in a breath of cold air. This kind of physique was indeed heaven opposing. It frightened everyone. Shi Yi has an opponent now. A few people secretly signed and showed their excitement. I'm afraid there is still 2 or 3 more years to go. This devilish brat is still too young, another person said. As they followed his trail, everyone from the heaven-mending pavilion began to turn pale, because they found small broken pieces of the spirit medicine that clearly displayed small bite marks upon them. At this exact moment, let alone heaven-mending, even the ceremony attendees began to develop a heartache. He was such a wasteful person. Was a precious medicine supposed to be eaten like this? Without even mentioning the fact that this stock had the opportunity to transform into a holy medicine in the future, you should not directly eat it after picking it up. You should refine the medicine to achieve its maximum potency. This little thing treated this thing like a carrot and directly gnawed on it. How wasteful was this? Perhaps not even 30% of the medicinal effects would be displayed like that. This is infuriating. Elder Xianxia was in a fit of rage. Apu! Elder Zhuiyun was even more straightforward as he spat out a mouthful of old blood. How could this wasteful child do something like this? Didn't he know that this was a black demon lotus? He looked straight up into the sky and yelled. Obviously, I know it's a black demon lotus. As far as I'm concerned, isn't eating it raw and eat it cooked still eating it? There's not much difference. I was only using it to break through into 6 heavenly passage. The little guy cursed silently. At the same time, he scratched his head a bit. At the time, he was running too fast, so he did not notice that he actually dropped some broken leaves. This was a bit wasteful. If everyone knew his way of thinking and caught him, they would have immediately pressed him onto the floor and beat him up before asking what was considered wasteful to him. To them, it was called wasteful that he was eating it like a radish. In the end, as they followed his route, Heaven-Mending Pavilion picked up another piece of the root. At that moment, Elder Zhuiyun's eyes turned dark again and almost passed out. This devilish brat didn't even let the root go and ate that as well. How come you even ate the root? Elder Xianxia became anxious as he roared repeatedly. The people of Heaven-Mending Pavilion were in complete despair. If he ate the root, there was no way to revive the black demon lotus. This made everyone's heart ache and their lungs sore. Isn't this a precious medicine? This entirety is a treasure. Naturally, none of it can be wasted. Therefore, it has to be eaten. The little guy silently thought to himself. He was completely dissatisfied towards their expressions, as he thought that they were the ones who were being wasteful. Did they want to waste the roots too? It was shameless wasting. Fortunately, Zhuiyun and Xianxia cannot hear him thinking to himself. Otherwise, they would anger themselves until they spat out blood again. Don't let me catch him. Otherwise, I will certainly do some heaven-angering things to him. Zhuiyun was raging. Xianxia almost streamed tears down his cheeks as well. Since that devilish brat entered the Heaven-Mending Pavilion, these 2 days had been completely restless. What drove people mad was that one heaven-angering thing after another were committed, and it was similar to the style in the Void God realm. Turn this second battlefield upside down for me. Find him in any way possible. We can't let him escape, an elder ordered. At this moment, groups of young males and females entered the forest and searched in every direction. These people were all genuine disciples of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion, and were all extremely powerful and in their 20s already. There's still not enough people. Although he's locked up in here, this place is still too big. If he hides himself, it will be very tough to find him. Request more manpower. During this entire day, the entire Heaven-Mending Pavilion was upheaved. In the end, all the disciples who were still in the school were conscripted. The crowd was so dense that it was omnipresent, and submerged the entire second battlefield. Naturally, this matter was passed into the Void God realm, and stirred up some controversy there. People were amazed at the ability of this devilish brat to cause trouble. He actually forced the Heaven-Mending Pavilion to dig 3 feet into the ground to find him. He was indeed an astonishing person. Heaven-Mending Pavilion is so unlucky. Discussions were arising everywhere within the Void God realm. In mere moments, the milk baby became the center of focus again. He caused everyone to guess, to comment, and even to stir up some hearty laughter. The unlucky Heaven-Mending Pavilion was at the tip of the wind and mouth of the waves. Sometimes people would tease them, making them extremely angry. They vowed that they would find the milk baby and lock him up in the sacred land to slowly tidy him up. I found him. Suddenly, someone shouted within the second battle to announce the good news. Where is he? Elder Zhuiyun straightened up his eyes. There are 3 precious bones within a bird nest. A disciple walked over while holding 3 sparkling and translucent precious bones. I found some more. There are 3 precious bones behind a waterfall. Another female disciple came with some loots. Mine, they're all mine. The little looked from among the crowd. His large eyes widened until they were perfectly round. He was extremely unwilling to let them go, but he could only hide these thoughts within his heart since he did not dare to make any sounds. In the end, the Heaven-Mending Pavilion uncovered these 6 bones, and with no more harvest, the little guy released a long sigh of relief. Since there was still 12 pieces, his heart became a bit more peaceful. Soon after, he began to change his appearance. His little face was still as round as a large apple like before, but it was still a bit different. He was extremely careful, and did not want to leave behind any clues. While mixed within these 3,000 people, it was nearly impossible for them to notice. In addition, he was jostling within and was constantly changing his position. He was slowly moving around while changing his appearance. Therefore, it was very difficult for anyone to realize. Several elders from the heaven-mending pavilion had gloomy expressions on their faces, and grouped the 100 or so geniuses within the second battlefield together. Their gazes passed through them one after another, and they wanted to see through something. Examination finished. Finally, Xianxia, Zhuiyun, and a few others spat out these words. Their pupils were emitting a green light while staring at these geniuses. They believed that that devilish brat was hiding within this group. Search slowly. As long as he entered the heaven-mending pavilion, there was no way that they wouldn't be able to find him. These were the thoughts several individuals shared. However, their hearts were still unreconciled. Since this milk baby was too fast, they did not personally see what he looked like. Was he really one of these geniuses? Several elders began to believe that the little guy might actually be what the others have speculated. He might be the child of an archaic vicious beast who was able to transform into human form. Some of these strange beasts had to have possessed this ability. Otherwise, how could he have that kind of terrifying and explosive strength? In addition, how could he have not left a single trace of himself? So frustrating. Several elders were bellowing in rage. Apart from them, the silver-gowned youth's blood was churning as well. He finally found out who struck him twice with a sledgehammer. Not only did he begin to face the skies, his cheeks almost streamed with tears. His hatred had grown so big. Do you see this? That is precisely that promising young hero. He's not flustered in the face of trouble. When others are all sighing with regret, he is the only one showing disdain by looking towards the sky. Grandpa, I see it. It's actually only that big brother with the horn on his head who is looking towards the sky. That youth is indeed formidable. His temperament is exceptional, far surpassing that of an ordinary person's. Several elders and seniors were sighing while commenting. When the silver-gowned youth heard this, he immediately felt like his heart being trampled on by 100,000 prairie horses once again. He barely stopped his urge to shout out, "It's finished. From here on out, you are all the heaven-mending pavilion's disciples who will inherit the traditions of this pure land. All right, you will now enter through the mountain gate," an elder shouted. A group of people walked out of the second battlefield in a grandiose manner and headed towards the heaven-mending pavilion's mountain gate. Within that mountain gate, there was another group of people waiting. Shi, the emperor's most beloved daughter, the prince of an ancient country, the heir of an archaic descendant, as well as others were in that group. Like them, they all partook in the ceremony of walking through the gate. Children, you have to do your best when you enter heaven-mending pavilion. Don't disappoint our clansmen who placed their hopes and expectations on you. The ancient sacred land is quite different from what you are used to, since divine saints have graduated from here before. Don't be naughty or mischievous here. Listen to your master's words, and diligently cultivate. The group of elders from a few of the large tribes warned and implored their clan's children over and over again. The elders wanted the children to learn to the best of their abilities so that they would gain the skills to defend their clans in the future. The eyes of the 3,000 children were already red as followed beside the elders of their clans. As they listened to the instructions, they constantly wiped their tears, since they were going to be separated. They didn't know when they were going to be reunited again, and perhaps by then, many of the elders would have already passed away. Clan elder, take care. They were all outstanding disciples selected from within their clans based on their excellent talents. Many of them weren't even the children of these clan elders, but they were still reluctant to part. It was those clan elders who traveled hundreds of thousands of li of the great wastes to bring them here, presenting them with such a life-changing opportunity. The little guy stood inside the crowd. Although he missed home, he had no intimate elders around him, and so he could only pretend to shed tears by sobbing into the sleeves of an unknown old man. What family did this kid come from? The elder was suspicious. He had no memory of this kid being in his clan. But he didn't care much. All of the children were crying right now. Perhaps he was pulling the wrong person. Child, stop crying. Just cultivate well. The elder consoled him. Thank you, Grandpa. I know. When the little guy saw there were fewer crying children, he immediately stopped. There wasn't a single tear on his face as he turned around and left, stunning the elder once again. Finally, the great mountain gates finally calmed down quite a bit. All of the elders who came from the large tribes withdrew, while bringing almost 90,000 youths who have not passed the trial back with them. Only 3,000 densely packed individuals remained on the scene. The elder who sat cross-leggedly on the large limestone in front of the mountain gate had a huge headache. During previous years, they had only accepted a few hundred disciples. There were too many this time. How would they plan for over 3,000 people? This was a problem that caused a lot of headaches. Xianxia, Zhuiyun and other elders dangled their heads down as they nestled an incredible flame within their hearts. They truly messed up this time. They felt ashamed and could not show their faces to their seniors by the mountain gates. Fine then, lead them inside. It's just a bit more troublesome. Everyone will just have to teach a few extra disciples. The elder sat there. Between his eyes, people were able to see extremely astonishing scenes of the world being created. The mountain gate was enormous. It was constructed with two lofty and majestic rocky mountains. Many elders from Heaven Mending Pavilion appeared to lead the children inside in order to pay respects to their teachers. They were only considered disciples of Heaven Mending Pavilion after arriving inside. The interior was still incredibly spacious, and elegant mountains appeared one after another as the beautiful trees towered above them. There were pavilions everywhere, and even some waterfalls were dangling down. Like a paradise in the realm of men, all of the mountain peaks were like this. The clouds evaporated, and multicolored light were resplendent. A dense mist was rising, and was full of an auspicious and peaceful feeling. This was the ancient sacred land. Its interior was filled with graceful spiritual influence. There were many lush, beautiful trees on peaks, as well as many spiritual ponds and waterfalls, and even some propitious birds and beasts. It was literally a world that seemed like it came out of a legend. This place is truly special. When you breathe, you feel as if all the pores on your body are opening. It's very suitable for cultivation. Many youths were pleasantly surprised. And it's true. I feel like I can cultivate the bone text several times faster here. The group of children all exposed their excitement. This group of birds are so fat. They look like fire spirit sparrows and seem very delicious. The little guy also murmured and immediately salivated. There were little Luans near Stone Village. They were also spiritual birds, but the elders did not allow them to recklessly hunt them. Right now, the little guy was still able to remember that delicious lingering aftertaste. There are so many fire spirit sparrows. It wouldn't hurt to try one, right? The little guy muttered to himself. What are you saying? A youth beside him revealed his odd expression. I didn't say anything. By the way, what's over there? It looks like scarlet dragon vine, a spirit medicine. Can we tear a segment off since it's over 2 meters long already? The little guy changed the topic, but he switched it to the more serious topic of spirit medicine. It made that youth immediately retreat and turn around, because he did not want to make a single mistake inside the sacred land. Where did Harry Ball go? In the future, I'll bring it inside and let it wander up and down about these spiritual mountains. It will definitely be able to find a lot of spirit medicines there. The little guy began to laugh happily. There were ancient trees on top of every graceful mountain. The mountains had old medicines growing on them, and spiritual birds perched on them. There were even spiritual mountains that directly gushed with propitious vapors. The little guy was almost certain there had to be some kind of spirit medicine growing there. Unwittingly, they arrived at an enormously spacious land. The surrounding spiritual mountains were overflowing with a light that lingered in this area. There was an incredibly tall stone statue carved out of a stone mountain at the very center. This is our ancestral master. When you enter our heaven-mending pavilion, you have to pay respects to our ancestral master. That stone statue was enormous. However, under the passage of time, it had already become battered and broken. One could probably see that it was originally created in the shape of a human, but no one was able to tell whether it depicted a male or a female. Respects to the ancestral master. Some elders shouted loudly as they lead 3,000 children into this worship ceremony. Is this an old man, an old woman, or a guardian spirit? Have you heard about it before? The little guy bumped the youth beside him. I don't know. The youth there was startled. He did not imagine that the child beside him would be so brazen and asked such a question so quickly. He quickly lowered his head in worship and did not dare speak randomly. The little guy pulled at the skirt of a little young maiden in front of him and said, Have you heard about this ancestral master? What kind of abilities did it have during the ancient era, and what large accomplishments did it have? So annoying. The pretty young maiden pulled back her skirt. She was very nervous and quickly kowtowed again. The children beside him all wanted to laugh, but they did not dare. All of them lowered their head while muttering phrases of prayer to the ancestral master. They did not dare to arbitrarily look around again. The little guy scratched his head. He poked here and bumped there. He wanted to get in touch with some people. However, in the end, these children were all scared to death. They did not dare to be so absent-minded during this ceremony. Finally, the long drawn-out ceremony concluded. The little guy pulled on the skirt of the 13 or 14-year-old young maiden in front of him and asked, Hey, by the way, didn't they say the emperor's daughter and the children of archaic descendants were here? How come I didn't see any? Don't touch me. The young maiden was fierce and stared at him. Do you guys know? He did not feel shameless at all as he asked all of the youth who were over 10 beside him. He was considered pretty young here, yet he was so daring. They left a long time ago since they are different from us. They had their ceremony around the stone statue and left as soon as they finished paying respects to the ancestral master. Very unfortunate. I wanted to see what a dual-pupiled person looked like. Does he actually have 4 eyes? A child beside him was very disappointed. What's so good-looking about a dual-pupiled person? It's very scary. The little guy scratched his head and said, I want to see whether or not the emperor's daughter is as pretty as the rumors say she is. I also want to see those heirs of the archaic descendants. Shoo, quiet. That's the emperor's daughter you are talking about. You can't just talk about her. A 15 to 16-year-old child warned him. What does it matter? Isn't she just a little maiden less than 20 years old? Everyone here are disciples of the heaven-mending pavilion. There aren't any differences here. The little guy didn't care at all and said, She has so many spirit coins in her family. When I meet her in the future, I'll have her treat me to some luan meat. It's even better if she can gift me some precious artifacts. After hearing his mouthful of words, all the youth around him began to laugh. The little guy was too loose with his words, so he was easily likable. Soon after, he struck a nice relation with everyone. You there, hurry. I'm going to bring you guys to meet your master. Be more serious. Stop messing around. Right at this moment, a clear voice rang out. A beautiful girl around 18 or 19 years old walked past and pointed towards them. Beautiful sister, can you be my master? The little guy was giggling because he had already changed his appearance, so his apple-like face seemed extremely chubby. This little fatty. You even dare to take liberties with your senior sister? The white-clothed girl walked over and pinched his fat face. I'm not a fatty. I'm well-developed, like sister's slender body. These are both symbols of beauty. The little guy grimaced in pain and grabbed that slender jade-like hand to stop her from pinching him. The young lady was astonished. This was the first time she met such a naughty child. Everyone else was still thinking about their relatives and parents. This brat was completely fine like a fish back in water. Little fatty, I'm warning you. You are not allowed to lead the people around you astray. Hurry up and go select your master. The young lady pinched his plump cheeks again before finally letting go. Suddenly, a pure white feather flew over from the distance. It was several meters long with 2 disciples standing on top it. There was a young male and a female disciple who quickly headed over to report a few matters to a few elders. What? A large portion of the elders were shocked, and they began to mutter. It was obvious that they were discussing something important. Soon after, Elder Xianxia stood up and said, Bring it here. Everyone was amazed, and they didn't know what happened. Soon after, A sheet of beast hide flashing with symbols was levitating roughly a meter off the ground as it rapidly rushed over. Several experts sat on top of it. Furthermore, there was also a large boulder. What is that? Could it be that it is an unusual rock, a guardian spirit? Several youngsters were all curious. Don't choose your masters yet. All of you come back, Elder Xianxia said. Suddenly, all the children who were originally being led away stopped moving and returned in front of the ancestral Master Stone statue once again. Those elders lost their expressions one after the other. Xianxia and Zhuiyun in particular had even darker faces. No matter how you looked at it, their moods were poor. The little guy's complexion was odd, and he didn't say anything more. He surprisingly became quiet as he stood together with the other youths. Let them see, Elder Zhuiyun ordered. The boulder was raised onto a high platform, and the side that was facing everyone had a few words carved onto it. Heaven-warping martial god, just open and honorable. The youth below immediately went into an uproar. They were well-known figures within their clans, and they were all between 13 to 14 years old. All of them had previously entered the Void God realm. Therefore, they were naturally familiar with these two lines. Milk baby. It's the message left by that odd child. Even the handwriting is exactly the same. Don't tell me that he actually entered the heaven-mending pavilion. It can't be. Didn't that devilish brat escape? Could it be that he still became a disciple in the end? The 3,000+ individuals all cried out in alarm. Elder Zhuiyun made the people turn the boulder around and had its back facing everyone. Another row of words appeared. Hammer in hand, ruler of land. Everyone was astonished. They couldn't hold back their laughter and began to discuss amongst themselves. Only a silver-gowned youth was clenching his fists before hurriedly covering his forehead. This was because as soon as he moved, the veins around that blister would begin to bulge, and a sharp pain would overcome him. It really was him. The silver-gowned youth was gnashing his teeth in anger. Elder Xianxia said with a calm and collected expression, I believe you all know who he is. This child might very well be within out heaven-mending pavilion, and I'm assigning a task to every single one of you right now. No one could have imagined that Elder Xiong would instantly send out an arrest warrant. If anyone found the milk baby or discovered clues on him, they could instantly report it to become a core disciple. Hong! This place instantly flared up. The 3,000+ young males and females were incredibly excited. The little guy was immediately surprised. This was too severe considering that he had just entered the school and instantly became a wanted criminal. Could it be that these elders came to some realization and figured out that he was within the crowd? Looks like he had to be a bit more careful and could not be too careless. Capture this heaven-angering kid. A group of disciples who just entered the school shouted with their incredibly resounding voices. The little guy immediately hid within the depth of the crowd with his tail between his legs as he followed along and yelled, Capture that devilish brat. All right, go pick your teachers. The elders waved their hands. The little guy scooched together with those people who he just got familiar with, and he followed that white-clothed young lady to select a teacher. In the end, they walked around in circles because every place was filled to the capacity. The main reason was because there were too many people this year. Fine. Zhuiyun and I will look after these children. Elder Xianxia walked over. Ah! The little guy was flabbergasted. He angered these two elders to the point that they almost spat out blood. He studied under them now. How could he possibly have a good time in the future? That white-clothed young lady stealthily pinched his plump little cheeks and angrily said, Don't do anything wacky. Consider it a blessing that these two elders will be teaching you. You guys have to understand that these two are important seniors. They are disrupting the hierarchy by doing this. The eyes of this group of young male and females immediately shone. The little guy had to muster up his cheeks and widen his eyes as well to make his best effort in trying to show an amazed and joyful expression. In actuality, his heart was practically worried to death. In reality, Xianxia and Zhuiyun were helpless. What kind of thing was this where they had to teach 100 disciples between the two of them? Could they really instruct them hand in hand like this? They had no choice since they made a big mistake this time, so they could only take the initiative to clean up the mess. Go! I'll bring you guys to your living areas. The white-clothed young female led over 100 new disciples and walked towards mountainous region. During this time, she continuously explained the rules to them. She even seriously warned that they were absolutely not allowed to go to the resting place of Heaven-Mending Pavilion's guardian spirit, and was not allowed to disturb it. This was a rocky mountain. Over 3,000 new disciples all lived here. There were many rooms here with many dense bamboo forests surrounding it. The environment here was pretty nice. What made the little guy happy was that over several days, these two elders only showed their faces once. Moreover, they left as soon as they finished their explanation of the bone text. The happy life is starting now. How come Harry Ball still hadn't come inside yet? The little guy blinked his shining eyes. After several days, he still had not seen Harry Ball, but incidentally saw Qingfeng once. He immediately furrowed his brows on the spot because Qingfeng was injured with bruises on his body. The little guy did not go over, but he secretly clenched his fists. Who did this? After only a few days, they actually bullied Qingfeng? Is it because his cultivation is relatively low? The little guy frowned, but he did not act without thinking. After all, living within Heaven-Mending Pavilion was different from the Great Wasteland. If he accidentally made some errors, it might cause some huge trouble. He needed to be cautious and prudent. Only, there was no way that he was going to ignore this because Qingfeng was like a brother to him. If he was bullied and suffered many bruises as soon as he entered the Heaven-Mending Pavilion, no matter what, the little guy was going to need an explanation for it. The entire Void God realm was engaging in heated discussions. There was so much noise that the heavens were practically flipped over. That devilish brat actually went to the Heaven-Mending Pavilion. Furthermore, not only did he dig out the precious bones within the 8th region, he also stole a precious medicine. He even left behind some writings on a boulder in the 2nd battlefield, and his actions stirred up a huge controversy. This child really is opposing the heavens. He actually provoked such a crisis within the ancient sacred land. Those pitiful elders Xianxia and Zhuiyun were almost spitting out blood. This baby's style has not changed from the past. He still hasn't stopped doing outrageous things like digging out bones or stealing medicine. He's even more skilled at it now. This is truly interesting. Thousands of people completed the trial, and it was all thanks to this child. Would Heaven-Mending Pavilion still recruit disciples next year? I think they are going to suspend it. News spread rapidly within the Void God realm. Quickly, everyone was informed about what happened that day within the 2nd battlefield. This is truly interesting. A few blood-spitting elders within the Heaven-Mending Pavilion already released an arrest warrant for this naughty kid. I don't know whether or not they will catch him in the end. Right now, the hottest topic of discussion was naturally related to that devilish brat. People believed that this child was truly worthy of being known as a prodigy. Wherever he goes, there would always be noise as a result of his heaven-angering actions. How do you guys think the number 1 genius, Xiao Tian, got his big blister? According to my research, it must be that devilish brat's doing. Did you forget the other line on that boulder? Hammer in hand, ruler of land. That large blister on the silver-gowned youth must have from that devilish brat's hammer strike. Ha. Void God realm bursted into laugh, and the silver-gowned youth almost ran away from the Heaven-Mending Pavilion. These mountains were very tall, but a lot of propitious air lingered around it. Since there were old medicines growing between the cracks of the rocks that filled the air with their sweet scents, it made this place appear natural and peaceful. Patches of bamboo forests grew within the vicinity, and there were many residences located there. All 3,000 disciples were going to be living here. In the following few days, a few geniuses were taken away, such as that silver-gowned youth. Their display of skill within the 2nd battlefield was astonishing. Soon after, the little guy found out that he did not have a lot of freedom in this place. He found out that he actually had to do some manual labor, such as irrigating the medicine fields with spring water or extracting rare refined metals. I came here to cultivate. Those 2 old men only show their faces once every several days, and they only pass on stuff that I have already grasped. It's a complete waste of time here. The little guy was dissatisfied. Don't complain. New disciples always start from the very bottom. Otherwise, why would other people teach you bone texts and precious techniques? They would only attach some importance to you if your talents were scary enough. A 14 to 15-year-old youth said. Okay. The little guy nodded. During the past few days, he was always gazing at the medicine fields impatiently. When was it going to be his turn to water them? He was always looking forward to it. Unfortunately, he never got a turn. Apart from these things, the little guy also pondered about the matter with Qingfeng being bullied. He had to take care of it, but he only knew where those genius disciples lived, and not who it was that injured little Qingfeng. He wanted to go there, but he was scared of being discovered. After all, this was an ancient sacred land. Who knew how many terrifying experts were guarding that place? Harry Ball, you unreliable thing. When are you going to come inside? The little guy muttered to himself. 2 days later, a little dull and gray thing appeared. It acted thieving, and sniffed around until it directly wandered in front of the little guy's residence. Pong! The door was suddenly pushed open, and the little guy rushed out. He immediately grabbed Harry Ball by the tail and lifted it up. Gigi! Harry Ball protested, and angrily yelled. How come you just got here? Where did you go? Wah, your little claws have the smell of spirit medicine on them. How many have you taken? The little guy immediately found the answers to his questions. Harry Ball was shy and embarrassed. In the end, it only extended a little claw, then angrily began to yell again. He discovered that within these spiritual mountains that were gushing with rich air, there were more than a single type of spirit medicine. After wandering around for several days, it was only able to obtain a single one after encountering many dangers. Only being able to eat a single stalk of spiritual plant while being in this mountain that was filled with treasures was a bit of a disgrace to Harry Ball. Therefore, it was endlessly aggravated. The little guy rubbed and pinched it and said, You even forgot about me after gathering the spirit medicine. Are you deliberately hiding it and secretly eating it on the side? Harry Ball made a gesture with one little claw and yelled with Gigi sounds. It was looking down on the little guy, because even this little Zhuyen heard about the strange things that occurred within the 8th region and the 2nd battlefield. After being disdained by a fist-sized monkey, the little guy naturally had to correct it by pinching and rubbing it. Finally, with a serious expression, he said, Qingfeng was bullied by someone. Go over there and ask him about what happened. After a serious topic was raised, Harry Ball's large eyes swiveled. It did not decline, and quickly disappeared. This area was surrounded by green peaks and blue valleys, and it was a spiritual place with a dense mist rising about. It was an extremely good place for cultivation, and this area far surpassed the areas that ordinary disciples lived in, as the people living here were all geniuses. However, Qingfeng had a bloody and swollen face right now. Someone was sitting inside of his house while treating his wounds, and painful groans would sound out from time to time. When can I enter the heavenly passage realm? Otherwise, I'll be bullied by those people all day. He quietly muttered to himself sadly. Generally speaking, he was considered pretty young here, and his cultivation was the weakest. He attracted some people's attention as soon as he arrived here. They exchanged pointers with him, and fiercely beat him up to the point that half his body turned purple. This was an internal injury that was very difficult to heal quickly. Could only be healed slowly, but these people were bothering him every day. They rudely and unreasonably demanded to exchange pointers with him. Qingfeng did not understand at first. However, recently he found out that if a person did not make an inch of progress within the genus camp, they would be quickly eliminated and be replaced by outsiders. They won't let me heal my injuries in order to slow me down. I won't be able to make any progress in my cultivation, and they will wait for me to be kicked out. After that happens, their own people will have an easier time getting in. Qingfeng muttered to himself. There was a large patch of bruises on his little face, and even moving a little bit would make it hurt a lot. He did not imagine that the competition would be so cruel and intense here. People would even implement these schemes against young people, and form little alliances. The main reason was because the genius camp would distribute rare medicine and bone books that surpasses the outside at the start of each month. Those allowed an individual to advance by leaps and bounds. No matter what, I have to endure until the start of next month in order to heal my injuries with those distributed medicines. At the same time, I'll memorize the contents of the bone books for little big bro. Qing Feng muttered to himself while clenching his teeth with perseverance. He knew that although those few people were strong, they were not the most terrifying people because they still relied on others. I have to persevere and remain here. Every year, the guardian spirit at the depths of this ancient sacred land will explain scriptures. It is rumored that it is extremely world-shocking and will enable people to gain some sudden insight. I have to remember those scriptures for little big bro. Qing Feng dealt with his own wounds, then sat crossed-legged on his bed to start cultivating. Unfortunately, some symbols within the wounds were randomly battering against him. They were left behind by those youths, and it was quite hard to completely get rid of them. It was very detrimental to his cultivation. If little big bro was here, he could certainly oppress them with a lift of his hand. However, I can't rely on little big bro for everything. I have to try my hardest too. If I cultivated as long as they do, I won't be inferior. Qing Feng was cheering himself on. Outside the window, a little thing stuck its head in to look around. Then it slipped inside. Hairy ball. Qing Feng was pleasantly surprised. These few days were very lonely for him. After being bullied by those people, he reminisced about the warmth of Stone Village. He was almost tearing up after only a few days without seeing Hairy Ball. Gigi Hairy Ball angrily shouted when it saw all types of bruises on his body. Those injuries all had symbols left inside them. Suddenly, it could not sit still anymore and embrace Qing Feng, because they had been together for quite a while and developed a good relationship. It's nothing. I'm not hurt. Qing Feng comforted it. Gigi Hairy Ball did not care and yelled nonstop. What it meant was that it wanted to take revenge. Don't go. If they find you, you most likely won't be able to escape. Those people are very difficult to deal with. Qing Feng appeased him. Hairy Ball calmed down, then scratched its head for a bit. It made some gestures in the air and told Qing Feng to inform it of what happened. Then it'll let the little guy know, and when the time comes, he'll tidy those people up. I'm very happy that little big bro entered Heaven Mending Pavilion, but I don't want to bother him for everything. Otherwise, I might seem too useless, Qing Feng said. Hairy Ball immediately slammed its claw on the table. What it meant was, he knew a long time ago. If you don't tell him, he'll worry about you. Qing Feng was emotionally moved. Not only did his little big bro care about him, even this little monkey did too. His eyes became red on the spot as tears almost dripped out. Then, he recounted his experiences during these past few days. Hairy Ball returned during the latter half of the night. After the little guy learned about what happened, his little face immediately darkened as he wandered about his room. A few vicious youth with the support of a genius whose last name is Yu. Could it be the same Rain family from Stone Country? The little guy muttered to himself. His expression was a bit cold. If I take care of those people, I might provoke the Rain clan. In the end, will this involve Shuri as well? Although this was a small matter, the little guy still thoroughly considered his options. Hairy Ball waved its little claws beside him. It made some very violent gestures. The little guy laughed and said, Hairy Ball, you have to remember that you can't just immediately charge over and start beating or killing people. Only barbarians do those things. Hairy Ball immediately stomped and hopped about while shouting Gigi nonstop. This pair of little claws even made some gestures. What it meant was, don't you always do that? You're always so barbarous. The little guy was put in an awkward spot. Then he scratched his head and said, that depends on the situation and who you're up against. Naturally, you need to be uncivilized and violent within the Great Wasteland. Hairy Ball curled its lips to show its disdain. Woo, let me think for a bit. In 2 days, some people from the genius camp are going to come here to display their extraordinary power in order to motivate us. I'll just take care of them at that time, the little guy said. He had received some news a long time ago that during that day, no teachers would come to teach them the bone text, and they would not need to do labor as well. They only had to wait here for the arrival of those geniuses. It was mainly because there were many youths who were dissatisfied these days and felt that they needed some motivation for their cultivation from time to time. It was tough to understand. In addition, the elders' words were very simple. If you're strong enough and your talents are heaven-opposing enough, you can go directly to the genius camp without having to stay here any longer. The reason those geniuses were going to come was naturally to show the difference between them in order to avoid any further complaints. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed by. A group of geniuses appeared between the mountains and rushed of. This group of people were all glowing with health and vigor. All of them were extraordinary, and they were all elites who distinguished themselves within their large clans. They were all highly regarded by the heaven-mending pavilion and was attracted into the school. A group of geniuses whose extraordinary gifts were not only in name, but in reality as well. All of them were extremely powerful. The forest was lush and full of life, and it was dense with spiritual essence. Ancient medicines were rooted within the cracks of the mountain rocks, and this area was extremely auspicious and peaceful. This was the entrance to the disciples' residence. However, this group of geniuses who arrived could not help but frown. Compared to their spiritual land, this place seemed rather poverty-stricken, and the density of the spiritual essence was not comparable at all. This piece of land in particular was especially bare, and there weren't any fine trees growing at all. It lacked propitious vapors, and their areas of residence far surpassed this area. Their cultivation speeds were definitely several times faster as well. At this time, they were all startled inwardly. They definitely could not be eliminated from the genius land, as the outside conditions were too arduous. Comparing the two, it was clear that this school truly treated them geniuses well. Fellow disciples, the reason for our appearance this time is to exchange pointers. Please do not take offense. One of the geniuses carried a smiling expression, and it was like the warmth of sunlight. It gave everyone a warm feeling. Everyone nodded their heads in greeting. He was wearing white clothes, and his stature was rather tall. He appeared to be roughly 14 to 15 years old, and although he was male, he had an outstanding temperament. He was like a charming god, and he continued speaking. Although battles have a beginning and end, it does not distinguish between the noble and lowly. We are fellow disciples, and ought to assist each other. He was modest, and naturally won over everyone's favorable impressions. After all, he was a genius and was a well-known figure even among the geniuses. Senior student, what should we address you as? A new disciple asked. White-clothed senior student is truly handsome. Many of the females began to develop an extraordinary splendor within her eyes as they stared forward. I am called Yufeng, and entered the school a few years before you. We are all fellow students, so in the future, if you need help, look for me. The white-clad Yufeng smiled, and his black hair freely danced about. His gaze contained a bright light. His teeth were extremely white, and his temperament was extremely outstanding. He is Yufeng? Quite a few people cried out in surprise. Within these past few days, a large amount of the new disciples have understood quite a few things. There were quite a few formidable individuals within the students who were a few years older than them, and they were familiar with the majority of them. Yufeng was definitely a strong expert, and he carried a famous reputation. Although he only dueled with others a few times, the ones who lost miserably to him were all genius-level experts, and they were all extremely powerful. Within his generation of disciples, there weren't many who could suppress him. Beside this, he also had a sister, and her name was Yulin. She was as tender and pretty like a flower, and was extremely beautiful. She was a naturally talented young lady, and her name was well known. The white-clad Yufeng, naturally born with charming looks. Upon entering a rainy condition, there are no enemies he cannot withstand. He has the power to strike down the enemies with lightning from the highest of the heavens, and his golden-colored symbols covers the skies. Someone declared a few of his accomplishments, and it immediately made the surrounding people revere. The little guy watched from the side and nodded his head. This Yufeng was quite a character. Soon after, he frowned as he thought for a bit. Wasn't this the supporter of the group who were bullying Qingfeng? However, from the looks of it, an expert at his level should not have any reason to target Qingfeng, but rather that it might have been that those individuals made it up. They simply wanted to recommend and squeeze in one of their own comparatively weaker geniuses. Among the disciples here, are there any who want to challenge us? At this time, another individual spoke out, and he was wearing a gray set of clothes. He was roughly 14 to 15 years old, and his appearance was ordinary. Their purpose for this visit was precisely to reveal their powerful strength and obediently carry out the elders' orders, allowing the new disciples to see just how great of a gap there was between them. "I'll try." A youngster opened his mouth and stepped out from the crowd. He directly challenged the gray-clad genius. With a wung sound, a ray of multicolored light flew past. Symbols interweaved and gathered together into a bright turtle dove. It released its wings as it soared, and while releasing a long cry, it shot towards that genius within the stage. "Yeah, it is actually a precious technique." Everyone was shocked. Precious techniques were rare, and typically, how could disciples who just entered the school comprehend one? Only a hidden and profoundly large clan would have this. That gray-clothed genius stood there motionlessly, and with a simple wave of his hand, a scarlet light flashed. A thick and solid wall appeared in front of him, and was incomparably glaring. This was actually a lofty wall of fire, and was forged from burning flames. It raged and burned fiercely, and stood in the path of the attack. That bright turtle dove wailed, and immediately transformed into ashes. It scattered into a rain of light, and the challenger snorted. He retreated, as he lost. Moreover, he was thoroughly defeated. Everyone was fearful and apprehensive. This was only a single confrontation, and even though that youngster used a rarely seen precious technique, he was still defeated in an instant. Everyone began to revere the gray-clad youth. After seeing that his appearance was ordinary, they never thought that with just a wave of his hand, he would be able to congeal a solid and thick wall of flame and destroy a powerful precious technique. The gray-clad youth did not utter a single word, and retreated a few steps. This was a genius. They could display a powerful might with just a simple action to defeat a powerful new disciple. Shortly after, another individual walked out from the genius camp, and he was rather tall. He was at least 2 meters tall, and his physique was especially robust. Black hair fluttered about his head, and a visible wave of energy was being emitted. "I have already been at this school for 4 years, and have arrived quite a bit before you guys. In addition, I am already 18 this year, so if you feel that it is not fair for me to make any moves, then it is better that you guys just attacked me. I won't retaliate." While he was speaking, his energy was ample, and it was as if a large bell was ringing, shaking the people until their ears were making wung-wung sounds. "This is actually allowed?" Immediately, quite a few people were eager to give it a try. Finally, a youngster walked out, and with a loud shout, symbols began to interweave within his palm. It formed into a lance, and it was completely forged out of symbols. He emitted his fighting aura, and it was rather terrifying. Everyone felt their hearts tremble. Even the people within the genius camp were startled, as within this group of ordinary disciples, there was actually such a formidable person. It really was unexpected, and it was possible that he might not be much weaker than the people within their group by much. "Open!" the youth shouted, and the lance stabbed out like a streak of lightning. All of the power were gathered at a single point, and with a kungchang sound, it emitted a genuine metallic sound. It was incomparably terrifying, and shot towards that tall and well-built genius. All of the people felt their hearts tremble. If this lance was aimed at their own bodies, would they dare to directly resist it? Even a few of the geniuses were feeling anxious, and some were feeling fear. However, that tall genius stood there without moving an inch, and only a layer of golden light enveloped his body. It transformed into a small golden-colored vortex, and rotated about the surface of his body. There was an inexhaustible amount of symbols and was somewhat abnormal. When the point of that lance shot over and neared the surface of his body, the golden-colored vortexes began to rotate even more violently. With a kacha sound, the lance pierced into the center, and was unexpectedly directly shattered, transforming into a rain of light. All of them inhaled a breath of cold air. What type of body-protecting technique was this? Such a domineering and powerful vanishment. It really caused the people to exclaim in admiration. Without a doubt, the challenger was defeated. Senior disciple, what type of technique was that? The little guy's eyes were emitting light, and he shouted out while hiding within the crowd. This is called the golden spiral ripple technique, and emerged from a set of symbols that originated from the body of the golden-winged Pong, said the tall genius truthfully. So powerful. Will we be able to learn it? Many of the new disciples all revealed a hopeful expression. If you guys are able to enter the Sacred Treasury Pavilion, then there are many bone books to choose from within there. At the time, I found a piece of muddy and ash-covered golden bone in a corner, and learned it from that piece of bone. It is a pity that I was only able to find a single text. He did not conceal the truth at all. Although the school's method was not comparable to the symbols originating from the bloodline of the golden-winged Pong, it was still extremely astonishing. If they were able to find the follow-up text within the Sacred Treasury Pavilion, then it would definitely be absolutely terrifying. If there is a chance, I definitely need to find a way to let Harry Ball enter the Sacred Treasury Pavilion. The little guy's large eyes were shining, and his little canines were sparkling and shiny. He was smiling with incomparable happiness. Everyone was yearning for the Sacred Treasury Pavilion that had been collecting bone books since the ancient times until now, and they did not know just how many of them were in there. It was definitely boundlessly wonderful, and it made all of them yearn for it. However, the new disciples all knew that entering it was extremely difficult. They did not know exactly what kind of conditions they had to satisfy in order to obtain such a chance, and all of them were wishing for such a day to arrive sooner. Following that, the geniuses would appear one after another. They were challenged by roughly a dozen new disciples, and without any mishaps, they were all defeated. They were far from being their opponents. Even the silver-gowned Xiao Tian went on the stage, and he was a genius disciple among the newcomers. In the end, they were similarly powerful, and after obtaining a slight advantage, he caused a female disciple to roll and fly. So powerful! Many people cried out in alarm. Xiao Tian heard what was said, and nodded his head in an amiable manner. It really was a promising and brilliant young individual, someone shouted in praise. The silver-gowned youth immediately became stiff, and he felt the veins on his forehead jump. He resisted his impulse and slowly retreated. The little guy laughed. Everyone was in admiration. They finally understood just how great the disparity was, and their road to the genius camp was still very long. The new disciples were no longer willing to enter the stage, because the difference between themselves and the genius camp was simply too great. Although they were outstanding youth specially selected from great tribes, within the heaven-mending pavilion, they really weren't worth much. How about this? We will select a relatively weak disciple from within the genius camp, and everyone can challenge him. A youth opened his mouth and was roughly 11 or 12 years old. He wore a set of blue clothes, and his thick eyebrows and big eyes emitted a frightening aura. One could tell that he was a powerful individual with just a glance. He carried a mocking expression on his face, and beckoned for an individual to come out from within the genius camp, indicating for him to come over. The little guy immediately raised his eyebrows, and his pupils became cold as they emitted terrifying rays of light. Senior Zhou, my body is injured, so I cannot come out right now. Qingfeng's heart shook, and he was extremely weak. On his body were numerous wounds and bruises. Zhou Yuhao laughed and said, "Disciple, don't be so modest. Only by exchanging pointers with others can you improve." His body was extremely sturdy, and his skin was a bronze color. Symbols flashed within his eyes, and although he was laughing, he gave others a warm feeling. However, when he walked over, he grabbed Qingfeng's arm, and with a force like iron pincers, he immediately made Qingfeng feel as if his bones were splitting open. Come, junior disciple, don't always be so bashful. Being within the genius camp all the time won't allow you to encounter any bitter cultivation, and it is best if you often exchange moves with others, Zhou Yuhao shouted, and it seemed as if he was being a good senior disciple. When he lifted up his junior disciple, the spectators could not find a single bit of malicious intent. Only Qingfeng's heart was trembling, and the bones in his arm were about to snap. After being carried over with such force, he really did not want to challenge anyone here. This was because his injuries were truly not light, and the person grabbing him was a completely different person from within the genius camp. Forget it, don't bother Qingfeng anymore. Since his body is unwell, then there is no need for him to battle. Within the genius camp, someone frowned as they spoke. The white-clad Yufeng nodded his head and said, "Let it go." This was because if Qingfeng was defeated by an ordinary disciple, then they would lose face as well. Zhou Yuhao heard what was said, and he smiled. Since it is like this, then allow our genius camp to demonstrate some martial arts. We will show everyone a few clever uses of symbols. Yes, the new disciples replied, and they were immediately joyous. Junior disciple Qingfeng, let us pair up and demonstrate a few usages of symbols towards these junior disciples. Zhou Yuhao sincerely invited. Within Qingfeng's eyes appeared a slight dread, and he began to retreat backwards. Don't worry, there is no need to be shy. We are only practicing martial arts, and it's not like a decisive battle of life and death. Zhou Yuhao walked forward, and already began to take action. Qingfeng braced himself as he had no choice but to fight. Otherwise, his injuries would only worsen. Fellow junior disciples, please watch carefully. This is the usage of an aquatic dragon's symbols, and with just a simple swing, one could emit a powerful hidden force and send your opponent flying. Zhou Yuhao seemed to be extremely focused, and his right hand drew out an elegant trajectory. It was as if an aquatic dragon was moving its tail, and in an instant, it emitted an endless amount of symbols as it struck towards Qingfeng's location. Although Qingfeng did his best to avoid it, his opponent's achievements in symbols surpassed his by too much. With a wave of Zhou Yuhao's palm, an aquatic dragon emitted light and truly appeared. It immediately shot towards Qingfeng. Pong! Qingfeng flew horizontally and heavily fell onto the floor. His sternum was stuck to the ice-cold floor, and it felt as if he was splitting apart as his 5 visceras and 6 bowels ached with sharp pain. Only after a long time did he stand up again, and he knew that he suffered several serious injuries. He wanted to vomit out blood, but he couldn't. It was obvious that the opposing party's technique left everyone speechless. They couldn't see through anything. After a long time, Qingfeng stood up with difficulty, and felt as if his entire body was splitting apart. Junior disciple Qingfeng, nothing is wrong, right? Zhou Yuhao was astonished as he spoke, and then he quickly ran over. He supported Qingfeng up, and shook his head as he said, "Junior disciple, it's not that I'm scolding you, but your body is truly too frail. To want to remain in the genius camp, you truly must work harder." He appeared to be a good senior disciple, and gave the surrounding people good impressions. Qingfeng was finally able to stand up, and a fury burned within his eyes. However, it was difficult for him to take action, and he could only tightly clench his fists. He was clenching them so hard that his fingernails were turning white. "Come, I'll help you circulate your blood essence, and then we can demonstrate another usage of symbols to these junior disciples." Zhou Yuhao loudly spoke. He grabbed Qingfeng's arm, and ferociously used his strength. In that second, it made Qingfeng's blood essence roll over and over. It was incomparably uncomfortable, and once again inflicted wounds on him. "All right, let's demonstrate another usage of symbols." Zhou Yuhao had a smile on his face. Hong! Qingfeng once again flew out and smashed into a patch of trees. He felt that his injuries were worsening, and it was difficult to even budge an inch. "AI, junior disciple, this will not do. You need to work harder, or else it will be hard for you to remain in the genius camp. If there is something that you don't understand while cultivating, you can find me." Zhou Yuhao shook his head and lifted him up. In the distance, the little guy's pupils were flashing with a divine radiance, and his canines began to make grinding noises. It seemed that when Zhou Yuhao lifted Qingfeng up, he once again used his power to injure Qingfeng, and it was absolutely fierce and despicable. "All right, we will end it here." Someone from the genius camp couldn't watch this any longer, and opened his mouth. "Fellow junior disciples, If you have anything you don't understand, you can ask us, said a genius in this way. Okay. 3,000 disciples immediately rushed forward and began to ask all types of questions. Around the white-clad euphone was where the most people gathered, and a large group of young ladies surrounded him. They were chattering continuously and wanted to ask him for guidance. The others were also surrounded densely by people, and the area was overcrowded. Many of the geniuses were being surrounded, including the silver-gowned youth Xiao. The 3,000 disciples asked every type of question possible. They asked for advice on cultivation and asked for secrets within the heaven-mending pavilion. Rumor has it that Shi came too, and so did the emperor's daughter. There were a total of 10 special geniuses that entered the heaven-mending pavilion. So why haven't they appeared? This group is particularly special, and even have an air of an archaic descendant. It is extremely rare for an ordinary person to meet one of these people, and they were led away by an old person. This area was bustling with noise, and all of the geniuses were being surrounded as they patiently answered. A while later, a large chaos erupted in the distance. A blood-curdling shriek ran out, and no one knew what was happening. Everyone turned around and their gazes shot out. They only saw the 100 new disciples who appeared completely startled and were completely stirred up. It seems like someone was being hunted down. What happened? A group of geniuses were astonished. Shortly after, many people arrived, and the miserable screams were divided up. Isn't that Zhou Yuhao's voice? Someone within the genius camp was shocked. Chase after him. Don't let him escape. And get that devilish brat's whereabout from him. The group of people were extremely stirred up. They only saw Zhou Yuhao with his hair disheveled, and his teeth splattered across. He was beaten until he was sent flying by someone, and when he dropped to the floor, he did not dare pause. He immediately got up and began to flee. Unfortunately, he was immersed by the sea of people. What happened? The genius camp was dumbstruck. Find out where that devilish brat's whereabouts are. The little guy immersed himself within the group of people and loudly shouted. That is Zhou Yuhao. What relationship does he have with the devilish brat? The genius camp's people all felt that this was a bit crazy. Zhou Yuhao was so angry that he was vomiting out blood. He was merely joking with the people around him, and said that he knew where the whereabouts of the devilish brat was. In the end, he was smashed in the face by some little thing, and the impact made his face burst open. Blood splashed everywhere, and he was framed into being the devilish brat's accomplice. Following that, the little thing who he didn't even see clearly loudly shouted, and a group of people swarmed over. They were completely stirred up, and held him down as they violently stuck and beat him until even his teeth flew out. I've been beaten until even my blood became moldy. It was a fucking joke. How could that little thing be real? You've handled this too viciously. Zhou Yuhao was driven mad. The heaven-mending pavilion had said in the past that as long as they noticed the devilish brat's whereabouts and had some clues about him, then they would be promoted to a core disciple as long as this information was reported. The reward is truly astonishing, but you guys need to find proof first. I really don't know where the devilish brat is. Zhou Yuhao vomited out blood, and he covered his head and sneaked away like a rat. The large mass of people was extremely stirred up as they charged after him. Even if he was a genius, it didn't matter. The most important thing was that in the very beginning, a little thing beat his face until it blossomed, and as the group of people chased after him, it immediately created a blindly conforming effect. Hundreds of people began to join in. Why is my mouth so lowly? Zhou Yuhao furiously ran, and his heart couldn't help but howl in grief. However, he felt that the little thing was even lower, as how could he do such a thing to him? To seize such an opportunity, it was too lacking in moral sense. What the fuck was this? Zhou Yuhao miserably screamed, and the corners of his mouth were overflowing with blood. His expression was completely pale, and he was running for his life. With so many attacks coming at him, all types of symbols were densely packed as they sparkled with light. Everyone was oppressing and beating him. Geniuses were still human, and as he faced off against 100 of the large tribe's most powerful youths, he couldn't defend himself at all. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose, and his disheveled hair was fluttering about. It was a tragic sight. Typically, he was a noble and untamed steed. He was naturally talented, and would not even care about these ordinary disciples. Although he wouldn't speak words of contempt, he always despised them within his heart. However, now he was being madly beaten. The 100 or so youth who originated from large tribes were all shouting, and they formed into a giant flood as they submerged everything. Zhou Yuhao loudly shouted, "I truly don't know. I have nothing to do with him. Who would believe that? You were just fiercely resisting just now, and even said yourself that you knew where that devilish brat was. Many of us heard you. Furthermore, if it really wasn't you, why do you need to run?" Zhou Yuhao endlessly cursed. "If I didn't run, wouldn't I be beaten to death?" It truly was like jumping into the Yellow River but still unable to clean oneself. "Brothers, catch him. Slowly interrogate him," someone shouted. However, Zhou Yuhao's strength was not just for show, and he dashed left and right. Although he didn't have any way of escaping and was seriously injured, he was still painfully persisting on. Pong! Within the dark, symbols formed into a small palm and directly smashed into his left rib. Zhou Yuhao seemed as if he was struck by lightning, and his entire body felt as if it was collapsing apart. He shouted miserably, as the symbol palm was too terrifying. It immediately made him feel as if his left ribs were shook until they broke. This time he fell onto the floor, and he was instantly drowned out by that group of people. The group of people crazily trampled on him, and he was hugging his head and trying his best to protect his crucial parts. Oh! The cry that Zhou Yuhao emitted was simply not a sound that belonged to humans. It was like a wild beast wailing, and a mouthful of teeth were spouted out. They all fell, and he was powerless as the surrounding people all trampled and smacked him. "No good. If we continue like this, Yuhao will lose his life," someone said in a low voice within the genius camp. Although they were separated by quite a distance, and more than 100 people were blocking their way, they were still able to vaguely see Zhou Yuhao falling. If it continued like this, then he was definitely going to lose his life. This was not just 1 or 2 people taking action, but rather 100 people attacking together. Just from their trampling alone could turn him into meat paste. Hong Long. Symbols flickered, and it sounded like a waterfall. It was deafening, and the 2 people who were normally on the best terms with Zhou Yuhao soared over and attacked in that direction. Using their precious techniques to open up a path, many people were sent flying in an instant. In that split second, there were more than a dozen youth who began to cough blood. They all became unsteady and fell down. In that short period of time, the scenery was peaceful and quiet, and the intimidation effect was achieved. After seeing this, those 2 people relaxed. Their faces were cold and detached, and they immediately charged inside. They once again took action and sent another dozen people flying. "The genius camp is bullying the newcomers. We came from the great tribes. Did we come to the heaven-mending pavilion just to get bullied? Group together. Resist," the little guy loudly shouted within the group of people. In that split second, countless people began to blaze with fury, because they saw for themselves the ruthless actions of those 2 just now. After arriving, they knocked down 20 to 30 new disciples. Their faces carried arrogance and indifference, and this was something that they all witnessed for themselves. "You want to bully us, who have just entered this school? To directly wound us like this, return the stage. Let us support our fellow disciples who were wounded. What is so special about the genius camp? Do you think that you can oppress others just because you arrived earlier? Beat those 2 unbridled fellows." The entire place erupted. This time, it was not just 100 people. Over 10 people ran forward and used an incomparably crazy power to send all types of symbols into the air. They smashed forward. These 2 instantly became scared. Their intimidation unexpectedly failed, and now they were caught up in this tide of people as well. Next to him, all types of multicolored lights flashed, and as they grouped together, they formed an astonishing and terrifying attack. Pew! Soon after, these 2 were beaten until they vomited out blood. Pung pung! In that split second, 2 mysterious palms formed out of symbols appeared, and directly smashed into their bodies. More than 10 of their bones instantly snapped, and the two individuals' fighting abilities steeply declined. They were drowned out by the crowd. The little guy had accomplished his task, and was now retreating. The person who first yelled out was naturally him, and the one who threw a fist first was naturally him as well. The one who inflicted the serious injury at the crucial moment was also, of course, him. Now that Zhou Yuhao's group of 3 were submerged within the flood, he rapidly retreated. He felt rather satisfied, and that he carried out this matter excellently. You 3 should just pray for some stroke of luck to occur. Oh. The 3 were beaten until they wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves, and even when they kneeled and begged for forgiveness, it was useless. The Genius Camp's members frowned. If this continued, it would definitely lead to major trouble. If these 3 individuals weren't crippled, then they were going to die. All of them were watching this, and one of them had already left to look for an elder, while a few others walked forward and took actions collaboratively. They wanted to rescue those individuals. The Genius Camp really are bullies. Just now they were humble and showed their courtesy, but now, it seems as if it were all just pretending. It was all an act, and they are now revealing their fangs and starting a war against us. A loud voice shouted out, and this entire area clamored with noise. The 3,000 new disciples all charged towards this area. Symbols immediately fell down like rain, and sent several of the geniuses flying. The little guy was stunned. He merely pushed them a bit, and never thought that things would blow up like this. Like a wisp of smoke, he fled. The Genius Camp were also angered at this point, and many of them began to emit light from their bodies. They were preparing their powerful precious techniques to sweep away these new disciples, letting them understand who exactly a genius was. Yufeng frowned. If they fought back like this, then it might incur a large-scale conflict. At that time, it was no longer clear who exactly was going to be on the losing end. Although he wanted to stop them, he knew that it was useless. Honglong. Symbols flared up from both sides and erupted like a storm. It directly caused the space around them to explode, forming a powerful wave of radiance that contained enough force to collapse several mountain peaks. Stay your hands! A loud shout rang out, and a bottle gourd appeared in the air. It was a glistening yellow, and was radiating rays of light. Soon after, it began sucking everything in like a whale, and removed all of the surrounding symbols. It completely swallowed up the blazing radiance that could have collapsed a mountain peak, and it all entered that gourd. Everyone was shocked, and they felt a terrifying aura. There was only a single symbol on that gourd, and it endlessly flickered. It was as if it split apart the heaven and earth, and shook all of their hearts. Hidden within was unexpectedly the aura of primal chaos. Finally, the golden-skinned gourd downsized, and the symbols disappeared. It began to spin around until it became the size of a palm, and fell into the hands of an elder. It was precisely that elder who previously sat in front of the mountain gate. Currently, he was carrying a dignified aura, and his expression did not contain the slightest hint of a smile. He shouted in an extremely serious manner, "Everyone who participated in this disturbance today will face the wall in meditation for 3 years." The little guy who had already quickly ran into the distance raised his ears, and after hearing those words, he once again made his way into the crowd. If he suddenly exited the group, then it would be too weird, and so it was still better to follow the large flood. The elder's gaze was intimidating, and it swept over all of the disciples. He sighed inwardly. Recruiting 3,000 disciples at once did indeed create a large problem, and internal strife truly did occur. Soon after, several elders appeared. They were all wiping their cold sweat, especially Xiongfei and Zhuiyun. They were shouting within their hearts. How could another ripple been created when the first one hadn't even settled yet? After recruiting these new disciples this year, there hasn't been a single event that went by smoothly. They began to investigate just what exactly was going on, and in the end, they had absolutely nothing to say. There wasn't any instigator for the chaos, and there were only a few unfortunate people. 90% of the bones in Zhou Yuhao's bones were broken, and the other 2 also suffered serious damage. They were already half crippled, and even if they were nursed back to health with medicine, it would still take several months. Many of the people were following along blindly, and they did not truly cause an insurrection. Why did you claim to know where the little guy was? Elder Zhuiyun pointed at Zhou Yuhao, who was lying on the floor, and he was angry and furious. He completely chewed him out until the words were splitting Zhou Yuhao's head and covering his face. Their shouts were only lacking the 3 words, "serves you right." Zhou Yuhao was filled with grievance, and he felt that he really had a low mouth. However, that little thing who he couldn't see clearly was even lower. He was too lacking in morals. Why did you send your fist over at me with absolutely no reason? Couldn't you at least waited to strike after you finished asking clearly? At the same time, his heart was still doubting. How could he, a genius, be punched in the face until his face blossomed by a little thing, and almost be knocked unconscious? He didn't even have any way of evading it. The only thing was, he was too embarrassed to ask this question, as he was scared of the humiliation. There wasn't a specific instigator for this event, and naturally no one had to face a wall in meditation for 3 years like the golden-skinned gourd elder claimed. Therefore, he directly left. You all are truly infuriating, Elders Xiongfei and Zhuiyun roared. Only after quite a while did they finally retract their demonic dog methods, and left in extreme anger. The crisis gradually calmed down. The little guy batted his eyes at Qingfeng, who was in the distance, and he carried a smile on his face. Qingfeng's mouth was completely round, and he almost shouted out. This entire disturbance was caused by Little Big Bro? This was simply too frightening. The males and females who rushed over were all at least 20 years old. They had already been within the heaven-mending pavilion for over 8 years, and their strength were astonishing. They were in charge of the aftermath of the crisis. While they explained to everyone the regulations of the heaven-mending pavilion, they treated the injured at the same time. Senior disciple, do you know what kind of treasure that gourd in the elder's hand was? It really is effective. Where did he obtain it from? The little guy moved up and asked. Little fatty, you are curious about everything. Those are things that you don't need to be concerned about. To even ask about where such an item was obtained from, were you actually planning to pluck off another one? Said a rather good-natured senior disciple. If there really are those kind of gourds, I would definitely also pick one. They really are just too useful, the little guy said, making his seniors all gag at him. Several pretty girls gently laughed from the side and covered their mouths with their hands. Among them, one of the pretty seniors laughed and said, Little fatty, don't think so much. That is our heaven-mending pavilion's treasure, and was obtained from our guardian spirit. Do you still dare to pluck one? Ah! The little guy was immediately shocked. It turns out that the heaven-mending pavilion was a gourd vine. It really was too mysterious. The crisis quieted down, and several days passed. There wasn't anyone else who bothered Qingfeng, and he was allowed to peacefully cultivate. This allowed the little guy to relax a bit, and he decided to take a stroll around to familiarize himself with the heaven-mending pavilion. This region was truly extremely boundless, and there were more than 100 spiritual mountains within the cultivation grounds. As for the elders and the higher class, each and every one of them occupied a grand and ancient mountain. Furthermore, there were still many mysterious areas, and it was just like the original wasteland. Disciples were not allowed to come near, and was even more vast. That area is the holy institution. The little guy looked into the distance, and saw a vast and obscure area of land, and a mist of primal chaos was surging about violently. There's someone here. Right at that moment he became astonished. That holy institution was enshrouded within propitious vapors, and not even the buildings were visible. He could only see a single road, and it led into the extremity of the primal chaos. On top of that road was a youth, and his steps were firm and resolute. He was walking forward step by step, and gave people an indescribable type of feeling. It was as if the heaven and earth blended together, and were combined into an integral whole as it resonated with that great road. However, while he walked on that road, although he was advancing forward, that road seemed as if it had no limit and continued on endlessly. Shuri, the little guy spoke in a soft voice. He believed that individual was definitely that powerful Shuri, and he was an existence that was similar to a god. He continuously walks forward, and seems like he had already walked for many days. However, in the end, he was still unable to reach the end of the road. The little guy pondered over this, as this sacred institution was indeed mysterious. That area was a boundless, and if you took out that strip of road, then there was only the primal chaos. It wasn't clear where the road led to, and it was evident that Shuri had been on this road all along. He seemed to be moving forward, but from start to finish, he hadn't taken many steps. This road is truly not simple. I could feel a sort of rumbling sound all the way from over here. While walking on that road, although he hasn't entered the ancient sacred institution, these types of conditions will still grant major benefits. The little guy spoke to himself, and after pondering for a while, he felt that he had to work harder. Otherwise, he really would be shaken off by Shuri. Can I really walk down that path into the primal chaos of the ancient sacred institution? The little guy muttered to himself, then quickly shook his head. From his understanding today, he already knew that this holy institution couldn't be randomly opened. Having it open for one person in over 10 years was pretty good already. However, this time the heaven-mending pavilion already picked Shuri to enter. No one else would have the opportunity to enter again. Despite the fact that the elders of the sacred land had said that, as long as someone had an outstanding performance with extraordinary natural gifts, they would have the opportunity, these were only words of encouragement. Ancient sacred institution, the little guy said out loud before turning around with determination. A young man was advancing down that path. He had the reputation of an existence equal to a god within his age group. It was as if the heaven and earth blended together as large amounts of divine voices echoed outwards. It seemed like the ancient gods were chanting. The little guy did not allow himself to become distressed, and quickly ditched this matter from his mind. He grabbed Harry Ball by the tail, then slipped away into a mysterious area like a thief. Although it was currently deep into the night, the surrounding scenery was all clearly visible. This was an extremely large courtyard with all kinds of growing vegetation. There was also a little stream flowing underneath the bridge, as well pavilions everywhere. There was a certain characteristic to these structures, and they were all very old-fashioned. The bridge and the pavilions all seemed as if they could collapse at any moment, since they haven't been repaired for thousands of years. The vegetation was still growing, but this arched bridge and other structures seemed like something that had existed since ancient times, and was already on the verge of collapsing. He quietly tiptoed inside while grabbing Harry Ball by the tail. Harry Ball's large pair of eyes swiveled and turned. It was not angry after being grabbed by the tail. Like the little guy, it was curious as well, and it surveyed this entire place. This was the most mysterious place in the heaven-mending pavilion, and it occupied from 10 to 100 li. It was the huge ancient courtyard where the guardian spirit lived in seclusion. Normally, no one dared to venture inside. This was because of the fact that they had all been warned before. There was no one guarding this place, because such a thing was absolutely unnecessary. Would the heaven-mending pavilion's guardian spirit need protection from humans? The guardian spirit was the one that guarded this entire sacred land. Master Guardian Spirit, I've come here harboring a heart full of reverence. Wasn't it rumored that some fated disciples could obtain your guidance? With a devout mind, I have come here to ask for your guidance. The little guy muttered as he swept his gaze around this entire place. He was searching the ground for some spirit medicine. Harry Ball's little nose was constantly breathing in as his eyes shone and surveyed in every direction. How could the place where the guardian spirit is staying be so empty? They walked inside, and the further they walked in, the more amazed they were. The amount of vegetation decreased, and the ground became even more barren until not an inch of grass grew. When the little guy arrived here, he felt the divine light within his body explode forth and started to shine. Strands of essence energy were leaving his body as all kinds of mysterious patterns appeared on the ground. Harry Ball cried out in fear as well. It struggled free from the little guy's hands, and scuttled onto his shoulders while exposing its frightful expression. The little guy sucked in a breath of cold air. He finally understood why this place was so empty. There was a demonic power that drew out the energy from the earth and deprived this entire place of life. It was strange that he only felt it after entering this region. If he backed off just a bit, he would not feel that kind of power anymore. What happened to the heaven-mending pavilion's guardian spirit? Is there something wrong with it? The little guy was constantly bewildered as he carefully paced forward. The barren land ahead of him was like a desert. It seemed as if he arrived at a great desert, since there was only sand and stone here. It was incredibly quiet, and the sound of his footsteps were able to transmit very far away. Guardian Spirit, I'm here show my worship for you. Doesn't every disciple have a chance? You can't make a mistake, the little guy garrulously muttered. He was genuinely curious as he walked inside even further. This quiet and silent place was incredibly desolate and remote. He advanced over 10 li, and his entire body shined like a sun as symbols densely covered his body. They were constantly protecting him from the demonic power. So powerful, it absorbed the energy of the courtyard here and devoured the essence of the heavens as well. Is the guardian spirit cultivating some type of mysterious technique? He muttered to himself. When he lifted his head, he was able to see strands of divine light pouring down from the sky. The stars and the silver moon in the sky all sprinkled down a silver radiance. It was as if silver raindrops were falling into the abyss of the desert. He was finally drawing near. There were signs of vegetation that appeared after the little guy arrived in front of an ancient courtyard. This was a courtyard within a courtyard, and walls surrounding it. The passage of time had left this entire place riddled with many scars. The doors had rotted a long time ago, and the walls were full of ordinary vines. There were no spirit medicines, nor were there any precious trees growing here. There was only the most ordinary of vegetation here. How come the essence energy here is not deprived? The little guy was amazed since this courtyard was truly ancient. There was only a single stone remaining, and all the structures had collapsed with vines overrunning them. Sprinkles of light descended into the courtyard. These ordinary plants had received some of this benefit. As a result, they flourished extravagantly, and this place did not become a desert. This looks like the courtyard of an ancient family. The little guy noticed the abnormality after entering, and revealed a surprised expression. There were 3 layers to this courtyard. Drizzles of light flourished within the rear courtyard as a skyful of moonlight descended into it. The guardian spirit was clearly over there. The little guy crossed this place and discovered that all of the houses here had already collapsed and were buried beneath the weeds. Even that arch bridge made of rocks was collapsed with vines running all over it now. The more he looked, the more he felt as if this was the residence of an ancient family. Finally, he approached the rear yard and became extremely nervous. When he arrived, the essence energy inside his body was no longer being drained, and instead, an indescribable reverence overcame him. Respects to the guardian spirit. He spoke when he was very far away. Then he softly and quietly entered the rear yard. This is... He finally understood. A shocked expression spilled out of the little guy's eyes as he faced something he could never have imagined. Endless drizzle of light sprinkled here, making silver splendor evaporate into the air. It made this place appear holy and auspicious. A plant which was precisely the heaven-mending pavilion's guardian spirit grew there. It was completely different from what he had imagined. It wasn't resplendent nor was it green. It was yellow and sickly, as if it was about to wither away. This was a gourd vine that crawled over a pile of stones. There was no splendor nor divine light coming from it. It was simply yellow and withered. It was not very big at all, with a length of 5 to 6 meters. Its leaves were sparse, as if autumn had arrived to suck away its life force. The dried-up vine only had a bit of its life force left. It was surrounded by yellow leaves, and even the light rain that filled the skies could not cure its condition. The starlight and moonlight was resplendent as they poured down, making this entire rear yard appear like a vast expanse of whiteness. They poured into the vine, but it still appeared low-spirited like before, and was seriously lacking in life force. This was the guardian spirit of the heaven-mending pavilion, an ancient vine that lived for countless years. It made people's heart tremble even though it already looked weak and sick. It seemed to have reached its twilight years, yet it still had an indescribable might like a god. This should not really be a god, right? The little guy muttered to himself in his heart. He shut his mouth and did not speak it out. An unknown amount of time had passed before he finally managed to speak again. He repeated those words he had spoke earlier while he walked over. His large black eyes shot sneaky glances at the vine to see its reaction. The quiet and soundless ancient vine seemed like it had lost its life force. There's another gourd. Under the cover of the yellow leaves hid another green gourd. It was similar in size to the glistening yellow gourd that the old elder of the heaven-mending pavilion had. They were both the size of a palm, but their colors were different. The little guy's large eyes stared perfectly round as he discovered that this gourd was very magical. The more he looked at it, the more fearful he became. It seemed as if it contained a world inside of it, and could oppress him whenever it wanted to. Furthermore, the aura of primal chaos that lingered around that area seemed to be bottled up within the gourd. Harry Ball obediently laid on his shoulders. It was rare to see the creature not daring to move a single inch. In reality, it was the same as the little guy. It wanted to take this gourd away so much, only it was something that he could say, but could not do. It seems like this is a pretty good place for cultivation, the little guy muttered. He sat around and allowed the light rain scatter onto him. After he received a part of it, his entire body relaxed, and symbols began to resonate. He stole a glance at the guardian spirit, only to find that the vines were motionless. Its leaves were quiet without any reactions at all. "Uncle Guardian Spirit, you're not against me cultivating here, right?" the little guy asked, then quickly added, "Are you hurt? I know of a willow tree that suffered a far worse injury than you. Its entire body was barren, and only one of its branches remained, but it was still able to once again revive." The little guy wanted to be friends with it. However, after he spoke, the vine still remained motionless. It was not injured by any external forces. It was only because it had lived a long life and had exhausted too much of its life force. As long as there is hope in your heart, even if the entire world is lost, you can still live wonderfully. "I'm rooting for you, Uncle." The little guy waved little fist. He stole another glance with his large eyes and found the guardian spirit still did not have any reactions. He could not help but let out a long sigh before muttering, "It's sleep? Fine then, I won't be courteous and cultivate here." The little guy visualized the true primordial record in his heart, and carefully examined the mysterious usage of the symbols that was recorded on there. He sat beneath the vines of the gourd while remaining very solemn. He quickly settled himself in place. A gentle breeze blew past, and the yellow leaves swayed. The entire gourd vine gently swayed as silver drizzles of light sprinkled down. It made this entire place appear especially holy and auspicious. Without knowing how much time had passed, the little guy continued to comprehend the true primordial record until he faintly heard a large cry. He suddenly opened his eyes to find the green gourd was moving. There was an ancient symbol flickering on top of it, accompanied with an aura of primal chaos that made it appear especially mysterious. He was alarmed. He wanted to see the symbols clearly, but after continuously trying, he still failed. It was simply impossible to see it clearly. He calmed his mind once again, and noticed that on the area where the symbols flickered, the heaven and earth was rumbling. He discovered that it was much easier to comprehend than the true primordial records. The little guy became excited. This was truly an exceptional place. In the depths of the night, there was not a sound to be heard. The little guy woke up after settling down for a while. He knew that he should leave, and should return during the night. When he left, he was startled. Could this really have been an ancient household, and this gourd vine was planted by those people? Could it be that it never wanted to leave this place? After seeing this ruined courtyard and desolate place, a strange feeling overcame him. Over 10 li around this area became a desert, and only this place was the same as before where ordinary grass still grew. Was the guardian spirit deliberately preserving this place to make it look like it had been in the distant past? Was it reminiscing or thinking back to something? The little guy felt that this guardian spirit had its own story. Finally, he paid respects to the rear courtyard behind him once again, then turned around and left. He decided that he would come back tomorrow night. As soon as he stepped out from the courtyard, the little guy suddenly became horrified, and he took a few steps back. Harry Ball was screeching non-stop too as all of the hairs over its body became erect. The little guy widened his large eyes and stared forward. Outside the gates, there was an elder with a full head of gray hair and an empty pair of eyes. His head was stabbed through by an ancient sword mottled with rust. His arms were hanging down, and his half-a-foot-long fingernails were pitch black and absolutely terrifying. His clothes were incredibly ancient. It looked exactly the same as the styles in ancient books, and made people's hairs stand up. Was this an ancient person? He did not breathe, nor did he have a pulse. There wasn't a single trace of life force on him anymore. He only stood there as his two empty eyes that seemed like two black holes terrified everyone. "Senior, you're blocking my way," the little guy spoke. Soundlessly and breathlessly, this elder disappeared like he had never appeared before. However, the little guy felt his back turn cold. Then he suddenly turned around, and his scalp instantly became numb. In addition, Harry Ball was even more scared to the point that it jumped up and down on the little guy's shoulders, because this gray-haired elder was behind the little guy. He was practically sticking onto the little guy's back. The little guy's hairs stood erect, and he could not help but take a step back. Shwa! This elder disappeared soundlessly and breathless once again. This time, he did not appear behind him, and instantly appeared between the courtyard's ruined walls. Furthermore, it emitted some woo-woo sounds like it was crying. It was too fast. It simply seemed to appear out of nowhere as it recreated its body. This scene was absolutely horrifying. He lacks life, and the life force within his body was broken. How can he still behave like this? The little guy took a step back. Oh! His forehead was penetrated by an ancient sword as his disheveled hair swayed back and forth. It even seemed like it went to the rear courtyard and stood by the guardian spirit while constantly crying. Then it finally appeared in front of the little guy again to block his way. The little guy's scalp became numb. What exactly was the motive behind this elder who lacked life by obstructing him? This made every hair on his body stand up. Dark bloodstains seeped between his gray hair, and had already dried up a long time. The hilt of the ancient sword that was originally incomparably sharp now had thoroughly rusted. It was difficult to imagine just how many years it had experienced. "Uncle, why are you blocking me? If something is wrong, just say it," said the little guy. Harry Ball directly hid behind his back with its pair of large eyes swiveling about. It nervously grabbed his hair, and was scared that elder would suddenly attack. Without a single word or breath, this elder stayed fixated his position without any type of response. His face was like a wooden idol, and his eyes were empty as he blocked the path. When the little guy saw this, he ignored the elder, and walked towards the side with the intention of detouring around him. With a schwa sound, the elder formed directly appeared in front of him out of nowhere to block House path once again. "Uncle, are you going to be reasonable? If you have something to say, then just say it. Stop scaring me." The little guy made a bitter expression, and began to take precautions. This was simply too strange. Why did such a lifeless elder appear? Why did he continue to block him? It really was meeting a ghost while still alive. One has to understand that this was the resting place of a guardian spirit. How could an existence like this, who was neither a human nor a ghost that wore ancient clothing, be here? It made people scared and upset. Suddenly, the little guy turned around and quickly returned to the courtyard. With a so sound, he rushed into the rear courtyard. The guardian spirit was here. Could it be that the gray-haired elder could still go against the heavens? If even the ancient sacred land's calabash vine could not make the elder yield, then he really would be at his wit's end. From start to finish, the little guy never made a single move, because he felt that this was simply too strange. This seemingly half-man, half-ghost existence could possibly be extremely dangerous, and it was still better to not provoke it. In the rear courtyard, the calabash vine was still as dried up and yellow as before. After receiving the heavenly splendor and moonlight's baptism, This area became hazy and gentle. Uncle Guardian Spirit, another uncle came. You should chat a bit with him. Otherwise, he'll keep blocking me and prevent me from leaving. The little guy arrived beneath the calabash vine. He was hoping that the Guardian Spirit would give him some kind of response. This place was also a part of the sacred land, so it should care. However, he was disappointed because the dried-up vine remained motionless, and its yellow leaves were drab. It did not show the slightest bit of reaction. The gray-haired elder also closed in, and he still stood opposite of him like before. It blocked his path while staring at him with his empty pupils. The little guy anxiously rushed on top of a pile of rubble, with the intention of disturbing that green gourd from on top of that vine's frame in order to awaken that guardian spirit. Just when he was about to draw near, that green-skinned gourd began to emit the aura of primal chaos. It created an ear-splitting noise and prominently formed a symbol. Terrifying and extremely intimidating waves of aura were emitted, and an indescribable ripple forcefully made the little guy retreat. Symbols interweaved and linked in countless ways. Moreover, the aura of primordial chaos grew thicker. It enveloped the green-skinned gourd, and it was as if he arrived at a point in the time when the world was being created. The mist here was hazy, and lightning interweaved within this area. At the same time, the gray-haired elder's body shook, and emitted a sound from his mouth. "Give my sword back." In the depth of the night, the little guy felt a chill crawl down his spine. Give what sword back? There was indeed one here, but it was pierced through that elder's skull. How does someone give that back? Uncle, the sword is in your head. The elder seemed as if he didn't hear what was said, and continued to stare at the little guy as before while speaking. Give my sword back. The little guy was startled and doubtful at the same time. Could it be that it wanted his help to pull out the sword? He opened his mouth and asked, "How do I return it? How about you lower your head, and I'll pull it out for you?" Chong the ancient sword unexpectedly emitted a shrill sound, and a black-colored bloodstain appeared at that location. The elder once again shook, and muttered, "Give my sword back." He blocked the little guy's path and repeated that sentence. Sure how did not know what to do, and in the end, the little guy was pressured into extreme anxiousness. "Okay, in the future, I'll help you find it and give your sword back." When this sentence was spoken, the heaven and earth lost its color, and the sound of winds abruptly stirred. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the elder instantly vanished and disappeared without a trace. The little guy felt cold air over his back. This was simply too shocking. Such an event stirred up within the guardian spirit's resting place, yet Calabash Vine did not show the slightest bit of a reaction. Could it be that these two were related? Where did he come from? And how could he be so weird? The little guy was truly frightened, and ran away like a wisp of smoke. Without turning around a single time, he escaped from the guardian spirit's resting place. Harry Ball was extremely nervous, grabbed his collar, and hung from his body like a koala. The wind made hoo-hoo sounds, and its body even began to float up and down. It followed behind him as he quickly escaped. The heaven-mending pavilion was extremely large. It was vast and boundless, and the little guy instantly ran out over 10 li, and finally broke away from the guardian spirit's resting ground. He turned his head around, and saw the bright moon shining cleanly. The sky full of stars flickered, and this entire large area of land was silent. That elder had finally disappeared. Go! He once again began to run away. Along the way, the spiritual mountains were towering and majestic. Under the silver moonlight, they all seemed to be enshrouded in a thin natural layer of hazy smoke. Palace halls sat on them one after another, and rain was scattering above the mountain tops. They were spotlessly white like whips, and mists were rising about. Under the water moonlight, this entire land appeared unreal and illusory, as if they arrived at a fairyland. They had crossed 100 li until the little guy finally returned to his residence. It was extremely late into the night, and the other disciples had long fallen asleep. He stealthily sneaked into his own thatched hut and lied down to sleep. After experiencing such tormenting, he did not want to recall what just happened. He wanted to forget it as quickly as possible and enter his land of dreams. Harry Ball was of the same opinion. He glanced out the window and nervously trembled. He immediately covered his eyes and hid behind the little guy before falling asleep. A few days passed in succession, and everything was very normal. The little guy began to relax, because there weren't any more issues in the end. However, he did not return to the guardian spirit's area, since he was scared of seeing a ghost. During these next few days, he was extremely obedient and honest. During the night in particular, he did not leave his home. He only sat on top of his roof in order to absorb heavenly essence. He refined the heavenly splendor and slept when he became tired. On the 6th night, the little guy suddenly felt the hairs on his body stand up. He immediately sat up and shouted, "Ghost!" He did not know when that gray-haired elder arrived, but he was standing in front of his bed. The empty pupils stared at him in a daze, and black blood dripped from his head. That ancient sword was emitting an murderous aura. In this dead of the night, this yelling sound transmitted far into the distance. The nearby disciples were all alarmed, and a group of people all woke up and rapidly sat up. The sleeping Harry Ball naturally also jumped to his feet after hearing this shout. All of the hair on his body explosively stood up, and it muddle-headedly jumped up from the little guy's pillow. Pong! It instantly jumped on top of that elder's head, and grabbed onto that gray-haired elder's hair. It happened to stare directly into those two empty eyes, and immediately shrieked miserably. It was immediately became frightened, and scuttled away. It climbed onto the top of his head, and then dropped down to his shoulders. In the end, it rolled its eyes and almost fainted. The little guy's entire body was crawling with cold air, and instantly leapt up as well. He grabbed Harry Ball's tail, and smashed through the window as he charged out while carrying Harry Ball. The activity here was rather great, and alarmed many people. Many lights within the houses lit up. What is it? Who is yelling ghost? What happened? Who was it? Why make so much noise in the middle of the night and disturb our rest? Many people rushed out in search of the noise's origin. Over here, everyone hurry over. Let me introduce a new friend to you guys. The little guy shouted loudly. His voice was powerful and calm, and wanted to give everyone a nice surprise. That gray-haired elder was like an apparition, and was wordless and uncommunicative. He had already arrived in front, and stared blankly at him. If it really was a ghost, then with 3,000 youth grouped together and a positive energy that overflowed the heavens, would it still not be able to scare you away? This was what the little guy was thinking, and of course, he wanted to gather everyone with the intention of letting them get to know this strange uncle. "Way, what are you shouting about?" A group of youth charged over, and looked at him strangely while completely ignoring the gray-haired elder. The little guy was dumbstruck and said, "You guys are all so brave. You aren't scared at all. So weird. What are you talking about?" A few of the youth were dissatisfied. That pretty girl in particular whose skirt the little guy messed with was scowling. She bent her small waist and said, "What are you playing at? Are you just messing with everyone, right?" The little guy became stupid. Could it be that this group of people couldn't see the gray-haired elder? This was too terrifying, and a layer of cold goosebumps appeared over his body as he said, "Can you guys not see? He's right in front of me. An old man with a pair of empty eye socket. His head has a sword stabbed into it, and it's dripping with black blood. You lack moral sense. To scare us so late into the night." That pretty girl scowled at him, and the others were all discontent. "I'm not Aya. It's a ghost." The little guy miserably screamed. This uncle was getting closer and closer, almost as if he was going to stick to him. He was full of energy. After shouting that loud, naturally he startled everyone. In that brief period of time, another 100 people arrived here. They looked at him with strange expressions. There really is an uncle here. Black blood is even dripping down onto his face. You guys can't see it. The little guy was getting anxious. In the end, more than 100 people were gathered here, and they were all pointing their fingers in blame. They were extremely resentful towards him, because he disturbed them from their rest. Dang! The little guy became nervous, and suddenly jumped up. His finger softly tapped on top of that sword and created a vibrato sound. That originally clamoring courtyard immediately became silent. All of them became stupid, and they all couldn't help but become terrified. However, a large portion of them quickly came back to reality, and someone shouted, "Who are you trying to scare? Do you think that you can use a trick to scare all of us?" With a sound, the little guy rushed over, and the gray-haired elder naturally followed to once again blocking his way. "If you guys don't believe me, then you guys come and touch it," shouted the little guy. "I don't believe in demons." That girl who was always scowling walked over, and several others followed as well. In that instant, they felt as if they touched a cold and bone-chilling ice sculpture. It completely terrified them, and they immediately retracted their hands before shouting out loudly, "Ghost!" It was obvious that they couldn't see anything, yet they were able to feel it. It made the group of youth horrified, and several of them began to trip over one another while retreating. "Ah!" That pretty girl was screeching even more, and frantically scrammed. She stepped over many youths who had fell, and completely vanished like a wisp of smoke. The little guy squeezed into the group of people, and immediately made the youth wail like ghosts and howl like wolves. Many of the people personally touched it and became extremely terrified. They all madly ran away in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 people vanished. The entire area became empty, and the little guy stared blankly. This was too fast, right? This area of the mountains were in a state of complete disorder. All of the houses began to light up, and the 3,000 or so new disciples were all alerted. 1 spread to 10, and 10 spread to 100. Soon after, everyone became aware of the situation. In that instant, the little guy's surroundings became quiet. The people near the areas that he passed all scampered away and vanished. "Quickly report it to an elder." Recently, Xianxia, Zhuiyun were extremely exhausted. After so many things happened, these two were both in terrible shapes. Even their sleeps had been unpeaceful. After a rare few days of peace, they were thinking that there shouldn't be any more problems. However, during the middle of this night, a group of children were loudly shouting under their spiritual mountains. What happened now? The two felt a sense of powerlessness. "Elders, there's a ghost." His forehead that has been pierced by an ancient sword, and black blood flowed out. An elder with long disheveled hair appeared. A youth was loudly shouting, "What?" Xianxia and Zhuiyun's expressions immediately changed, and rushed down their spiritual mountain. They grabbed a child's arm, and began to question him with an incomparably loud and strict voice. These youth quickly explained what they had encountered. Xianxia and Zhuiyun's faces were pale, and even their lips were trembling. They seemed as if they were going to run away. "Elders, what happened? You should go and take a look. Since the ancient past, it would appear once every few hundred years. As long as it appeared, many people would die," Elder Zhuiyun said in a trembling voice. When the group of children heard this, they immediately became extremely scared. They all retreated step by step, and were all incomparably nervous. Their entire bodies were trembling, and even their scalps were turning numb. Additionally, something completely unexpected happened. Elders Xianxia and Zhuiyun did not pay attention to them and quickly ran. In the blink of an eye, they left without a trace. Were there really irresponsible elders like this who ran for their lives first? "You guys wait here, we'll go find our seniors." Fortunately, the wind carried over voices of these two individuals. The mountain area exploded. This was a supernatural existence that had existed since ancient times, and there was still explanation for it now. What was going on? For them to actually encounter it now. All of them were fearful and afraid, and they all sympathized with that unfortunate child. It was obvious that the existence was fixated onto him. Many of them gathered their courage and walked into the distance. They headed towards that courtyard, and they couldn't help but be flabbergasted. What was this fellow doing? He was so brave. After being woken up, the little guy slowly snapped back to reality. He no longer feared, and directly jumped towards the gray-haired elder's body, and rode on his neck. In his hands were held a limestone, and he continuously used force to smash downwards. It wasn't clear whether he was trying to smash apart the brain, or to break apart that ancient sword. He noisily shouted, "Return your sword, I'll dig it out for you. Stop following me. You really are annoying me to death." At the same time, a second echoed out of nowhere, and an elder appeared in the distance with a glistening yellow gourd filled with the aura of primal chaos in hand. Furthermore, the long cries rose and fell in succession in the distance, as all of the experts who were cultivating on the grand and imposing mountains were alarmed. The upper levels of the heaven-mending pavilion were shaken, and all left their positions to head towards this location. Dang, dang! The little guy smashed downwards with all his might, but his arms were hurting. For his 100,000 gene of divine strength contained within one hand, this was simply unimaginable. On the ground, there were powdered rocks formed from the falling pieces of a smashed limestone. He directly jumped down and carried over a copper cauldron from within the courtyard. He once again sat on the elder and used his strength to pound and smash downwards. This area was just like forged iron, and with Xianxia sounds, sparks flew everywhere. Regardless of whether it was that skull or the ancient sword, they both did not move in the slightest. They were not damaged at all and were extremely terrifying. The little guy scratched his head in puzzlement. This was simply too sturdy. With a wave of both of his arms, it carried a powerful force, yet it unexpectedly did not make the slightest dent. It made dang-dang sounds, and as sparks flew outwards, it didn't even shake in the slightest. "Uncle, the sword on your head must be a precious artifact. It is too sturdy. If I pull it out, do I really have to return it to you?" The little guy's saliva flowed out. In the distance, a group of youth saw his posture. Although they couldn't see the elder, they still understood what he was trying to do, and all of them were dumbstruck. This little thing was too brave, right? Moreover, he actually wanted to keep this ancient sword for himself? What kind of person was this, to not even care about one's own life and think about precious artifacts? The little guy naturally still hadn't heard about the rumors, and he did not know about the strange phenomenon that continued until this day. He continuously used his strength smash downwards, and wasn't scared of anything as he tried to pull out the sword. "Aya! The group of old men are all coming. It truly is unfortunate." The little guy turned his head, and noticed an animal hide flickering with light. An ancient horn was also flickering, and a wooden vine was suffused with multicolored lights as a group of elders flew over. The elder at the very front had appeared in the past, and was known as Tao Yi. In his hand was a yellow gourd. It was filled with the aura of primal chaos, and it seemed as if it contained the heaven and earth as he rushed over. The little guy did not want to draw attention to himself. Otherwise, his identity would most likely be revealed and be exposed. However, he had no way of getting rid of this elder with the sword pierced through his skull. When the group of people arrived close, they were all stupefied. Who was this child? A god? What was he doing? Smashing downwards while sitting on top of that existence's neck? It shocked them until their eyes were going to pop out from their sockets. This simply made them too speechless. It actually dared to take action against an ancient deity. Is something wrong with my eyes? Or did I arrive at the wrong place? Who is that child? He is too daring, right? Since ancient times, countless years have passed, yet they had never heard of this kind of disrespect. This was the first time they saw such a rotten and violent child. A group of arrived nearby and descended within the courtyard. The little guy was incomparably alert and said, "What are you guys trying to do?" While speaking, he was hugging that sword while sitting on that gray-haired elder's back, and was not willing to come down. The group of people were instantly stunned. "We came here to save you. How did it end up looking like we were the bad guys?" Moreover, what made them speechless was that this child was hugging the sword. No matter how they looked at it, it was as if he was protecting it. Could it be that he wanted the sword for himself? "That sword you are hugging." One of the elders spoke out. "Mine, it's mine. I got it first." The little guy hugged the ancient sword, and seemed to be on his guard. The group of people did not know whether to laugh or cry. This child was going against the heavens. You actually dare to try and take this item? It truly caused the people to be at a loss for words. Ku. The elder with the gourd in his hands coughed and said, I think you are misunderstanding. We don't want that sword, and came to rescue you. Then you guys just have to say it. The little guy stayed vigilant with one hand on the ancient sword and the other holding a cauldron. He continued to smash downwards, and it looked as if he was trying to get the job done as quickly as possible. The heaven-mending pavilion's group of people did not know whether to laugh or cry. This type of outrageous child really was rarely seen. Why did this style seem to be somehow familiar? Stop hitting it. No one is stealing from you. Elder Xianxia's expression was deathly white, and he quickly stopped him. However, that rotten brat did not pay any attention to him, and used all of his strength to swing that copper cauldron. He kept smashing downwards until the entire sky rang with noise. He saw that all of the people there had their hearts alarmed and their bodies leaping. This little brat was too violent, and his strength was astonishing. Elder Zhuiyun's expression was ashen, and he quickly explained the ancient and strange phenomenon to him. He told him that this was an unsolved mystery, and that its shadow loomed around to this day. What? Each time it appears, a large group of people would die, especially geniuses. The little guy became stupefied, and the copper cauldron in his hand dropped to the ground with a dang sound. Afterwards, he directly jumped off and ran over to their side. With a so sound, he directly clung onto Elder Zhuiyun's body and hugged him to the point where he wouldn't let go even if he died. Child, what are you doing? Why are you clinging to me? Elder Zhuiyun's face became pale. According to legends, upon making contact with the taboo, even an elder would die. I'll give you that sword, Elder, save me ya. The little guy swung from his body. I don't want it. Zhuofei's face was pale. What was he supposed to do here? He couldn't say that he was scared, right? This was in front of 3,000 youths' faces. The little guy saw the color leaving his face, and he became doubtful. He then directly clung onto the back of Elder Xianxia and hugged his neck with no intention of letting go. Guardian spirit, save me. Elder Xianxia's face became green. How could this rotten brat be so fast? It actually changed to his body, and he felt a wave of dread within his heart. Moreover, he felt as if there was an ice-cold corpse standing in front that was staring at him. Elder, don't move. Your head is almost touching his face. The little guy warned. Heavens! Xianxia was shocked and scared. He continuously cursed within his heart. How could this damn brat be so unrestrained? Was the body of an elder something that you could randomly climb around on? He was inwardly screaming, someone save me please. You have to understand that this strange existence was reputed as a death god. Once it fixed its attention on someone, then that person would most likely have no routes of life left. From ancient times until now, it would appear once every 100 years. If one could not satisfy his conditions, and instead came into contact with it, then it would inevitably lead to death. Disperse. There isn't much to see here. Elder Tao Yi with the golden gourd in his hand spoke, and ordered the 3,000 new disciples to leave. Bring him to the ancient palace. Another upper-level character opened his mouth, and wanted to bring the little guy into an important area within the heaven-mending pavilion. Elder Xianxia was grinding his teeth like a beggar. This rotten brat was hanging from his body without leaving. How were they supposed to carry him away? In front of him blocked the corpse of an ancient ancestor. Elder, if you walk this way, then you'll be fine, the little guy suggested. Xianxia wanted to persuade him to get down in an amiable manner, but instead, he revealed an expression that was even uglier than a crying face as he said, Can you get off? Impossible. I am scared of death the most. The little guy squeezed his neck even tighter. Those two arms together totaled to 200,000 to 300,000 gene of strength. Before he even used that much strength, he almost cut off Elder Xianxia's breath supply. Let go. I won't. I'm scared of dying. Let go. Cough, cough, cough. Elder Xianxia rolled his eyes. If not for the symbols rolling around his body, then he might have fallen unconscious, and that would not be a laughing matter at all. Quickly release your grip. "Can't you see that Xianxia is having difficult breathing?" shouted Elder Zhuiyun. "Oh, okay." The little guy loosened his grip somewhat, but he still stuck to his back like dogskin plaster without any intention of coming down. Everyone was dizzy as they looked at this child. This really was a rarely seen child. Others would revere an elder, and would be like a mouse meeting a cat. This one was truly great, and upon seeing the elder, he jumped onto his back, truly unique. There were still others who revealed a surprised expression. The little guy almost choked Xianxia just now. What terrifying physical strength. Finally, the group of people majestically set off. The large mass was mainly made up of old men and women, and they carried the little guy to the ancient palace. Elder Xianxia repeatedly cursed within his heart again and again. During this entire trip, he was walking with half of his body crooked, and he could feel a cool air attacking his body. Why did this brat decide to stick to him? He was even more repulsive than that brat from the Void God Realm, because this regarded life and death. The palace was grand and imposing. Propitious vapors were rising, and it was established on top of a tall mountain. It overlooked all four directions, overshadowing large and small mountains alike. This was the main hall of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion, and only the most important matters were discussed here. The interior was glorious, and all types of strange stones were embedded within. Multicolored rays of light were emitted, and even if it was late into the night, no lights needed to be lit. Moreover, the Grand Palace's interior also had primitive precious bones. They circulated with symbols, and rays of divine light were being emitted. The brilliant colors and multicolored lights within the palace caused the little guy to stare blankly. He really wanted to find a hammer somewhere and throw this entire place into disorder in order to take care of those precious bones. "Everyone, please sit." An elder spoke out. These pavilion lords usually stayed within this palace, and these elders within this palace hall did not differ much in status. Of course, elders Xianxia and Zhuiyun was a bit lower in the hierarchy here. When the little guy calmed his heart, the bright splendor within the palace actually gradually weakened. It became incomparably simple and unadorned, and he sighed within his heart. It really dropped from flourishing to nothing, and became extremely ordinary in an instant. Beautiful sounds were transmitted through the heaven-mending pavilion. It alerted all of the disciples, making everyone revere them. It's about time for those 100 shattered mountains to open up again. Otherwise, our heaven-mending pavilion members would not have revealed ourselves. Tao Ye's identity was quite high, and he carried the yellow gourd within his hands. He sat down within the palace and overlooked everyone. This time, he didn't go to the ancient sacred institution and had not visited the genius camp. He chose an ordinary disciple, and it is truly odd. A person from the side opened his mouth. "What are you guys talking about?" The little guy was in doubt. "Child, do you want to live?" Tao Yi smiled as he asked. "Why would I want to die?" The little guy hugged Xianxia's neck and asked extremely angrily. Gently. Xianxia was depressed. This little brat's strength was simply too great. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. In that instant, his entire body went rigid, and then he began to tremble. He wanted to turn his body around and carefully inspect this child's face. "Child, if you want to live, then you need to replace him and find the sword. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly die." From the ancient past until now, all of those who were chosen all died, and not a single one of them are still living in this world. Tao Yi spoke, and the gourd in his hand was emitting light. It formed into a layer of precious splendor that protected him, and it seemed as if he was unwilling to provoke him. "Isn't the sword stabbed into his head?" The little guy was puzzled. Tao Yi shook his head and said, "That is not his sword, but rather that of his former enemies. His sword was left behind within the 100 shattered mountains, and he needs someone to find it for him." "What kind of place is the 100 shattered mountains?" The little guy was suspicious, and never heard of such a place before. "As for the precise information, we aren't even clear ourselves. We only know that it opens once every 100 years. The time is not set in stone, and it is incredibly mysterious." An elder was shaking his head. "There has to be some rumors, right?" The little guy was astonished. And there are some rumors. That place is an area that made ancient saints shed tears. And it is a place of carnage, said Tao Yi. What? The little stared with his eyes opened, and shook his head with all of his strength. Even if you killed me, I wouldn't go. If you don't go, then you will definitely die. From ancient times until now, none of the ones who promised him, yet couldn't fulfill his condition, have lived, said Tao Yi. The little guy immediately widened his eyes. Exactly what type of strange existence did he provoke? The 100 shattered mountains' amount of terror could cause even saints to shed tears, and bloodbaths to occur. What would I be doing over there? I would rather give away my life. Tao Yi shook his head and said, Wrong. Compared to back then, it is quite different now. Now, there is a great opportunity. Originally, our heaven-mending pavilion was going to send out a few disciples. They are the ancient sacred institutions Shi, the emperor's daughter, an archaic descendant's heir, and a few others. We never would have thought that it would choose a person from the ordinary disciples. Now, since he chose you, we are only adding one to the quota. I'm not going. The little guy was scared of being duped. You really aren't going? Even if others cracked their heads open trying to find a way in, they would still be unable to. Do you know? Whenever it opened in the past, just what kind of existences entered? No, not to mention that our human race's various large and ancient families would grow hostile for the sake of adding a single member to this quota. Even a pure-blooded horned dragon, or a Taotai would send their heirs into there. Said Tao Yi, no way. The little guy widened his eyes. How could that be impossible? Hundreds of years ago, quite a few heirs of archaic descendants were sent inside, and among them were definitely some pure-blooded youths. Quite a few people personally saw this world-shocking event. Why did they have to go there? The little guy still did not understand. Why was it worth participating in? A senior elder explained, It's naturally because there is a huge opportunity there. The individuals who went there over 100 years ago were all able to look down upon the rest of the world in disdain now, and their mights shook the boundless lands. There were people such as the Emperor of Stone Country, Zhulu Academy's chairman, and many others great heroes of their generation. They had the entire land under heaven within their palms, and controlled millions and millions of rivers and mountains. There is even less of a need to talk about those ancient families' ancestors. They were all extremely accomplished and naturally blessed. According to what the heaven-mending pavilion senior elder said, there were too many opportunities within the 100 shattering mountains. It was even possible to obtain the inheritances from various saints, or find a piece of heavenly bone, and there was even a chance to discover some holy medicine. It simply was the land of the gods. The little guy's expression was bitter. He was not that easily fooled. For even saints to shed tears in such a place of carnage, this place definitely contained endless dangers. One mistake could lead to death. This group of senior elders continued to promote this idea, and they tried their best to talk about the best parts. It was obvious from a single glance that they wished for him to attend. They had their own goals and were counting their chickens before they hatched. To make me go over there, what kind of benefits will you provide me with? He suddenly asked. Everyone was shocked. This child truly was unusual. When others heard about this opportunity and privilege, they would all be moved with gratefulness a long time ago. Yet why was he asking for benefits? That is just giving away my life. If there are no benefits, I won't go. The little guy spoke while dangling off of Elder Xianxia's neck. Everyone's expressions became blank. Was this child extorting and blackmailing them? They had never before seen a disciple like this before. If you don't go, then he definitely will not be pleased, and you will lose your life sooner or later, spoke Tao Yi. Sigh! The little guy became anxious because this did not seem like it fake. Next to him was the corpse of a god, so he truly reached his wit's end. Since there are so many benefits, why aren't you guys going yourselves? He angrily asked. We truly want to enter. Unfortunately, our ages does not permit us and stands in our way. Ever since ancient times when the 100 shattered mountains open, only those under the age of 18 can enter. Some people sighed as they really had no choice. Fine then. The little guy nodded. He knew he could not avoid this no matter what he did. Many people will enter this time. There are geniuses from ancient families, princes from ancient countries, archaic descendants' heirs, and even those who inherited the bloodline of the golden-winged Peng. You have to be careful when you get there. Otherwise, a single careless action and your life will be forfeit. One of the senior elders warned, and then he brought up possible benefits. The little guy's mind was wandering as he was frowning with worries. He was not willing to place himself in a dangerous situation, and he was simply being pushed around by others right now. In actuality, that place was indeed extremely dangerous. Every time that the geniuses entered, having 4 people walk out in the end was already considered pretty good. The mortality rate was too high. The only thing that tempted him was that if there truly were some pure-blooded vicious beast youths, it was worth considering. His uncles from Stone Village had joked around in the past about that when he was strong enough, he had to catch an archaic descendant youth for them, so that they could raise it to eventually protect the village. Although he hadn't grown up yet, and could not yet show disdain for everything under the heavens, if he did end up meeting a young creature without the company of its parents, perhaps he might be able to catch one. This was because he had the strength to fight on par against one. While the little guy thought about it, he became lost in his train of thought and began to laugh with hi-hay sounds. "Hey, what are you thinking about? Did you hear what I just said?" Someone from the side said. Just now, this child was frowning and worrying. Yet all of a sudden, he became like this. He really was just a child after all. The little guy stopped his fantasizing and wiped away his saliva. "I want to catch a child of the golden-winged Peng." Those group of people became petrified and completely ignored him. "Cough, Xianxia, bring him away first. We have a few things to discuss," said Tao Yi. The little guy only returned inside the palace hall an hour later. He found that a majority of the people had already left, and only 4 old men looked at him with their shining green eyes while chuckling. "You guys, what do you want to do to me?" He felt something was wrong, and widened his eyes while shouting. "Nothing, we only want to spank you a bit, hee." The 4 old men got up from their seats and pressed forward. The little guy figured out that something was wrong. He could not get near these old foxes after all. Otherwise, his secrets would be exposed, and they would certainly discover his identity. "If you guys dare act impolite to me, I'll leave and join Zhulu Academy," he wretchedly screamed at the top of his lungs. "Hee hee." The old men's laughter did not stop, and their eyes were still shining green. "Io, are you really gonna spank me? It hurts so much." The little guy cried with pain as his butt was being spanked by others. Hong. He could not resign himself to this punishment, and immediately swatted out with his palm to collide with another elder's strike. Suddenly, it seemed as if a thunderclap struck, and shocked this entire palace hall until it resonated. "Good kid, you're indeed strong enough. This kind of bodily strength can be considered heaven-opposing," a person said while repeatedly gasping in surprise. He was incredibly joyous. "Enough. Don't bother him anymore." Tao Yi spoke with a smile on his face. Those few people stopped. They did not truly tidy him up. At this moment, Xianxia came to his senses. He pointed towards the little guy and said, You're really that devilish brat." He gritted his teeth and wanted to viciously pounce at him so much. Ever since this devilish brat entered Heaven Mending Pavilion, there wasn't a single moment of peace. He created one problem after another, which made him and Zhuiyun became hard-pressed until they practically fell apart. He could not help but want to immediately catch him, then furiously spank him. However, just now, he had to carry this devilish brat while walking the entire way, and practically became infected by this ancient deity. If he could tolerate this, then he could tolerate anything. "That's enough. Xianxia, you leave first." Xianxia had a stomach full of fire, but he did not dare disobey the orders of his seniors. He stared at the little guy with one eye, then he turned around and left. "For elders, did you guys see? I'm afraid to stay at the Heaven Mending Pavilion now. If I go back, Elder Xiong will definitely fix me up." Xianxia still hadn't completely left yet, and he staggered on the spot. He still had not done anything, but this brat started accusing him already. He immediately became angry. "Xianxia, don't bother him. He's only child. Him being naughty is understandable, Tao Yi said in an amiable manner. Elder Xianxia wanted to cry, but he could not shed any tears. He had tormented people so much already, and this was simply being naughty? It wasn't just him, even people in the Void God realm wanted to beat him up. Wu, just go. The 4 senior elders directly drove him away, which made Xianxia extremely angry. Child, my heaven-mending pavilion is always open-minded. Making a little mistake is not important, but you can never make a huge mistake. An elder laughed. The little guy suddenly became a little chicken pecking at rice. He repeatedly praised to show his incredible cuteness. When you enter the 100 Shattering Mountains this time, you have to be careful. If you find the spring of eternal youth and bring it back, your name will be carved into the immortal records of my heaven-mending. Another elder said. The little guy's mouth immediately twitched. No wonder they spoke like this. The reason that no one tidied him up was because they wanted something from him. Devilish brat, what's with the expression in your eyes? When you enter my heaven-mending pavilion, you should never forget your masters. Is it that difficult for you do something? A senior widened his eyes. Enough, if you tell him these things, it's better to tell him everything. If he actually succeeds, we can let him pick out a precious technique from the Sacred Treasury Pavilion. Tao Yi said. Why do you have such low opinions of me? In reality, I really want to do my best for my masters. The little guy was embarrassed as he twiddled his thumbs and said, If I return, you should just let me stay in the Scripture Storage Pavilion for a month. One precious technique is not enough. At first, the 4 elders were still nodding with satisfaction since he was truly still a child. Then after he spoke his following words, their faces immediately darkened. The spring of eternal youth was located at a hidden place in the 100 Shattering Mountains. It was rumored that the conditions there were extremely nasty. People without extremely powerful bodies were not able to approach because an inextinguishable barrier was set up by ancient saints. When Xianxia met the little guy again, Xianxia thought that the little guy was chewing on radishes. Not only was he startled and could not help but rub his eyes, he also immediately jumped back and shouted, You dared to steal the spirit medicine. That's the snow jade ginseng that was growing at the entrance to the palace halls. Elder Tao Yi gave it to me. The little guy smiled and said, Rubbish. How could Xianxia possibly believe this? When I left, I asked Elder Tao Yi whether or not the radishes in the garden could be eaten, and he impatiently nodded. The little guy said. The helpless words of Tao Yi echoed from within the palace halls. Look after him well. Don't let him near the medicine garden in the future. When he gets back, give him a basket of real radishes. After that day, the little guy truly became free. He had no more worries apart from rigorous cultivation, and he was able to explore all the secret places within Heaven-Mending Pavilion. Every evening, that elder with a sword stuck in his head would appear as if he was telling the little guy to make haste. At first he felt that it was still awkward, but then he gradually became accustomed to it to the point that he would hang his clothes on the body like a cloth rack after he took them off. Sometimes he would even throw the sleeping Harry Ball onto the ancient corpse's head. Naturally, Harry Ball would furious howl after waking up because it would be so scared that all the hair on its body would become erect. Once it became dawn, the elder would immediately vanish. Isn't this an ordinary disciple? How come he's at our genius camp? A group of people were bewildered. The genius camp was surrounded by elegance. There were azure lakes, verdant valleys, as well as beautiful peaks all around it. Propitious air rose, and multicolored light circulated about. This place was very suitable for cultivation, and it was much better than the place where the ordinary disciples lived. Halt! You can't randomly come in here. The little guy stopped and said, I'm looking for Qingfeng. Why are you looking for him? A bunch of people were astonished. He's my younger brother. I'm here to deliver medicine for him. The little guy held a parcel in his hands. Soon after, Qingfeng hurried over and received the parcel. After opening it, he immediately became astonished. To his pleasant surprise, there was a stalk of spirit medicine inside. It radiated gorgeously, and a sweet scent assailed his nostrils. Ah, little big bro, This is... Qingfeng was so alarmed that he jumped. By now, he understood his little big bro's nature. This couldn't have been stolen from within the medicine fields, right? Spirit medicine was extremely rare and precious. If others found out, this would become a huge crime. His hands were trembling. The others naturally also saw the content of this parcel after it was opened, and immediately cried out in alarm, then reveal a blazing expression. Even the genius disciples only had rare powdered medicine to use. There was no way that they could luxuriously use an entire stock of spirit medicine. Wei, I say, younger brother, it's impossible that an ordinary disciple could obtain a spirit. You must have stolen it from the medicine fields. This is a huge crime that could possibly result in expulsion. A group of people walked over. Nonsense. I obtained this after defeating a younger generation of an archaic descendant in a gamble, replied the little guy with a deadpan expression. However, this was not a complete lie because Harry Ball wanted to eat it, but it was thrown off to the side by him. Naturally, no one believed him and they all sneered. If you don't believe me, then we can gamble. Who wants to challenge me? The little guy looked at them. The group did not know whether to laugh or cry. This child was too boastful. He was just an ordinary disciple that couldn't even enter the genius camp, yet he was willing to let them challenge him. I'll challenge you. If I win, will you give the spirit medicine to me? A green-clothed young female walked over. Her body was elegant, and she seemed to be around 15 years old. Her skin was snow-white, and her hair draped down like a waterfall. With her curved brows and large eyes as clear as the autumn wind, she smiled. Io, so it's a pretty younger sister. What are you betting with? Do you have spirit medicine? The little guy's large eyes shined. Everyone laughed at this child who was a head shorter than this young girl. It was obvious that he was very young, yet he dared to pretend to be the senior by calling the other person a younger sister. The young girl smiled sweetly and said, "Little junior brother, don't just take advantage of others right away. You'll cry soon enough. I don't have any spirit medicine, but I do have some rare medicinal powder as well as some other stuff. If I put them all together, it should be enough. Talking to a beauty really makes me overjoyed. I'll consider you as an opponent. Who else wants to gamble?" The little guy asked. Everyone became foolish. This child was too stupid. Did he not know that he was going to lose his stock of spirit medicine, and he was still willing to gamble with others? They truly had nothing to say. It was impossible to think well of the little guy, because his brother Qingfeng was too weak, and he himself couldn't even enter the genius camp. He sure has some confidence. Consider me as another 1 inch. Another young lady walked forward. She wore a beast skin top that exposed her arms, and some length of her long, slender leg were also exposed. Her skin was the color of wheat, rich with healthy luster. She was very pretty, but there was a wild look in her eyes. Another pretty younger sister. I love getting into contact with pretty younger sisters the most. The little guy tried his best to put on the guise of a senior, and his large eyes were actually fixated on places where people should not look at. Damn child. I'll beat the crap out of you soon enough. The girl with the exposed arms and legs, who was beautiful yet wild, immediately spoke while exposing her very white teeth. Che, you scared me. Younger sister, when you lose soon, don't cry. The little guy very boldly waved his hand as he charged towards the group of young men and said, "You are too unreliable. You even let these pretty younger sisters personally go into battle? This is intolerable." Then he turned around to look at a group of young girls and said, "That group of people there are all unreliable. Damn it. He's provoking us." A group of young men were so angry that they almost spat out blood. This little ignorant child truly needed a spanking. Crush him. After that, with a hula sound, he was immediately surrounded by a group of 15 to 16-year-old geniuses with the intention of entering the gamble to fight with him. In reality, they wanted to furiously beat him up. A group of kids began to circle around. There were astonishingly beautiful girls, and also youngsters who had terrifying auras. They suffocated the little guy within like they were hungry green-eyed wolves looking at a little snow-white sheep as they smiled maliciously. "What are you guys doing? Are you guys going to attack me as a group?" The little guy was on his guard, and his eyes were exceptionally bright as he looked around. Grouping up to defeat you? Do you think that you are the reincarnation of an ancient saint? The group of people rolled their eyes to express their disdain. Sigh, I thought that there would finally be a tough battle. A single person stepped unhindered into the genius camp and sweeping everything in front of him. That would truly be a story to tell. The little guy seemed to be looking into the future as he clenched his fists. His eyes were gleaming like little stars as he reveled in his thoughts. Go die! The group of people were in disdain. This little brat really needed a spanking. Even if this was a completely dream, it was still too vile. Did he think that the genius camp was bok choy? The little guy forcefully laughed and said, I really wanted to do things like that. However, I'm afraid of harming your weak and immature spirits. After thinking about it, I decided that it was still better not to. Fucking shit, his provocation still hadn't ended. This brat truly deserved a violent beating on the ground. This was too infuriating. My name is Xianxia. Don't cry afterwards when I beat the shit out of you. The green-clad female who issued the first challenge spoke. Her skin was snow white, and her stared at the light guy with extremely bright eyes while maintaining an expression that seemed as if she was smiling yet not smiling. I like fighting with beauties the most. The little guy's saliva dripped everywhere while smiling. Although he wasn't that old, he seemed like a perverted older brother. This made the group of geniuses completely speechless. This immature brat was simply too outrageous. And he really needed a good spanking. Xianxia's beautiful face was tranquil, but wind stirred beneath the soles of her feet. Symbols interweaved as she immediately rushed forward to attack. Slow down. You aren't allowed to make sneak attacks. The little guy cried out loudly and slipped away to hide behind the back of another youth. Are you going to fight or not? Xianxia was displeased and annoyed. Of course I will fight. If you are going to gift me some prizes for this battle, why wouldn't I want to? The little guy seemed to be set on her. Then he pointed towards everyone else and said, those who actually want to participate in this battle better put up a stake. If it is too little, I will not agree. Then, form a line and place them on the ground. Before the fight is over, you are not allowed to take it back. Little brat, you really are annoying. This will be over in a single round. Why are you saying such useless things? The geniuses were all impatient. I am serious. I am scared that after beating this pretty girl, you guys would all be scared and back out. If I still wanted my spoils of war, how would I get it then? Said the little guy. Xianxia clenched her teeth. This brat was too despicable, and he showed a look of certain victory. Her pretty face couldn't help but reveal a tasteless smile. In a bit, she definitely had to make him cry and howl. Black lines were about to form on everyone's foreheads. They really wanted to immediately fix him up. In the end, they still threw down their respective goods unhappily for the sake of playing along. In a bit, they will get their revenge and teach him a lesson. Alright, I've recorded down whose belonging are whose. Don't you dare leave your stuff behind and leave just because you'll see how strong I am soon, said the little guy. Obviously, none of what these individuals put up anything comparable to the spirit medicine. Everyone only wanted to join in on the fun. Alright, you immature brat. Let's see how much longer you can run unbridled. This is fine now, right? A group of people said while clenching their teeth. Xianxia took action, and her green clothes fluttered about like soft clouds streaking by as her slender lily-white hands swatted over. A peacock flew out with its wing extended and soared while emitting a dazzling radiance as it threw itself at the little guy. The little guy was smiling, and the symbols interweaved within in his right hand that transformed into a silver-colored hammer. It appeared within his palm, and vibrantly bounced up as it attacked the green peacock directly. A thunderclap seemed to have struck the sky as the silver light exploded brighter, like a cascading down like a waterfall, and the entire area was doused in silvery white. It shook the souls of the spectators until they uncontrollably trembled. Hong! While everyone else was stupefied, the little guy held the silver hammer in his hands like a thunder god that descended into the mortal world. He immediately smashed that green peacock into a mist of radiance that descended onto the ground. So? Scared now? He arrogantly taunted everyone. Just now, everyone was indeed startled. He was merely an ordinary disciple, yet he unexpectedly exploded with such a powerful strength instantly. With one smash of his hammer, he made Xianxia's attack scatter into rays of light. It was absolutely shocking. Less showing off. Xianxia coldly snorted, and her charming face was covered in coldness. Her entire body surged with rays of green-colored lightning, and she quickly rushed out with her hands towards the little guy's body. While she was raising her palm, green strands of light appeared and formed a net-like pattern. It stretched out in front and wanted to capture the little guy. "Little sis, doing that is useless." The silver hammer violently shook and suddenly exploded. With a hong sound, it shattered the dark green net, and his body quickly charged out. With a pung sound, he grabbed Xianxia's wrist and violently raised it. With a loop, he turned her around and captured her closely. At the end of his finger, silver-colored symbols flashed and gushed out multicolored light. It was pressed against Xianxia's swan-like snow-white neck, controlling the situation on the spot. Everyone was in shock. Xianxia actually lost? In addition, it was so fast it was completely caused by carelessness. Xianxia was both ashamed and angry. She was played around with by a little immature brat and was called a little sis. Originally, she wanted to give him a good beating and never would have thought that she would be captured in the first instant. It made her snow-white and charming face turn all different colors, as this was unbearable. The little guy laughed with hee-hee sounds and blinked his eyes towards everyone else, implying that he won. Xianxia was extremely humiliated and angry. She shook it off and rubbed her snow-white neck, then clenched her fists. "If you agree to bet, then you must accept your loss. You cannot act shamelessly," the little guy reminded, then said, "Next." The second one who came up was also a female, and was precisely the one who wore the beast's skin clothes. She was rather tanned, and was a sexy and wild beauty. Her name was Piao Shui, and fiercely charged over like a cheetah. In merely a split second, the surroundings began to rumble with multicolored lights. They lights interweaved and transformed into a battle spear. Strands after strands of light blazed around her body as they flew in front of her, and shot towards the little guy. Piao Shui attacked with all her strength. After seeing Xianxia's loss, she immediately used her killing move. Spears shattered the sky one after another, and they were extremely resplendent as they made woo-woo sounds. The little guy was slightly surprised, but his movements were extremely fast. During that instant, he dodged to the side. Then his two hands joined together, and a silver millstone disc appeared which quickly smashed its way there. Gotcha sounds rang out incessantly, and all of the battle spears were shattered. The results completely shook everyone there. If the little guy won by just during the last match, then what about now? He definitely had terrifying strength and had a perfect mastery over it. With a so sound, the little guy rushed out. First, he pressed down on Piao Shui's small waist with one of his fingertips, which immediately made her feel like she was struck by lightning. Then he threw out a palm which chopped off some of her hair. She quickly retreated afterwards. It was definitely a complete victory. If it was a fight between enemies, then those two moves were definitely strong enough to kill. Everyone was emotionally moved. This immature child was too powerful. He was simply a fierce beast. He had bold, powerful, vigorous, and possessed an incredible offensive power. I love beauties the most. To exchange pointers with you, and even be able to obtain spoils of war. Thank you, ya. The little guy happily laughed. Everyone was petrified, and they were speechless for a long while. With this child's methods, he definitely could have entered the genius camp. Why was he an ordinary disciple? Is there anyone else? Hurry on up. There's so much spoils of war. They are all mine. The little guy was like a money grubber as he stared with big round eyes at the medicinal powder, precious pills, bone books, etc. The third individual had not walked on stage for a long time because everyone was astonished. When they turned around, they noticed that it was wounded person, Zhou Yuhao. He was incredibly embarrassed. Just now, he was also standing amongst the group while being taunted by the little guy. After being pointed out, he naturally had no choice but to put up something himself. He was confident that this immature brat would definitely be miserably fixed up by the people in front of him, and that his turn to go up would not come. During the bloody conflict, he was almost trampled to death by the hundreds of rampaging ordinary disciples. If it weren't for the precious medicines sent by his clan, it would have been a month at the very least before he could get off his bed. Wei, stop looking so dumb. It's your turn. This time, the little guy took the initiative to attack, and immediately charged forward. Zhou Yuhao took a few steps back. Currently, his body was extremely weak, so how could he fight? However, it was already too late. The little guy had already closed the distance, and smashed out with his fist that completely covering Zhou Yuhao's face. Oh! Blood scuttled out of Zhou Yuhao's mouth and nose, and splattered outwards. Before he passed out, a thought arose from inside his head. Why was this feeling so familiar? It was extremely similar to that lowly brat's from back then, right? He was Qingfeng's brother? Appo. Zhou Yuhao spat out a mouthful of blood before going unconscious, and he figured out some more things. Next, the little guy flung his little fist around, and said to Qingfeng, "It was this brat that bullied you, right? In the future, just do it like I did. Knock him out with a single hit." Qingfeng's large eyes shined, and he clenched his fists. He was extremely inspired, and an incredibly powerful force moved through his heart. He wanted to advance forward and quickly break through. Next, the little guy opened his mouth and continued the challenge. In the end, there were 18 rounds in a row, and he emerged victorious in all of them. No one was his opponent, which immediately startled the entire genius camp. More and more people rushed here. Who is this brat who is being so arrogant and aggressive? Coming here just to create a disturbance? Who is next to go and suppress him? Naturally, there were people who were unconvinced. As a result, the little guy won another 10 rounds. In total, he won 28 rounds. The little guy was mad with joy. No one was able to suppress him, triggering a huge sensation. I need to declare something here. Qingfeng is my younger bro, so bullying him is the same as bullying me. I will often exchange pointers with you. After the little guy spoke, he revealed his true intentions. If he said these words as soon as he had arrived, everyone would most likely have laughed at him. Perhaps someone might have even randomly thrown out their fists at him. Now, it was different because everyone felt their hearts tremble. Brother Yufeng, it should be your turn to go. Otherwise, no one will be able to restrain that freak, someone said. The white-clothed Yufeng shook his head and did not participate. Not a speck of light shone within his eyes as he put his hands behind his back while remaining motionless for a long time. This battle for the little guy's fight stirred up a violent storm that disturbed the genius camp for many days afterwards. Furthermore, he came back a few days later to compare notes again by beating up a few more disciples. The news spread all the way to where the ordinary disciples were. Suddenly, it evoked a huge wave over the entire place. The little guy informed Qingfeng that he would leave in a few days, and it would be a long time before he came back. However, he told him to not worry, because he had already informed the school, and some elders would take care of him so that no one would dare to mess with him. What Qingfeng needed was time. Right now, he was much younger than everyone else in the genius camp. As long as he could comfortably cultivate, he would definitely be able to catch up. In the following few days, the little guy constantly ran to the genius camp, which resulted in him made friends. He was a strong and outgoing person, which made him integrate with other people very easily. Finally, the time had arrived for the little guy's journey into the 100 Shattering Mountains. That's a place where heroes converge. The people there are all top-notch disciples of all kinds of great powers. You people have to be careful there, and you can never act complacently. Before leaving, a bunch of senior elders warned. When he left, the little guy was startled because he discovered that there were only a few people. They were all around 16 years old, and he did not recognize any of them. Shi, the emperor's daughter, a few other people, as well as the heir of the archaic descendant, had been escorted by their clansmen on their way a long time ago, Tao Yi said. Top-notch powers had personally sent off experts to protect their heirs as they made their way into the 100 Shattering Mountains. I have to reiterate that you people might actually meet the posterity of an archaic vicious beast as well as other people your age that you can never hope to defeat. You have to think of survival first. Finally, they entered the resting place of the guardian spirit and arrived at the nearby courtyard where the calabash vine rested. The elders silently prayed. Then they arranged the bones of the archaic descendants into the proper positions. With a hong sound, multicolored light rushed forth, and a green gourd appeared and weighed. A green passageway formed, and a bunch of people stepped inside. Afterwards, they all tread into the passageway and disappeared from the heaven-mending pavilion. Like a passageway created from green gold flickering with multicolored green light, all kinds of mysterious symbols appeared like the stars adorning the sky. It made the place seem peaceful and mysterious. A group of people stepped inside. The feeling of time fragmenting and space shattering was all over the place. Both the body and mind felt as if they were being peeled out of people's bodies. It was a bizarre experience. It was as if they had spent an entire lifetime in there, when they had only set out on their journey. Pieces of gold glittered, and green light evaporated into the air. A doorway appeared in front when they arrived at the end of the road. Bone text interweaved, and strange symbols surrounded them. The exit was like a resplendent burning divine flame which formed a mysterious doorway. The group of people stepped out and let out a long breath of air. They felt safe only after stepping onto the actual ground. The green passageway already started to fade. Specks of light swirled about, as it disappeared without a trace. Is this the passageway that the guardian spirit constructed? The little guy recollected in a daze. A senior elder nodded and said, "The guardian spirit of my heaven-mending pavilion controls this entire land. Only, it gradually aged through the passing of time, and now, it rarely displays its divine might." The terrain here was flat, because they had not arrived between the lofty mountain ranges. They gazed out into the distance and faintly saw an ancient city sitting at the edge of the horizon. "Aren't we going to the 100-shattering mountain? There isn't even a hill here." A genius from the heaven-mending pavilion was bewildered. No one is able to give a precise time on when exactly that place opens. However, it should be within a few days and it's pretty close by. "We will go to that city first," Heaven-Mending Pavilion's senior elder Tao Yi said. This time, he was in charge of leading the group and escorted these few young genius to the place. Apart from the little guy and him, the party consisted of 5 other people, 3 males and 2 females. They were all exceptional geniuses who were accepted as the disciples by the upper ranks of Heaven-Mending Pavilion. They would rarely appear at the genius camp. "Yeah, are you people the disciples who train alone and were given preferential treatment by those old freaks?" The little guy blinked his large eyes while curiously looking at them. When he spoke these words, not only did those 5 people glare at him, but even Tao Yi was speechless. If he said that, it meant that he would be amongst the old freaks as well. "Stop glaring at me already. What do those old freaks normally teach you?" The little guy scooched forward and tried to socialize with them. "We'll go to Broken Sky City first." Tao Yi brought them and they headed toward the city. This was an ancient land which had been vibrant with life in the past, but gradually declined after countless battles. According to Tao Yi, there was once an incredibly glorious ancient country situated here that controlled millions upon millions of li of land. However, it had scattered like ashes through the passage of time. "Then where is their guardian spirit?" a genius asked. "Naturally, it died. Otherwise, the ancient country wouldn't deteriorate that fast." They walked and talked, and quickly arrived in front of the rather majestic city at the end of the horizon. The city gates and its ashen walls were all very tall. Broken Sky City was an ancient city scarred by time, but it was still very prosperous. There was endless traffic within the city and there were shops along both sides of the streets. The voices of people trading constantly rang out. Apart from the things that people needed every day, there were also all kinds of items that cultivators needed, such as rare beast bones, fully grown medicine, as well as weapons and bone books. So many experts with powerful cultivations here. Many people rushed here from faraway lands for the sake of the 100-shattering mountains opening, Tao Yi explained. 100-shattering mountains would open once every several hundred years. Every time it opened, it would shake the boundless great wasteland, vast mountains and rivers. All the top-notch powers would escort their clan's geniuses over here. During these past few days, the city was getting increasingly bustling by the day and became a boiling cauldron of voices. There were more and more cultivators as well. Many people specialized in doing business with these experts by bringing many precious objects. We're here pretty early, and we were able to find residents. If we were late by a few days, we would have had to find a boulder to meditate on. Tao Yi laughed. The building was in the shape of a garden with a wonderful environment that consisted of a rock garden and a little bridge. If you were not a top-notch power like the Heaven-Mending Pavilion, you would not have been able to find such a wonderful residence within a city like this. Clearly, everyone who lived here came from a well-known place. The little guy turned around and saw a bizarre scene. He became lost in his thought as an odd expression loomed over his face. A lone carriage pulled by several terrifying vicious beasts arrived at a nearby courtyard. A powerful expert drove the carriage and many bodyguards followed behind. The carriage's curtains were strung together with jades, and it could barely conceal the contents within the carriage. A white tiger actually sat inside with its tyrannical gaze as its demonic aura filled the air. There were two beautiful young girls who attended it by feeding it fresh pieces of meat. That little white tiger is actually traveling by carriage, and there are also experts waiting on it left and right. How powerful must its master be? A female disciple of Heaven-Mending Pavilion gasped in astonishment. Don't say random things. Tao Ye's face hardened and stopped her with a very severe expression. These disciples were all pretty extraordinary people, but they suddenly came to realize that the white tiger was most likely the heir of an archaic descendant, and not some pet. Otherwise, how could it be so flamboyant? A dull roar echoed, and the little white tiger's eyes straightened up. It seemed extremely violent, releasing a terrifying aura while staring at the female disciples with its ice-cold gaze. Slap your own mouth. Otherwise, unfortunate deaths will descend upon you people, the carriage driver said strictly. Fellow cultivator, the child is still immature. Please do not bother with her, Tao Yi said. A loose tongue may cause trouble. This is also a lesson. Otherwise, how will she remember? I'm only leniently punishing her. If we actually waited until the tiger's master takes action, you people will lose your lives, the carriage driver indifferently said. The bodyguards came forward. They all wore shining armor, and their killing intent boiled. The eyes of the little white tiger in the carriage stood up already as its frightening aura rumbled. Everyone was astonished. This heir of an archaic descendant was truly exceptional. The exceptional power of its bloodline shocked people's souls with its oppressing power. The geniuses from the Heaven-Mending Pavilion had seen the special disciples before, and one of them was the heir of an archaic descendant. However, they only watched it from afar. This was the first time they came face to face with one. Oh, the white tiger roared, trembling the entire garden. Seemed like it was angry. The carriage driver's face sank and said, "Too late. It's going to eat that female disciple." Everyone shivered. That archaic descendant was too intense. It was going to kill someone just because of one sentence. Its vicious might indeed overflowed into the heavens. Taoist friend, can you please let this go? Please persuade it, Tao Yi said. That is not possible. The carriage driver shook his head. Tao Yi no longer said anything. Golden light flashed within his palms, and a glistening yellow gourd with symbols circulating around it appeared. He said, "We come from the Heaven-Mending Pavilion. Although we don't want to make trouble, we're also not afraid of trouble." Once the three words Heaven-Mending Pavilion were spoken, the carriage driver's face changed. That place was an ancient sacred land which definitely had terrifying might and power. Even if the little white tiger had a high status since birth, it could not just willingly shed blood here. Heaven-Mending Pavilion is a pretty good place. However, I should let you know where we came from. Western Beast Mountains. Mountains won't move, but water will. There will be a day when we'll meet again, the carriage driver indifferently said. He argued back blow for blow. Tao Yi was astonished. Apart from the little guy who did not understand, the hearts of the other disciples trembled as they showed their serious expressions. It was rumored that many archaic vicious beasts were buried beneath the western mountains. Countless years had passed by and it had experienced countless changes, so vicious bones were no longer able to be found. However, archaic descendants constantly roamed around there, as they protected the western mountains. The extremely terrifying place where they inhabited was called the Western Beast Mountains. Oh! The white tiger roared to indicate to the carriage driver to keep advancing. The carriage driver turned around and said, "It told me to tell you guys that we'll meet again after we enter the 100 Shattering Mountains." The white turned around. Its deep and cold eyes revealed its incredibly powerful killing intent. Clearly, if they accidentally met it after entering the 100 Shattering Mountains, a terrifyingly bloody battle would occur. "Senior, it's my fault." The female disciple lowered her head and apologized to Tao Yi. Just because of her curiosity, she unintentionally spoke a sentence that provoked such a terrifying opponent. "Don't worry, isn't it just a tiger descendant? When the time comes, we'll take care of it together." "Tiger meat tastes so sweet," the little guy said. Everyone was speechless. Was that an ordinary tiger? Perhaps it might even be considered extremely powerful amongst archaic descendants. It might even be the posterity of a beast king. Once they met, there would inevitably be a desperate and bloody battle. Brothers' heroism indeed reaches the clouds. "I like it. When the time comes that you guys need help, come and find me." A young man dressed in purple laughed nearby as he showed his kindness. Naturally, everyone kindly replied. When the purple-clothed young man walked past the little guy, the divine light within his eyes flashed. He seemed like he was 17 or 18 years old with an unfathomably deep cultivation. He offered his truce towards them and told them they would form an alliance when the time came. "My name is Xianxia. I come from the Fire Nation." He introduced himself. "Are you indeed a disciple from the ancient Chu family?" Tao Yi asked. "Senior, I am indeed." Xianxia did not deny. "You're indeed a heroic young man." "Exceptional." Tao Yi nodded. A Jia sound rang out, and not far away, the yard door was pushed open. A green-clothed young man walked through it. He faintly grinned and said, "Xianxia, are you trying to rope in allies?" "Knowing a few more people is always good," Xianxia said. "My ancient family never lacks any allies." The weird young man sneered. "Go," Tao Yi said. The little guy turned around and watched those two still bickering with each other. This place was truly perplexing. These people were only young men less than 20 years old, yet they were already so elaborate and refined. They were practically dragged into their maelstrom. "This land is overly complicated," a genius from Heaven-Mending Pavilion murmured. Just then, they had offended an archaic descendant. Now, they were almost involved in the struggle between two ancient families. They entered their own courtyard. Tao Yi shot a glance towards him and said, "This isn't much at all. When you enter the 100 Shattering Mountains, it will be even more terrifying. You might die with every step you take. It's a place where geniuses converge and descendants roam about. Being able to live is already considered a great victory." What he said was the truth. People who were able to live and experience the intense training after entering the 100 Shattering Mountains would all become great people later on. As long as they did not die, their names would shock the land. This city is pretty big. Many young heroes have come here. Senior brothers and sisters, let's go take a stroll outside in order to take a look at those people first, the little guy suggested. Originally, Tao Yi wanted to stop them because he was afraid they would provoke some trouble. However, he realized that they would meet even more dangers after they entered the 100 Shattering Mountains. If he was afraid of everything now, what did he come here for? "Fine, you guys can go." The 5 other geniuses from the Heaven-Mending Pavilion were all very powerful. When they walked down the streets, they naturally drew the attention of many people. As for the little guy, he was very small. Although he was spirited and refined, he was not considered a threat by others. The sound of quarrels echoed from ahead of them. The disciples from those two clans were still trading blow for blow with each other. There were around 10 people who were about to take action on the streets as their dense and resplendent symbols appeared. "So noisy. If you truly have the abilities to go and battle within the 100 Shattering Mountain, why are you still fighting here? A young man who was drinking tea at a tea house beside them thought they were being too noisy as he smacked his table and shouted loudly. How does this concern you? The people from both sides turned towards him and angrily rebuked. After a long hiss, a 5-colored sparrow flew out from the young man's shoulders. It opened its mouth and inhaled. Then, a terrifying whirlpool materialized, and those people were all swallowed inside. Pooh, the 5-colored sparrow closed its mouth, and fresh blood immediately splashed out. Those people were all smashed apart inside its mouth, and immediately became its food. Afterwards, gorgeous multicolored light shined, and it returned to the shoulders of the young man in the tea house. It shut its eyes and rested without a single motion. The young man did not even raise his own head as he poured a cup of tea for himself. Only one word came out of his mouth. Noisy. Suddenly, not a single word was audible in the streets as everyone's bones and hairs trembled. That young man was too terrifying. If the bird that he raised was this remarkable already, how strong could he be? The hearts of the few heaven-mending pavilion disciples shivered. They did not want to stir up trouble. They wanted to leave immediately. However, they discovered that the little guy was almost salivating as he stared at the bird. What kind of expression was that? The people became frantic. Could it be that this kid actually wanted to eat that terrifying sparrow? It was a terrifying devil bird. Let's just go. Those people pulled on his sleeves. Blood and meat are all precious medicines. The little guy wiped his saliva as he reluctantly left. As he walked, he murmured, "Unfortunately, it ate some humans, so I don't want to eat it anymore." The people from the heaven-mending pavilion staggered as they turned around and rolled their eyes at him. How could this junior brother be so weird? The party of people dragged the little guy and quickly left. They reached a central part of the city where many people were gathered together, who were all discussing about something right now. "Wait, what happened?" The little guy crowded forward and inquired people. "An extremely high bounty," someone said. The little guy's large eyes shined and said, "What kind of bounty? What kind of treasure will there be? What do I have to do?" "Look for yourself. It's clearly carved onto that tablet." The little guy heard and hastily rushed over. However, after a short moment, he dejectedly left because someone was after his head. "There's one here about taking care of that devilish brat too. However, the conditions for this one is quite strict. It requires him being captured alive, but it doesn't matter if he loses his hands or legs." The little guy wandered around this place, and his little face darkened. There was more than one great power that wanted to deal with him. People guessed that with his nature, he would certainly come to the 100 Shattering Mountains. Therefore, they swore to capture him here. "The ones who want to capture me alive are most likely those from the family who lost the scarlet feathered fan. It must have been their clan's precious artifact. The others? Who cares? I'll meet them on the battlefield," the little guy told himself. He knew that there would certainly be many great waves after entering the 100 Shattering Mountains. There might be constant battles and dangers. However, there would also be endless opportunities. After all, this was the place where gods had shed their blood and tears. There would certainly be many springs of eternal youth, war saints' inheritances, heavenly bones, and holy medicine. Suddenly, the entire heaven and earth darkened as if a dark cloud covered the entire sky. Furthermore, it was accompanied by vast amounts of demonic energy. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock as they looked into the sky. There wasn't a single person who was not in horror. A vicious beast who reached the skies while standing on the ground walked past. Its enormous figure covered the sun as it traveled into the distance. That archaic descendant is too scary. People's hearts leapt in fear. That vicious beast most likely had the powers of an archaic vicious beast. Otherwise, how could it be so terrifying? It's here to deliver its heir. It's going to leave now. Looks like the battle within the 100 Shattering Mountains is going to be incomparably terrifying. Many ultra-arrogant elites are going to shed their blood and perish. Only the most powerful will stay alive. People were frightened as they discussed about They even hesitated about whether or not they would allow their clan's own disciples to enter the 100 Shattering Mountains. Broken Sky City. The ash-brown city gates were grand and lofty, and although it was an ancient city, it radiated with vitality. In particular, the past few days have become increasingly bustling. Various large schools and ancient families sent out their disciples in preparation of entering the 100 Shattering Mountains. These geniuses that appeared were more and more breathtaking. The ones standing at the very front of their races were destined to become the lords of this land, and wielded power over all under the heavens. Come look, there's a strange snake over there. It only has a single head, yet why does it have two bodies? The little guy tugged at a senior disciple's sleeve, and hinted for him to look in that direction. There was a strange snake, and its entire body was a scarlet red. It was divided below its head, and it had two bodies. It had 6 legs, for wings, and the dense scales covering its body gave off an eccentric and sinister feeling. The pedestrians quickly moved out of the way, and were unwilling to come near them. The heaven-mending pavilion's geniuses all inhaled a cold breath of air and pulled the little guy to the side. They silently warned him to not spout out random things. The snake was an archaic descendant, and was known as a fae. So this is a fae. The little guy opened his eyes wide. He had read about the great wastelands from a sacred book that described all types of creatures. He never thought that it would look like this. With the emergence of the fae, it naturally brought with it a great drought. This was because it was extremely proficient in fire-precious techniques. As a result, a youth fae descendant could still wipe out over 100 million large clans. Don't provoke it. Although it is still a young creature, there aren't many human youths who are a match for it. A senior sister from the heaven-mending pavilion warned, and she carried a serious expression. The fae was only a few meters in length, and it crawled by. All of the creatures on the road moved out of the way for it. The little guy curiously watched and was making some guesses inwardly. A single head, 2 bodies, how would one control this kind of body in a fight? The odd scarlet-red snake was looking from side to side with its deep and cold eyes. It glanced at him, and one of its tails suddenly swept out. A red shadow lashed out like lightning, and with a paw sound it split open the ground, causing smoke and dust to rise. If it were not for the little guy's movements being quick, he definitely would have been struck. "Fat snake! You dare provoke me?" The little guy shouted loudly and wanted to charge out. Several disciples from the heaven-mending pavilion's expressions immediately changed and hurriedly pulled him back. However, how could their physical bodies be compared to the little guy's? Fortunately, a female disciple's soft words worked, and she said, "Senior Taoyi said that we are not allowed to stir up trouble within the city, and that only within the 100 Shattering Mountains could we go crazy. Count yourself lucky. In the future, you better move out of the way if you see me, and not provoke me." The little guy pointed at the fae and said in an angry tone. The entire street became still. Who was this child? He was simply too heaven-defying. To warn an archaic descendant, if it was the other way around, then it might make more sense. Why do I feel like he is a true human-shaped archaic beast? Otherwise, how could he dare to say those words? Someone said. When the fae heard this, its entire body became scarlet red, as if it was forged out of divine steel. It was flickering with a strong ice-cold radiance, and it stared straight at the little guy. Ceecee sounds came out of its mouth and spat out a red message. "He is still a child. Don't mind him," the heaven-mending pavilion's disciples said towards the fae. They pulled the little guy with them as they left, quickly merging into the tide of people. The fae did not chase after them, and his gaze followed them as they left. Its entire body was flowing with a blood-colored radiance. Just now, when the little guy was going to charge toward him, he felt a fierce aura being emitted that was not in any way inferior to his. A genius is this terrifying from just one of the human races. We will meet again in the 100 Shattering Mountains. Fae looked at their retreating figures, and his gaze became increasingly cold. A butterfly began to flutter about, and it was overflowing with light and color. Precious splendor scattered about it, and it made everyone take a few steps back. It was roughly a meter long. As it flapped its wings and emitted its splendor, it was extremely elegant. Everyone on the street moved out of the way, and it was obvious that it was a powerful expert. Although only a single one appeared, it made everyone feel intimidated. Its entire body had natural symbols about it, and it was circulating with a profound mysteriousness. Crack demonic butterfly. It is said that with a shake of its two wings, it could tear apart tens of thousands of li of the sky. This was recorded down within the ancient books, someone muttered, and revealed a frightened expression. Of course, what was recorded were the archaic, pure-blooded demonic butterfly. The one in front of them couldn't possibly have blood that pure. After traveling on the road, the little guy felt as if his two eyes weren't enough for him. He saw metallic humanoids, stones that could speak, as well as terrifying guardian spirits that were rooted in the void. They were increasingly powerful and mysterious. The amount of geniuses were too numerous, and these individuals from the other races were extremely powerful. All types of strange and odd creatures appeared within the city, and they were all extremely terrifying. Of course, there were many races that were similar to humanity. They might have a horn, two heads, or a human head with a snake's body. All of their bodies were emitting precious light, as if they were deities. They were especially powerful. There are so many different types of creatures, yeah. There are less indigenous people than the arriving people. When the time comes, will the 100 Shattering Mountains be able to hold everyone? The little guy asked. The 100 Shattering Mountains is also called the Band Mountain, and in reality it is a small world. After it opens, you will see how out of the ordinary it is inside, said a senior sister from the Heaven-Mending Pavilion. So it's like this. It is truly something to look forward to. The little guy was extremely happy. For it to not be another desolate and ruined mountain was too great, and he even wanted to find some treasures. Soon after, they strolled through most of the city. They saw many different races and understood quite a few secrets. The only thing that made the little guy unhappy was that his bounty was doubled, and his head was worth even more money now. There were people who were willing to use rare and precious artifacts, bone books, spirit medicines, as well as other objects to exchange for him. After hearing this news, the little guy's face darkened. Immediately following that, another piece of information was released. It was even worse, and someone made an accurate speculation that the devilish brat was within the Heaven-Mending Pavilion. As long as they stopped them, they would know where he was and find out the result. This piece of information received the approval of many people. After all, the Heaven-Mending Pavilion was an ancient sacred land. They had passed on their traditions for many years, and there were numerous experts within their ranks. The devilish brat had already entered the Heaven-Mending Pavilion for such a long time, and it was impossible for them to not have discovered him yet. "Junior brother, why is your face so dark?" asked a pretty senior sister on the side. "The sun is too poisonous, and it tanned me," snorted the little guy. "Why do I feel like that when our group of 5 walk together with you? Others will get rid of us sooner or later." Another male disciple had an odd expression. After hearing those rumors, they were naturally aware of the situation. "It shouldn't be you, right? If it is, please allow me to spank your ass first." Another beautiful senior sister began to pointlessly argue. The devilish brat caused the entire Heaven-Mending Pavilion to toss and turn, and the entire sacred land wanted to give him a beating. "Ayo, you pervert, you dare make a move on me!" The pretty senior sister cried out in alarm, and her entire face turned thoroughly red. The little guy unexpectedly slapped her ample butt. When challenging someone, it is better to make the first move. If you move too late, you will suffer a calamity. "Come, senior sister. I have already made my preparations for this battle." The little guy was deadly earnest, and spoke forcefully and with justice. 3 males and 2 females, the group of 5 geniuses blinked their eyes. The immature brat truly was hateful. After seeing his performance, it was obvious that the little guy didn't plan to run away. "Beat him up." The 5 individuals charged towards him. The little guy scampered off and madly ran while saying, "Don't hit me. If someone finds out that we were Heaven-Mending Pavilion disciples, you guys will also be out of luck." Although the 5 of them wanted to give him a good beating, since they were still within the city, they really couldn't chase after and suppress him. If they accidentally revealed their identity, then they really would be mixed together. Within the city was an altar, and people who visited this area would often make a trip here. According to legend, it was something passed down from an ancient saint, and was once contaminated by the blood of saints. When the heaven-mending pavilion arrived at this place, it had long been swarmed with people. The altar was completely crushed, and there was only a single black-colored stone left. The other pieces were impossible to locate, and the characters carved by the various saints had long vanished. Here, there weren't only human races. There were quite a few unique creatures, and no one dared to get too close to them, because the aura they emitted were too terrifying. A human from the Void God realm created a huge reputation for himself, and now people only talk about things related to him. "It truly is boring," said a Trey ant. "Is he really that famous? Why don't we catch him and make him a servant? I already have 4 beautiful maids and 12 robust guards, and they are all well-known figures from the human race, and were famous geniuses." It was a creature with a humanoid body, who also had a golden horn. He had a head of purple hair, and his face was similar to that of an ordinary person's. Only he had a pair of snow-white teeth, and was extremely vicious. "Don't you guys dare to argue. Up until now, I haven't had a single servant. Since the humans have all said that he's strong, then I choose him." Right at this time, a bell-like explosion of sound rang out, and it shook the people until their ears were ringing with wong-wong noises. A lion with an entirely golden body appeared, and it was extremely dazzling. It unexpectedly had 9 heads, and it was extremely bold and powerful. It was domineering and terrifying, intimidating everyone to their souls. "This lion is too powerful. It's still a child, yet it has grown 9 heads. Meaning that its blood is extremely pure and is not that mixed. In the future, it will have many accomplishments." A passing elder gasped in surprise, and he was most likely the chief of an ancient family. Oh, right at that moment, the 9-headed lion roared, and its entire glowed with a golden light. An aura that suppressed all of the surrounding people was emitted, and it said, "You are all saying that he's not bad, so I am going to schedule in advance. You guys cannot argue over him. Only by following me by my side could a powerful genius have the power to shake the boundless earth in the future." The 9-headed lion roared, and the sound emitted was like thunder. It shook everything, and even the ancient altar swayed. Everyone felt their minds tremble, and they did not dare say anything else. This type of situation was not something that never happened before in the past, as there were human experts who decided to follow archaic beasts. After returning, they became kings that could split the earth and controlled millions and millions li of rivers and mountains. Golden lions must taste great. I love eating roasted lion meat the most. In the distance, the little guy was grinding his teeth. Within his dark little face, his little canine teeth were shining like crystals. "Stop speaking nonsense. That 9-headed lion is not far from a pure-blooded one, and you absolutely cannot provoke it. Other than Shuri and a few others, I fear that there aren't many geniuses who could fight back." A senior sister from the heaven-mending pavilion pulled him back. "Good dishes must be cooked slowly, so I'll wait until the 100 shattering mountains." The little guy wiped off his saliva while speaking. The heaven-mending pavilion's 5 geniuses became mute. 800 li out, within the Rain Clan's mansion in Stone Country's capital city. It was a grand and imposing construct, and the palace hall covered an extremely large area. The palace was as large as a forest, and was all incomparably tall as it emitted an oppressing aura. Within the king's palace, symbols were flickering, and propitious vapors permeated the air. Sitting down were quite a few of Rain Clan's powerful figures, and they had received a letter. Feng Air has sent out a piece of information from the heaven-mending pavilion. They have already affirmed who the devilish brat from within the Void God realm was. His name is Haotian, and he has already entered the Broken Sky City. He will definitely enter the 100 shattering mountains. His name has a Hao in it and is similar to the child from that year. In addition, with careful observation, isn't the inner corner of his eyes and tip of his brows a bit similar to that year's Xianxia? What do you guys think? Isn't this a bit too much of a coincidence? With those words spoken, the entire palace hall became gloomy. That child had already been crippled, and it is impossible for him to live. That heaven-mending pavilion's Haotian's body is absolutely astonishing, and would not be less than heir by that much, and is worth paying attention to. I have read an ancient text before. There was a speculation that if a naturally born divine being lost his bone, as long as that individual survived, they could regenerate it, becoming even more powerful and terrifying. What do you guys think, this Haotian child? With this speculation revealed, everyone inhaled a breath of cold air. Regardless of what others are saying, this child is exceedingly powerful. My clan's geniuses and adopted children have already been given the order. Inside the 100 Shattering Mountains, they need to be on a strict lookout for him. If they have the chance. There is no need for mercy. Half a month later, the limit of the great earth began to surge with a mist from the distance. It was hazy and indistinct, and a loud sound was continuously coming out from within it. It was world-shaking, and it shot out numerous strands of multicolored light. Everyone within Broken Sky City were alarmed, as if an ancient deity had awoken from its slumber. From within the mists appeared 2 eyes, and strands of lightning shot out from within its pupils. Primal chaos surged within the limits of the great earth, and lightning interweaved. Ear-splitting thunder roared, and torrential rain poured down. It was as if Judgment Day was approaching. It's coming. The 100 Shattering Mountains is appearing. The route is opening, and the world is reconstructing. Everyone from the older generation opened their eyes wide, and were nervously watching carefully. This area of land was normally rather flat. Now, however, there were some vague shadows, swelling the land into a mountain range that was faintly discernible. However, if they observed carefully, the great land seemed to be just as flat as before. Those shadows were from a different realm, separated by the endless void, only appearing now. It's coming. It did create another realm after all. However, it only opens today, and it is an extremely rare opportunity. Children, your chance has come. You all might obtain great opportunities within, or you might die and be buried within that land. Choose which opportunity to grasp yourselves. An elder loudly shouted, shaking the entire Broken Sky City. You all still have a bit of time left. Quickly go and prepare. An important senior spoke out. Several hundred years ago, there was an outstanding individual who emerged from within the 100 Shattering Mountains. After he returned, he flew into the skies, and in the end he became an emperor. There was another who narrowly escaped death, and became the supreme founder after returning. There was even less of a need to talk about the period of time earlier than this. There were a few names that flickered with the aura of deities. They showed their disdain towards the ancient and the modern, shaking the history of the boundless earth. In just a split second, the entire Broken Sky City was thrown into disarray. Everyone was moving around, and all types of races appeared. There were flying divine monkeys, stones capable of flight, demonic butterflies with vibrating wings, giants over 10 meters tall, tray ants that were rooted in the void. Each and every one of the creatures were flickering with symbols, and were ready to charge into the limit of the great earth at any time. Of course, the most common were still the human race. All types of large and ancient families, top-level religions, and ancient imperial families, etc. covered the land. They were numerous and dense as they stood before the city wall. Little junior disciple, what are you doing? Hurry up. We can't be the last ones to enter, right? A few of the heaven-mending pavilion disciples were anxiously urging the little guy. Good food doesn't need to fear being late. I am taking care of something, so you guys can go first. The little guy took out all types of large and small packages and piled them together. It was as if he was building a house. This made the 5 heaven-mending pavilion disciples become dumbstruck. Are you going as a tourist or to fight with others? Why are you carrying so many things? It really was unreasonable. All right, I've finished tidying up. Finally, the little guy lifted up a huge hemp sack and hurried over. The old monster Tao Yi from the heaven-mending pavilion was also a bit speechless. Others were all bringing medicinal powder and weaponry, Yet why did this little brat run out from the kitchen, bringing with him all sorts of random things? There was not much time left, and so Tao Yi did not ask too much. He brought the youths with him as he headed towards the city gate. "Senior, are there any precious artifacts? Let me borrow one of them, or maybe some jade containers that can hold many items. Carrying this large sack around is too inconvenient," said the little guy. "We don't have any." Tao Yi shook his head and didn't have the time to scold him. He quickly brought the others and charged up the city wall. Hong! The primal chaos coming from the limits of the great earth became increasingly dense. In the end, it was like a white-colored wave as it surged and roared, creating a magnificent sight. The waves overflowed in the heavens and created a vast expanse of whiteness. It surged up and down violently, smashing about until all of heaven and earth began to rumble. It was incomparably violent and mind-blowing. It was a barrage of primal chaos aura, and was unexpectedly extremely terrifying. Many people felt as if half of their lifespan had disappeared in that instant. It really was a once-in-a-lifetime scene, and was extremely majestic. It was as if thousands of men and horses were galloping forth and an army of millions were slaughtering their way over. Rumbling noises rang out, and the white mist struck the skies, creating a terrifying scene. Hong! Finally, a loud sound boomed, and the aura of primal chaos arrived. Many people were completely terrified, and they thought that they were being swallowed. Soon after, they noticed that heaven and earth seemed to be splitting apart, and the vast expanse of white surrounded them. Being named Broken Sky City, this name truly makes sense. Everyone sighed. At the same time, the altar that had been covered with the blood of saints in the center of the city began to emit faint light. It looked like it had revived. It was full of life, and looked as if it had regained its former glory. "There's no need to wait. The 100 shattering mountains are open, and we can enter right now." A loud shout rang out, and an old ape threw his child. Following that, a flood dragon one sword passed, entering the primal chaos mist. Soon after, a golden-colored big bird struck the skies, disappearing into the primal chaos. A demonic butterfly flapped its wings, broke through the sky, and quickly entered. 2 white jade dragons simultaneously rushed in. They trampled over the great earth, creating rumbling sounds. At that moment, all types of creatures began to move, and they all prepared to enter the mist. There wasn't a single one who didn't want to be the first one to enter the 100 shattering mountains and obtain the greatest opportunities. The humans naturally did not want to fall behind, and leapt up to chase after them. There were a few who had already arrived at the front and revealed their precious artifacts. They raced against 10-meter-tall giants, and contested with the descendants of divine birds. At the limit of the great earth, there was only a single gate. Although it was incomparably large, there were too many people who were trying to enter. It was impossible for them all to enter at the same time, and the mass multitude of people were stuck outside. It was to the point where fierce battles took place, and there were a few creatures that began to fight. The heaven-mending pavilion were stuck within that group of people, and the little guy's large sack naturally caused people to stare at him. All of the creatures that saw him felt extremely strange. There were many clan elders who were sending off their disciples, and they similarly revealed strange expressions as they looked at him. There was someone who couldn't hold himself back any longer, and asked, "Little friend, what exactly are you bringing?" "They are all treasures." The little guy threw the sack down with a clang sound, and sat himself down on it. Regardless, the road ahead was blocked, and it was difficult to advance right now. If they are all treasures, why is the bag so big? None of them believed him, and even a few of the others' race's creatures were amazed. Of course, the little guy slapped the sack under his butt, and had an accomplished look in his eyes. The noble school is indeed powerful, gifting their disciples with so many treasures. It truly makes us revere. There were people who felt touched. The heaven-mending pavilion's chief figure Tao Yi felt his old face developing a fever. What kind of treasure was that? On the way here, he clearly heard the clanking sounds of pots and bowls. Nearby, quite a few people were revealing ominous glints in their eyes. They were all targeting the little guy, and it was obvious that they wanted to steal from him. I'm warning you guys, don't set your eyes on my treasure. Otherwise, I will throw each and every one of you into a stew. The little guy glared at the creatures from the other races. It was as if he was protecting his food and defending his large sack. All of the surrounding human elders all laughed, and one of them said, "Little friend, could you allow us to see what kind of treasures are inside? I am so old already, of course I would not try to steal from you." "All right." The little guy seemed to be a bit reluctant, and slowly opened up the large sack. Everyone began to look in his direction, and extended their necks to look at what exactly it was. Even those of other races were no exception, and curiosity emitted from within their eyes. Only Tao Ye's face was completely red, and he wanted to turn around and walk away. He gave the little guy a slap and said, "What kind of treasures could you possibly present? Hurry up and put it away. It's hard to carry if there are too many things. Give me some kind of precious artifact or spirit jar so that I could place these things inside." The little guy extended his hands as he asked. "Don't have any." Tao Yi was extremely angry. This child was seizing the opportunity to blackmail him. "Come on, open it. Let us see what is inside." The surrounding people were all unsatisfied. "Sure." The little guy quickly opened up the sack, and all of the items fell out. The group of people extended their necks and shifted their gazes to look. They were immediately dumbstruck. What kind of treasure was this? For a long time, everyone was speechless. This child was simply a fraud, making people's hearts exhausted. "I say, child, are you sure you didn't pillage some family's kitchen?" An elder spoke. "How do you know?" The little guy opened his eyes wide and immediately began to explain. "I did not randomly rob someone. I left a message. I made sure to leave my school's name and said that this was for borrowing, and in the future, they could go to the sacred land to get it back." Heaven Mending Pavilion's chief figure Tao Yi, whose face was previously red, now turned black, even to the point where his eyes were going to turn black. This little fraud is too lacking in moral sense. How could he do this type of thing? It simply made them lose too much face. The magnificent Heaven Mending Pavilion needed to expropriate this type of item. He would rather have this little bastard actually go rob something and loot some expert than do something like this. This was simply unbearable for the Heaven Mending Pavilion. Truly a fraud. Everyone was petrified. No one could have thought that the so-called treasures would be these types of items. Some of the creatures immediately retracted their necks. What kind of treasure was this? Would he even be able to use those in the 100 Shattering Mountains? After entering, this rotten brat would only be cannon fodder. You all are too dumb and don't know how to survive in the wilderness. At that time, you will all definitely be endlessly jealous of me. Roasted lion, slow-cooked fei, tiger bone soup. You all will just have to watch jealously from the side. The little guy wiped his mouth. "Please stop talking." The pretty senior sister at the side covered his mouth. Meeting a little junior brother like this really made them all lose a lot of face. One of the elders was curious, squatted down to carefully observe from the side. This truly was strange. There was every type of seasoning. That kitchen really was thoroughly robbed. "They're going, we can enter." The sea of people in front of them were disappearing, and countless creatures had already entered. The Heaven Mending Pavilion's geniuses once again went on their way. They left the chief figure Tao Yi and headed towards the giant glowing gate. With a schwa sound, they directly passed through. They threw themselves into the passage, and as the hazy mist swirled about, they did not know where it led to. Go! Continue charging forward. There are many passages here, and choosing a different route will lead to a different region of the 100 Shattering Mountains. There are places where the routes connect, so sooner or later, creatures who entered from different areas will meet up, said a senior disciple from the Heaven Mending Pavilion. This was what Tao Yi said, and was originally from a predecessor's personal experience. Upon entering, they naturally wanted to avoid all of the creatures grouping together. Otherwise, a large-scale bloody war would immediately take place. After entering one of the passageways, the little guy and the others quickly ran forward. They did not know how much time had passed. Eventually, the mists thinned out, and bright light shined down. Following that, they charged out. In that split second, they felt a wave of rich spiritual essence. It was several times denser than that of even the heaven-mending pavilions, and the spiritual essence was practically liquefying. This small world is a treasure. Cultivating here would result in twice the effect with half the work. Several people were moved. In front of them was a lake, and it was extremely clear. Strands of spiritual essence rose, and the aroma of ancient medicine floated about. Even further into the distance, there were wild beasts howling. Some of the mountain peaks were overflowing with color, and were covered with spiritual vines. Beautiful trees were growing, and it seemed like a paradise. There are 4 stalks of spirit medicine there. A senior sister cried out in surprise, and pointed at the base of a mountain. Right at that moment, the little guy loudly shouted, and threw the large sack in his hands to the side. Like a human-shaped vicious beast, he showed his might, and violently ran out. Kacha-breaking sounds were emitted, and a large tree howled in grief. It broke into 2 pieces, and quickly turned into a ruptured tree. The heaven-mending pavilion's several disciples were frightened. That was a Treant race's expert, and it would typically be able to transform into a large tree. While concealed within a forest, it would be difficult to discover, and it truly was terrifying. It was obvious that this was a Treant race's genius. It was definitely a genius, and just now it wanted to mount a sneak attack on them. In the end, he was snapped apart by the little guy's physical body while still alive. Hyolingaling. In the distance, a large red-colored bird dashed into the air. It flew into the distance and emitted terrifying fluctuations. "Big Red, don't go. Come inside my bowl," the little guy shouted loudly, and lifted up a large boulder weighing over several thousand jin, directly smashing it into the sky. With a pong sound, the bird cried out in anger and emitted an endless blaze, frying the boulder into magma. "Little Black, you aren't allowed to leave. Leave behind some food." The little guy turned his body around and looked into the distance. He saw a black-colored horned bearman, and symbols flickered around its body before it escaped without a trace. The heaven-mending pavilion's geniuses were dumbstruck. This little disciple is so fearless. Upon entering the forest, he was like a dragon returning to the sea. He was coarse and wild, directly scaring off the surrounding powerful creatures that were geniuses from their respective races. After the black-colored bearman heard this, his entire body began to violently shake. This savage child was truly terrifying. After meeting for the first time, he already wanted to eat it. Black light erupted from its body, and it broke through many ancient trees as it fled for its life. The symbols transformed into a black flame and supported the soles of its feet, giving it a surprising burst of speed. "My bear food," the little guy aguishly wailed. His expression was bitter, and he was lamenting. In only a brief period of time, that bear had already disappeared. He wanted to chase after it, but he couldn't escape from the limits of his own body. He was truly regretting. The large red bird cried out angrily in the sky. Its entire body was scarlet, and it covered the entire sky in a fiery radiance, burning the large stone aimed at it into lava. It was red like blood as it fell onto the ground. It was extremely angry. It originally saw the savage child smash a Treant race genius into 2 pieces and wanted to temporarily avoid its attacks. It wanted to find the opportune time to strike, and never would have thought that it would almost be struck by a large boulder. This was a fire yunk, and it was extremely violent in nature. Couldn't endure the humiliation of being struck like this, and immediately went berserk. The entire sky was covered in fiery patterns, pouring down towards the little guy. In the far distance, it seemed as if a giant red flood was pouring down. The heat wave burned everywhere, and the spectacle was extremely terrifying. "Big Red, you will pay the price for this." The little guy frowned and loudly shouted. He was being tangled by this fire yunk, allowing the horned bearman to escape. More importantly, his food getting away. A silvery light that was as clear as water was emitted from his body, quickly forming into a silver disk. It appeared behind his body, spotlessly white and sacred. It was similar to his height, intimately enveloping him, as it scattered about its silver splendor. The little guy was like a sovereign. He stood tall and upright on the great land, and his entire body was emitting light. The silver-colored disk was like a divine moon dropping down from the ninth heaven, setting off an extraordinary divine effect. The fiery radiance was like a flood, hiding the sky and covering the earth. It emitted a rumbling sound as it poured down in torrents. Its power was shocking to the extreme. The moon disk blazed vigorously behind the little guy. The silver light was like water, smashing out and instantly hindering the intensity of the fire. The heaven-mending pavilion's several disciples were all astonished. Each and every one of them ran away quickly in retreat. All of them were shaken emotionally. This little disciple's performance was too astonishing. The great flame dropped, dissolving the great rocks and transforming the ancient trees into ash. The surface of the land was transformed into a fiery red liquid, causing waves after waves of lava to bubble about. The entire woodland was transformed into a sea of fire. The little guy was extremely angry and emitted a chaotic aura from his body. A large amount of symbols formed around him, and with a hong sound, the silver plate became even more pure and holy. Regardless of whether it was the magma or the fiery radiance, it was all blocked. At the same time, the 5 fingers of his right hand opened out. Silver light interweaved, and as if lightning was interweaving, an archaic devil bird formed. It rushed into the skies, throwing itself at the fire yunk. With a pung sound, the 2 vicious birds collided. Red multicolored light and silver splendor exploded at the same time, causing the skies to reverberate with long sounds. Going that way, the little guy was shouting, because he noticed that the fire yunk was now clear-headed and was trying to flap its wings in escape. He quickly charged into the distance, violently stomping on a dwarf mountain. The terrifying strength from his physical body instantly caused the mountain to split apart and landslides to form. The scene was extremely terrifying. In addition, his body soared into the sky, straight towards the large red bird. The fire yunk was shocked. This child was too savage. To soar into the sky with a single stomp. Was he trying to fly? Cried out, igniting its entire body. Its precious technique was applied to itself, and its speed instantly increased by several fold in an instant, finally avoiding the terrifying human. The little guy was not willing to give up, and the center of his palms became transparent, as if it was opened. He erupted with golden-colored lightning. This was true speed, and he smashed into the body of the fire yunk. With an angry cry, the great red bird's wings exploded, scattering a large amount of red-colored spiritual feathers. Part of its body was burnt black, emitting the fragrance of flesh. A strand of silver light streaked past, and the little guy did everything he could to toss out a silver moon. It was as shiny as blade radiance, striking the fire yunk. It caused its body to shake and a chunk of flesh dropped. Its body quickly began to drop as well. The little guy was laughing happily and said, "Big Red, quickly get in my pot." The fire yunk wailed and quickly dropped down. Right before it was about to drop onto the ground, it suddenly shifted its body. It stopped the momentum of the fall and rushed into the distance while sticking close to the ground. Too cunning. It was pretending to be dead. The little guy was extremely angry. He had just reached the peak of his jump's power and was only now beginning to fall. It was impossible for him to drop down and chase after it. Fire yunk was like a bird who was startled by the mere twang of a bow. After hearing the little guy's words, it immediately quivered and ran even faster. Sticking close to the ground, it lowered its body to run as fast as it could. Its 2 wings caused many of the ancient treetops to be cut off. The geniuses from the heaven-mending pavilion were absolutely stupefied. The little disciple was too ferocious, causing even a powerful devil bird to flee in fear. Within the mountain region in the distance, the horned bearman wiped off his cold sweat. He unexpectedly spoke in the human language, truly savage. With a hong sound, the little guy dropped onto the ground, quaking the mountain into collapsing. A deep crater emerged, and long cracks extended outwards. He angrily ran up, and he was muttering noisily. That crafty little bird actually ran away in the future. Don't let me see you again. The heaven-mending pavilion's geniuses looked at each other in dismay, and they truly did not know what to say. This disciple really was even more fierce than a vicious beast. The little guy ran into the distance and carried out a large 20-something gene of fresh flesh. Some scarlet red feathers were mixed in, and this was the chunk that was sliced off by the silver moon. In the end, I didn't waste my energy and can taste this delicacy. He opened his mouth and said, within this mountain region, there were quite a few creatures living in seclusion. After seeing this scene, they were all absolutely horrified. In that short period of time, the entire mountain ground was trembling, the vegetation was thrown into chaos, and leaves were fluttering about in disorder. All of them were trying to escape. Ah, there was a purple camel hiding there. I heard that camel meat tastes the best. I shouldn't have allowed it to escape. The little guy anxiously stomped his feet and opened his eyes wide as he looked into the mountain forest. After the purple camel heard those words, it staggered and almost fell down. Following that, it fled madly into the distance. It changed directions, transforming into a purple streak of light and disappearing in an instant into the sea of forest. There's also a golden sheep. My roasted sheep leg! The little guy cried out in anguish. After the entirely golden and dazzling two-headed sheep heard this, it immediately kicked its two hind legs and madly ran. Its speed was faster than in the past by an entire level and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This group of powerful individuals were all geniuses from their respective races, and there were also some humanoid creatures. After hearing the little guy's words, however, each and every one of them made themselves scarce. They all feared getting eaten, and it was as if they were trying to evade an epidemic. Senior brothers and sisters, let's eat first. We can explore this little world after and search for heavenly bones, divine springs, and saints' inheritances. The little guy was extremely agile and quickly cleaned out that chunk of meat. He washed it by the river and then directly took out his pots and ladles. A fight was quickly lit, and he began to add condiments to stew the meat slowly. You're really going to eat it? That's too savage. In the end, several of those vicious creatures that had not yet left felt their fine hairs stand up. They no longer dared to stick around any longer and quickly ran away. This fire yunk is quite extraordinary. Could it be that it is an archaic descendant's later generation? Its flesh is definitely a type of precious medicine. After eating a single bite, a senior male disciple was immediately moved. It really is as so. A pretty senior sister scooped out a chunk of fragrant and sparkling piece of tender meat. After entering her mouth, it transformed into a wave of divine essence that spread to her 4 limbs and hundreds of bones, making her extremely comfortable. The several individuals quickly moved their chopsticks, and in the blink of an eye, the 20 gene of flesh was completely consumed. There wasn't even much of the soup gravy left over. This flesh is like precious medicine, the group of people exclaimed in admiration, and currently, they could all feel a small light radiating around their bodies. You guys finally understand how important it was that I brought these precious tools now, right? Otherwise, how would we be able to enjoy such great food? The little guy patted his little belly and lied down on a soft patch of grass next to a river. A stick of grass was in his mouth, and he was incomparably satisfied. He felt as if there was a wave of heat within his body. It created a rumbling noise as it battered within his body. His essence energy was strengthening. If he ate this type of flesh precious medicine every day, he believed that it would not be long before he broke through again. The disciples from the heaven-mending pavilion all felt a bit embarrassed, especially the 2 senior sisters. They were even more bashful. How could they have allowed this devilish brat to transform them into foodies? From entering this little world until now, they only talked about eating. They did not look for any heavenly bones or holy medicine at all. There are 4 types of spirit medicine there. I am going to go and pick them. A senior brother stood up. There's no rush. Wait until nighttime when we catch a vicious beast. It'll be delicious when we stew it as spirit medicine. Meanwhile, a few of the native creatures within the mountain range were muttering. "Have you heard? There is a little devil king that eats everything. We must be careful, and absolutely must not go there. Too savage, eating the tree ant and even eating the fire yunk. It even wanted to eat that horned bearman afterwards. It really is a devil king." The group of creatures were discussing among themselves. Right at that moment, a humanoid shadow walked over, sweeping by with a cold and eerie feeling. It immediately made the entire forest feel cold, as if a cold frost had descended. He walked out from within the depths of the mountain range, and his entire body was enshrouded in a silver radiance. He headed towards that lake, and his aura was terrifying. The nearby creatures were all horrified. At the edge of the lake there was a mountain cliff. Some ancient pines were growing, verdant and aged. It was as if a few horned dragons were lying down. Nearby, there were 4 spirit medicines side by side, flowing with a sparkling and translucent luster. It was 4 stalks of scarlet orchids, and they looked as if they were made out of blood diamond. Multicolored light dazzled about. It thrived on the world's spiritual essence, and was currently emitting a sweet scent. Even the little guy was gasping in surprise. Outside of this realm, a spirit medicine like this would only grow within a spirit mountain. It was extremely rare, yet there was actually 4 stalks here, absolutely shocking. The spiritual essence within this little world was too rich, and as a result, it could actually give birth to 4 stalks of spiritual medicine. I feel that the medicinal effect must be extremely astonishing, and it definitely has been growing for many years now. There are flesh-colored ring-like patterns on it, and it might allow us to break through our bottlenecks. A few of the young heaven-mending pavilion's disciples were emitting light from their eyes. A senior brother stood up and began to climb the cliff. He was preparing to pluck them all. When he was about to close in on those 4 stalks of spirit medicine, he suddenly felt a wave of coldness. Immediately lifting his head, he noticed that a humanoid creature had appeared and was currently overlooking him. "Who are you?" "Hong." This creature was extremely overbearing. With a stomp of his feet, it caused the cliff to crumble. It was as if a mountain flash flood exploded forth, surging down violently with rumbling sounds. It was all too sudden. The heaven-mending pavilion disciple cried out in alarm and directly fell down. Those several thousand gene boulders tumbled down, and there were many that were even tens of thousands of gene as they fell down one after another. When that humanoid creature on top of the cliff stamped down, it was as if the entire mountain was collapsing. It buried that heaven-mending pavilion disciple under tens of thousands of gene of rocks. "Senior brother," the people behind cried out in surprise. This unforeseen event was too sudden, and not everyone had the little guy's terrifying physical body. Being bombarded continuously by 10,000 gene boulders would definitely turn an ordinary person into meat paste. The mountain cliff was crumbling, and large rocks rolled down. Its power was terrifying to the extreme. That senior brother had symbols flickering around his body, but he was still going to be drowned out. "Hong!" The little guy made his move and rushed into the pile of rocks. With a smack of his hands, it shook the mountains and rivers until they lost color. He grabbed the senior disciple's arm and fiercely threw him out. Taking his place, he fell into the collapsing boulders. The humanoid creature on top of the mountain cliff unraveled a scroll and faced the people below. His silver-colored pupils immediately emitted bright rays of light, and he said, "It should be you guys." He stepped down with his foot and caused the heaven and the earth to shake. Those 4 stalks of spirit medicine were plucked into his hands, and the entire mountain was destroyed by him, crashed down, submerging the little guy within. Symbols flickered, and thunder rolled about the little guy's surroundings. It caused many of the boulders to shatter. In the end, he rushed out, and was no longer buried by the mountain rocks. "You should be that human race's special child, right?" He stared at the little guy, and his silver pupils were incomparably penetrating and terrifying. "Who are you? Why are you attacking us?" shouted a senior sister from the heaven-mending pavilion. "Nine-headed golden lion told me to subdue you, and I do not want him to do as he pleases. Come with me and become my battle servant. In the future, There will be a day when I will allow you to return to the human race, and you will be able to split the earth and become the emperor. He stood atop a large boulder, overlooking the little guy. His entire body was silver white, and he did not look at anyone else. Divine splendor flickered about, emitting waves of terrifying fluctuations. "What kind of creature are you?" the little guy asked. "I am your king. In the future, you will follow me by my side and initiate the glory into immortality. Using the titles of your human race, I am your future master." The silver creature opened his mouth, and a sea of fluctuations were instantly emitted. A terrifying aura poured over like a wave. The little guy's face immediately darkened. He walked forward and began to circle around the creature, sizing it up and down. "What are you still considering over?" asked the silver humanoid creature. "To want meat, but there isn't any. Bones, on the other hand, are plenty. You are still a humanoid, so how am I supposed to eat you? Even if I stew you, it would still be unappetizing, and I fear that it would harm my heart." The little guy spoke with his face darkened, and he grumbled in anger. "Why are you a humanoid? What am I supposed to do with you? Tell me, how am I supposed to dispose of you? To bury you alive? Or cook you with steam?" The silver-colored creature was standing on top of a boulder, and he had a stunned expression on his face. He stared blankly. Was this child in front of him really a human? How could he be so savage to actually want to eat him? Scared? You should quickly go wash yourself and then come into the pot. The little guy stared with his eyes wide open at him. Exactly who was a human and who was the archaic descendant? The silver creature felt his mind becoming a bit disordered. Why did it feel like the two individuals' race had been swapped? Are you sure you were talking to me?" he asked in hesitation. "Waste of words. Other than you, what other edible things are there around here?" The little guy replied boldly and confidently. "Ow!" The silver-colored creature roared, shaking the entire mountain forest. Leaves flew about, and his face was incomparably downcast. Silver light collected together, revealing his true body. He was simply angered to his limit. Never had he met such a human before, to even want to eat him? Have you gone insane? He had a humanoid body, but thin scales covered his body. His face was similar to that of a human's due to his flesh. In addition, he could be considered to be extremely handsome. What was relatively unique was that his two pupils were both silver-colored, flickering and threatening. Silver hair draped over his head like a waterfall. Up until now, it was always him who ate others. When other creatures saw him, they would all flee, and now a human who wanted to eat him actually appeared. His expression showed displeasure and bewilderment, and he transformed into a ray of silver light as he charged over. "Let me teach you how to show respect to your future king." The silver light was like a wave as it poured over, frantic and astonishing. It arrived in a flash, and a fist smashed toward the little guy's head. It brought with it a gale of wind, and over 10 boulders weighing over 100 jin within the vicinity soared into the sky. The heaven-mending pavilion disciples were all shocked. This creature was definitely powerful. Just the gale that was carried over caused so many stones to fly. Just how powerful was he? The little guy cried out loudly, and unexpectedly went up to meet the attack. He was prepared to welcome the attack with one of his own, and his black hair flew behind him. It made him appear a less immature and more heroic as he exhaled. Hong! The two individuals' fists collided, emitting a world-shaking sound. It was as if a clap of thunder rang out, and the silver-colored creature suddenly opened its eyes wide. It was extremely shocked. Following that, symbols covered his palms densely, quickly interweaving before shooting out. Just like that, the two individuals fell backwards. The little guy's eyes emitted light and stared at him, eager to give it another try. He was prepared to once again charge over, and he had a look of unruliness about him. The silver creature's palms were lightly trembling. He inhaled a breath of cold air. He was actually not a match in terms of pure physical strength. If it were not for the usage of symbols as support at the crucial moment, he might have paid bitterly for it. His hand flicked out, and threw the 4 stalks of spirit medicine to the side. It dropped on top of a mountain, preventing them from being destroyed during the battle. Following that, he once again took action. His silver pupils suddenly emitted light, forming 2 rays of silver radiance. They were several dozen meters long, quickly shooting out with a power more terrifying than divine arrows. The little guy's expression remained undisturbed, and he quickly took action. His palms became transparent, forming a golden color. A vigorous lightning crackled and rattled, enveloping everything instantly. The entire area began to burn magnificently. Golden lightning and silver radiance danced about. The little guy shifted horizontally, and a strand of black hair was sliced off. In addition, a gash resulted from a streak of silver light. Blood flowed out from that wound, and he was lightly wounded. It was beyond dangerous. If he leaned a bit more, then that silver light would have pierced through his throat. That terrifying attack would have continued to cut through, making his head drop to the ground. Meanwhile, burnt scars appeared on that silver creature's body. He staggered backwards and chunks of scales fell. He revealed a shocked expression and said, "Swan Knee's precious technique. Truly powerful." The little guy rubbed the bloodstain at his neck, revealing an astonished expression. "So powerful. No wonder that 9-headed golden lion wanted you as his battle servant. I have decided to snatch you away from him." The silver creature spoke, and the light within his pupils burned even more furiously. At the same time, the surroundings began to surge with silver light, burning fiercely. His body was in the center, and he was like a king overlooking his servant. In an instant, his aura increased in intensity by 10-fold. The several individuals from the heaven-mending pavilion sucked in a breath of cold air. This archaic descendant was more powerful than they had imagined. Although it was still not fully matured, it already had the aura of a king. Aho! He slaughtered his way over, bringing with him a silvery light. It was as if a vast body of water swept its way over. The little guy revealed a serious expression, and the radiance of lightning flickered about. Golden light rushed into the heavens, and he transformed into a young lightning deity. Golden lightning would form just by a lift of his hand. It danced about left and right, zapping this entire area. Peng at 20,000 or so gene boulder was transformed into fine powder under the lightning radiance. The golden lightning covered the sky, shaking people to their souls. Pu the silver light hid the sky and covered the earth. It leveled an entire section of the forest, transforming it into dust. Only an empty mess remained. The little guy fought fiercely with this silver creature while risking life and limb. He quickly moved his body, and a dazzling scene was taking place between these 2 individuals. It was so brilliant that the spectators couldn't open their eyes, and precious symbols and techniques covered everywhere. This creature's cultivation surpassed that of the little guy, and he a level higher. He wanted to oppress this human genius with absolute power, but to his surprise, this youth was too troublesome, avoiding several of his fatal attacks. The little guy was excited and was not fearful at all. The longer they fought, the more brave he became. This silver creature took in and released symbols continuously as he attacked the little guy. A vast expanse of silver expanded downwards, and at the same time, his pupils began to flourish with light. The 2 precious techniques combined together as they attack outward. Suddenly, a streak of splendid light radiated, and the symbols within the little guy's palm interweaved. A bone mirror that was as sparkling and translucent as jade appeared, blocking the light emitted from the pupils of the opposing party and reflecting it back. Pu the silver creature released a muffled shout and staggered backwards. 2 bloody holes appeared in his shoulders, and blood was flowing out as he exposed a shocked expression. "You actually obtained the precious bone of the swan and I and refined it into a supreme treasure." Powerful races all detested having their precious techniques leaked out, and would all shatter their precious bones before dying, destroying everything. It was a very rare event for them to leave behind this type of primitive bone. "Sorry about that. The mirror was quite slippery, and it fell out of my bosom." The little guy's apology truly lacked sincerity, causing the silver creature's pupils to feel a chill. He had been cultivating for a longer time than his opponent, and was a realm higher than his opponent's level. He couldn't even use this to suppress his opponent, and now that the little guy used his precious artifact, it left him with nothing left to say. Hong! The silver creature opened its mouth and spat out a lump of light. With a gust of wind, it transformed into a silver-colored fan. It faced the little guy and fanned its way over, the boundless white waves overflowing the heavens. The little guy used the mirror to defend himself, stopping that figure. However, the mountain region behind him exploded with rocks and sand. All of the tall and ancient trees were pulled up by the roots, shattering in the sky. In addition, a mountain was split up into pieces, as if it had an encounter with a lightning deity. Mountain rocks were rumbling and tumbling. This scene was too terrifying. The precious artifact's power was incredible, shaking one to the core. It made the geniuses from the heaven-mending pavilion who were watching the fight in the distance feel fear and trepidation in the face of this disaster. This silver creature was definitely a descendant of an unimaginably powerful race of kings. Otherwise, with his age so young, yet possessing this type of powerful fan, it shouldn't have appeared in the hands of such a young descendant. Of course, they were also shocked at the little guy. This little junior disciple's background was too generous, right? They actually had the precious bone of a swan and eye, refining it into a bone mirror. They really had difficulty believing it. Open! The little guy erupted with a clap of thunder, loudly shouting. He flipped over the bone mirror in his hands, aiming the other side straight at the silver creature. The sparkling and translucent bone had a symbol on it, and it flickered with the light of lightning. With a violent Hong sound, an enormous streak of lightning flew out. This was the profound mystery of the archaic descendant swan and eye, and it was compatible with that of a mirror. After being activated, its divine might was astonishing. The silver creature's expression changed color, and he waved the fan in his hands. Silver radiance hid the sky and covered the earth, colliding with that enormous streak of golden lightning. As a result, a bright and resplendent multicolored light was emitted. In the end, the two individuals backed up a few steps. They both revealed shocked expressions, gasping in admiration at their opponent's precious artifact. You really make me amazed. You are simply a human, and even though your age is so young, your strength is this powerful. It is the first time I have seen such a thing. Although the silver creature's age was not that great, his period of cultivation was still longer than the little guy's. He still could not deal with his opponent, leaving him with an ugly look of disbelief. Now you know what is powerful, right? How about this? I wouldn't eat you and you become my servant. The little guy teased. The veins on the silver creature's head were jumping, and he immediately said, I refuse to be your battling pet. The nine-headed lion and the others should also forget about succeeding. Today, I will tear you apart and devour you. No one should think about obtaining a powerful servant. After the little guy heard what was said, his face immediately darkened. He was fuming with rage and said, How many other archaic descendants have this kind of thinking? I think you all grown tired of living. My menu will now have not only roasted lion and tiger bone soup, and it seems like a few more specialty dishes will have to be added. Only you are the most useless, can only be killed, and then exchanged for treasure. He began to display his might, and the precious mirror in his hands began to sparkle. He began to continuously make moves and fiercely fought. I don't want to waste any more time. Receive death. The silver creature coldly howled, spitting out a dagger. Silver light flickered and flew out in an instant. While these things were happening, he used all of his strength to wave his silver fan. It restricted the bone mirror in the little guy's hand, making it hard for him to pull out the power needed to block the dagger. The silver-colored dagger was polished out of a precious bone, and although its power fell short of the precious fan, it was still not something to look down on. Hong on top of the little guy's head suddenly emerged a volcano, and magma was bubbling. Waves of dragon cries rang out, and following that, a terrifying and strange lump of golden light rushed out. With a kacha sound, that dagger was twisted into snapping, fell onto the ground, snapping into two chunks. The little guy's precious artifact had 2 golden bones that were linked together. The light beams were astonishing, and even the sun was overshadowed. Waves of dragon cries and flood dragon hisses were emitted. What the fuck? The silver-colored creature was astonished. The opposing party took out another powerful precious artifact. This was simply too astonishing. With a chi sound, that lump of golden light flew out, as if 2 young horned dragons were intersecting. They formed a precious pair of shears, streaking out in a flash. Not good. He turned around and ran. He relied on his higher realm to fight on par with the little guy. Now that he was defeated in terms of precious artifacts, he could only run. Afterwards, the golden bone shears slowed down a bit before once again rushing out. His left arm was broken and fell down with a pu sound. It was cut off and blood splashed everywhere. Damn it! His mouth was making a clear hissing sound, and the precious fan in his hands rotated. It propped himself up and emitted an immeasurable light. Afterwards, he stuck close to the ground and ran at top speed into the distance. "Where are you going?" the little guy lightly shouted. The bone mirror emitted light, supporting his 2 legs. As fast as lightning, he stuck to the ground and chased. Doing this expended a great deal of spiritual energy. However, the 2 individuals did not have the time to worry over such things. One was fleeing for his life, and the other was as fast as lightning. Both of them wanted to overcome the other. Where did this little junior brother come from? Why does he have such powerful precious artifacts? How could an ordinary person have such items? Every single one of them could be considered a clan's supreme treasure. The heaven-mending pavilion's disciples sighed with regret. The little guy's trump cards were too astonishing. At the crucial points, he actually brought out 2 precious artifacts that were this powerful. They did not know that the little guy won these precious artifacts by risking his own life, and that they were not bestowed upon him by a clan elder. Several people were chasing after them, and they picked up the broken arm as well as the 4 stalks of spirit medicine. They were worried that the little guy would suffer losses, and that something unexpected would happen. After a long time, they finally found them by tracing the marks left by their battle. It had already ended, and blood stained the ground. The little guy sighed deeply and did not have a smile on his face. Instead, he felt indescribable grief, scaring several of them for a moment. It felt as if this junior disciple had met with some misfortune. "Little junior brother, what happened?" "My precious artifact. Woo-woo. It's gone, destroyed." He was extremely broken-hearted. "Ah!" Several people were immediately shocked. They felt sorry for him, since regardless of whether it was that bone mirror or that golden pair of bone shears, they were both priceless treasures. They could be used to guard a clan, and losing either one of them would be an unaccessible loss. Was it the precious pair of shears or the mirror? A pretty senior sister softly asked, and wanted to comfort him. "Neither." The little guy shook his head and took out a broken fan. The silver bone was dull, and the majority of it had already shattered. "Apu!" Those several individuals almost spat out blood. This little miser was feeling depressed over a spoil of war. They truly thought that his own treasure had been destroyed, making them completely speechless. The silver creature was executed, and was beheaded at the neck by the pair of golden bone scissors. When the head was about to tumble down, it was once again blasted by the swan and eye bone mirror, turning it into ashes as a result of the lightning. In the end, my cultivation realm is still not deep enough. I need to break through as quickly as possible. Otherwise, I would have taken care of this archaic descendant earlier, and this precious artifact wouldn't have been destroyed. The little guy was extremely angry. The people around him were without words. This little disciple was only how old? Your cultivation is already so terrifying. Where else would you break through into? He wasn't even 10 yet. Was he trying to fight against older and experienced people? This archaic descendant's flesh is definitely a precious medicine. If I refine his blood essence to nourish myself, I will definitely be able to break through into a new realm. However, I don't want to eat a humanoid creature. The little guy's brows were knit. He wore a conflicted expression on his face, and was hesitating. You can still exchange it for something else. A heaven-mending pavilion senior disciple reminded him. Seems like this is the only way. If I eat him, I fear that a shadow might overcome my heart. The little guy was dispirited and downcast, and then suddenly lifted up his head. Towards the distant mountains, he loudly shouted, "Is there anyone who is willing to exchange for an archaic descendant?" After this loud howl was released, the mountains all trembled. Many creatures were startled. It depends on whether or not the archaic descendant in your hands is of sufficient quality. What made people extremely shocked was that a voice quickly replied from the distance. The little guy immediately opened his eyes and jumped up. He lifted up the silver creature and took large steps forward. The volcano appeared on his head, and a glimpse of the golden bone shears could be seen. He did not want to be careless, and was preparing himself. After looking over a mountain ridge, they noticed a large group of geniuses. There were a total of more than 40 individuals. They were guarding an emperor's carriage. It was flickering with light, and it was obvious with just a glance that it was a treasure. How could there be so many people? Divine light flickered within the little guy's pupils, stopping his footsteps. It is the human emperor's daughter, and also our junior sister. The heaven-mending pavilion's several disciples were all pleasantly surprised, recognizing that emperor carriage. The little guy suddenly understood. He recalled this emperor carriage from when he first entered the heaven-mending pavilion. It was precisely the same one. Scarlet multicolored lights lingered about the emperor carriage, and the vicinity was surrounded by young geniuses. They were protecting the surroundings, and it was quite likely that only the human emperor's most beloved daughter would receive this type of protection. An excellent archaic descendant. We are willing to exchange. An individual from the opposing party revealed a look of pleasant surprise. The little guy was happy after hearing those words. He had constantly been at a loss as to whether or not to eat this archaic descendant. Now, there was finally a satisfactory solution. What items do we have for exchange? Wait a moment, we need to confirm whether or not this is of the spirit race. A mysterious person walked out from within the emperor carriage, and his entire body was being covered by a black cloak as he spoke out in a rough voice. This creature is from the spirit race? The expressions of several disciples from the heaven-mending pavilion changed. They looked at each other and couldn't help but feel emotionally stirred. The spirit race was a type of archaic descendant. Their numbers were extremely few, however, the race still held enough power to make people tremble. The creature who the little disciple killed had an entirely silver body, and he ought to have the blood of emperors. It really is a spirit race. We are willing to exchange. The black-cloaked individual was straightforward. They had not been duped, and so the individual directly expressed his interest in this creature. All of the young geniuses were emotionally moved. There was rare spirit blood passed down from this race's body. As long as they could refine it, then it would definitely assist them in their comprehension of the Tao. It really was wonderful and supernatural. It truly is the spirit race. A black gown covered his body, and the cloaked man walked towards the emperor's carriage, reporting to his superiors. "All right, exchange with that Ziyun heart." A clear voice rang out, as if beads of various sizes were falling on a jade plate, extremely pleasant to listen to. In the surroundings, more than 40 geniuses were emotionally stirred. In addition, there were several individuals beside the emperor carriage who immediately expressed their disapproval. The Ziyun heart is rarely produced and is similar in value to an archaic species. However, the medicinal effects are far more overbearing. When used for breaking through, it is extremely effective. Princess, please reconsider. Spirit blood is extremely rare. Even if it is extracted from the body of an archaic species, there is still no guarantee how many drops we will be able to refine. This is due to the fact that it is not something that is inherited, but rather condensed spiritually. Several people were advising against it. However, scarlet multicolored light flashed within the emperor's carriage. The imperial young lady had already made her decision, and she considered the spirit blood that could improve one's comprehension of the Tao to be far more precious than other items. The black-cloaked individual walked out with a square jade cauldron in his hands. He did not say much and handed it over. Even if he were to collapse, he would still be happy. He wanted to carry out the exchange as quickly as possible. The little guy naturally wanted to look more carefully. After all, an archaic species was incomparably precious, and one could not be careless while exchanging it. The 3 senior brothers and 2 senior sisters also gathered together to take a look. When the jade cauldron was opened, a purple mist floated about. It continuously circulated around, and a sweet scent assailed everyone's nostrils. It made the people's pores relax and expand, making their bodies feel extremely comfortable. In the center, there was an object that was as large as a person. It was entirely purple, sparkling, and brilliant. It was just like a beautiful purple diamond. As it radiated with precious splendor, it overflowed with fragrance, floating with strand after strand of purple mist. This was precisely the Ziyun heart, and it came from a vicious archaic descendant. It was a heart, but it seemed more like a giant purple gem, gorgeous and magnificent. It really was a precious medicine after all, and an extremely rare one. The heaven-mending pavilion's several disciples were gasping in surprise. Those geniuses all revealed peculiar looks. They personally witnessed the battle not long ago, and had watched the beheading of the Ziyun sable after exhausting quite a bit of force. Although the fierce creature was known as a sable, it was instead classified as a bird. This was because other than the head region resembling that of a sable, the rest of its body had the characteristics of a fierce bird. When it unfolded its wings, even outstanding heroes would have a hard time withstanding it. It was merely a single archaic species, yet it left the group of geniuses with beaten heads and scorched brows. If it were not for their numbers and the imperial daughter personally taking action, there would have most likely been disastrous casualties. From a certain point of view, this Ziyun sable's power could be considered to be more powerful than the silver creature. It was a pity that it met a group of experts and developed a conflict. Not bad. The little guy was considerably satisfied. This purple heart was just as its name stated. Purple clouds rose, and they revolved around the area. It did not reek with the smell of blood, and on the contrary, emitted a wave of fragrance. Beside the emperor's carriage, those geniuses' eyes were all burning. They stared at that heart, and they were all reluctant, not willing to exchange it. However, they had no choice. The main reason why they were able to slay this vicious bird was due to the princess' efforts. In addition, half of these individuals were attracted by the imperial daughter, and the other half were the Fire Nation's disciples. They all admired the little princess, and that as the reason why they followed along everywhere. After the imperial daughter declared her decision, they had no choice even if they weren't willing. After the little guy received the jade cauldron, he looked towards the emperor carriage and said, "Junior princess, I am also from the heaven-mending pavilion. Why aren't you coming out to meet your senior brother?" The group of geniuses were baffled. This child simply talked too much drivel. Even if they were from the same school, how many actually dared to speak to the emperor's daughter? There wasn't a single person who didn't show extreme respect, and they were all incomparably cautious and timid. Even the 5 heaven-mending pavilion's disciples were feeling a bit unnatural. Although they were similarly cultivating within the ancient sacred land, they have never truly conversed with the princess. They only looked at her shadow from the distance. Scarlet multicolored light flashed, and the curtain made out of pearls and jades was pushed to the side. A young lady walked out from within, and her age was roughly 15 to 16. Her forehead was a sparkling white, and she had an oval face. Her black eyebrows were curved, and large eyes were brilliant like crystals. She had a radiance of spirituality around her. Her skin was snow white, and although she was still a minor, her figure was excellent. It was not worse than those of 18 or 19-year-old girls. She was taller than her peers by a head, and as she leisurely walked, her soft small waist swayed back and forth. It was as if she was a snake, and her curves were extremely elegant. Her figure was extremely great. Her 2 legs were slender and straight, and as she walked over in this way, her curves were moving up and down. It was graceful and touching, making even 18 and 19-year-old girls feel inferior. "Brat," What did you call me? The corners of Hualinger's lips slightly curled up. Her expression carried a hint of ridicule, and she said, "This small, yet still dare to take advantage of others. I entered the school before you, so I ought to be your senior brother. Moreover, I am not younger than you by that much. Junior sister, after seeing your senior brother, you still aren't going to show me proper etiquette." The little guy was acting proud of his age and experience, raising his chin as he spoke to this beautiful girl. Everyone had a silly look on their faces. This brat was truly like a large thorn. He even dared to take advantage of the princess. This really was not being scared of anything. The imperial emperor's most beloved daughter had light circulating within her eyes. Her beautiful, delicate face carried a startled expression. She continuously stared at the little guy and said, "Could it be that it really is you?" Hearing the princess saying these things, all of the geniuses were stumped for words. Following that, they all stared at his dirty little face, wanting to see more clearly. In the fight that happened not too long ago, the little guy used quite a bit of effort to behead the silver creature. It made his head and face filthy with grime, catching quite a few bloodstains. His real face was about to be covered up. "Devilish brat!" Suddenly someone shouted, recognizing him. Since they entered this little world, the little guy had restored his original appearance. He had nothing to fear. As a result, someone recognized him after careful observation. Heavens! He really is that devilish brat. He actually showed himself. A group of people loudly shouted, and all of their gazes were burning. They slowly walked up with the goal of catching him. "You are the devilish brat. Your whole family are devilish brats," the little guy shouted back, and then blinked his large eyes. He emitted an expression of precaution and said, "I am warning you guys. Don't come any closer, or else I'll eat all of you." Within the Void God realm, there were many people who wanted to catch the devilish brat to give him a good beating. This group of genius youths were naturally affected as well. They rubbed their fists and wiped their palms in preparation of swarming him. It was precisely the emperor's most beloved daughter who was the most eager to give it a try. Her large eyes emitted light, and her small fists were clenched. Her small waist was bent, and her posture was extremely confusing. Although she was still young, her curves were astonishing. They were close to perfect, and her glowing white charming face had excitement written all over it. She really wanted to take action and catch that youth. "Junior sister, when meeting your senior brother, you shouldn't be so intimate. It won't leave a good first impression." The little guy took a few steps back and did not want to be surrounded by a group of geniuses. "Go together. Catch him." Suddenly, the emperor's daughter shouted, and over 10 geniuses made their moves from every direction, charging forward together. "Wait and see. I'll take care of you guys when I return." The little guy jumped, vanishing like a wisp of smoke. He did not want to get beaten up by the group of people. The most important thing was that he wanted to break through. He held the Ziyun heart in his hands. If he did not refine it quickly, then he would continue to feel uneasy. As long as he broke through, his strength would be improved by a large amount. "Chase! Catch the devilish brat alive!" A group of people loudly shouted and pursued closely. However, the little guy was too fast, and in the blink of an eye he disappeared into the forest. "Senior brothers and sisters, you all follow Junior Princess. I'm leaving first." The little guy's voice rang out from the distance, and he was unexpectedly already stationed at a mountain peak. It made many of the chasing individuals stunned. This speed was simply too fast. Several days later, within an ancient cave, a gust of lightning resonated outwards. Purple energy rose. Clouds and mist were faintly discernible as they continuously spilt out from within the cave. Waves of multicolored light surged out, auspicious and bright. "Oh!" An overcast roar rang out, and the little guy broke through. The 7th heavenly passage was opened, and the magma bubbled forth. It flowed continuously, pouring into his body. With a hong sound, the mountain was split open. A lump of purple light wrapped around a small figure that was walking out. A terrifying aura was being emitted, and the surrounding fierce beasts were all shocked into jumping. The mountain forest was thrown into a state of disorder. A long time later, the purple light was recollected, and the propitious vapors disappeared. The little guy's body was revealed, and he was incomparably happy. He actually broke through. Not much time had passed since the exchange, yet he broke through the barrier, improving by another level. For others, it might take a year or maybe even several years to open up a heavenly passage, yet he actually broke through in succession within such a short period of time. If this type of speed was released to the public, it would definitely be considered terrifying. His 2 legs stomped onto the ground, and the forest was smashed apart on the spot. He was like a pong and shot up into the sky. Following that, he crossed over a large mountain ridge in front of him as if he was soaring in the sky. That little brat didn't go far after all, choosing to carry out his breakthrough nearby. An emperor carriage had made a stop within a mountain valley. Many people stood nearby, and after hearing the sound of activity, they saw the little guy. When everyone saw him, they felt as if they saw a flying devil god. Each and every one of them had their mouths open in shock, and could not believe what had just happened. Within the mountain valley, other than the Fire Nation princess, there was still a few other well-known individuals from various races. They were all extraordinary, and their strength formidable. It seemed as if they were conducting some type of trade with the humans here. The little guy naturally saw the princess and the others. He did not avoid them, and descended onto the ground. After creating a huge crater, he began to walk toward the valley. You truly know how to shock people, breaking through in such a short period of time. The Heaven-Mending Pavilion's 3 senior brothers and 2 senior sisters were also there, and they all walked over to welcome him. This human... Suddenly, a horned humanoid with a pair of feathered wings frowned. He took out a picture scroll, and after comparing it with the little guy, he cried out in fear, "It's you! The 9-headed lion and others are all striving to get you as their battle servant. You are actually here. Where exactly is that deformed lion? Hurry up and tell him to get his butt over here." This was not the first time that such a thing happened to the little guy. His little face darkened, and his teeth were tightly clenched as he took large steps over. What a fierce temperament. Don't be angry. The 9-headed lion and the others are all so powerful. Gaining or losing a battle servant is not that big of a deal for them, and wouldn't even be used that often. How about you come and rely on my king? Become his servant. Pong! The little guy did not say much. A palm flew out, symbols covered the sky, and a sound rang out. Golden-colored lightning rushed out like an ocean wave, creating a pa sound. That horned and winged creature flew out, turning into coal. You really have guts. You even dare to kill a feather king. The other individuals shouted out, and they were all from various tribes. That feather king was annoying, and since he was humanoid, he can't be my meal. I want the 9-headed lion, Fei, and others. After the little guy spoke, he once again lifted up his hand. His 10 fingers shot out 10 strands of lightning, covering the sky. These creatures from various races were pierced through, turning into ashes. Within the vicinity of the Emperor carriage, the group of human geniuses were shocked. This devilish brat was truly formidable. With just a wave of his hand, he immediately killed several individuals from the other races. Good! The Fire Nation princess had excitement in her eyes. Although she was just like many others and wanted to catch the little guy to give his butt a good beating, she restrained her urge and said, "You are so powerful, why don't you join us? I have already gotten in touch with the 9-headed lion, Feather King, Silverblood Giant, and a few other powerful creatures. We are going to the Divine Cave to seize a treasure. There will be that deformed lion there?" The little guy's eyes suddenly opened wider. There will be. The princess nodded her head, and her slender body moved. Her lotus body leisurely took steps, arriving in front. Her beautiful curves were astonishing. All right, I want to go. I have to turn it into stew. The little guy tightened his fist. Don't be so vicious. He is our ally, and we are going to the Divine Cave together. The princess' eyes shone like crystals. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and she teased, "You need to be obedient, or else I will spank your butt." Pa sound rang out. The little guy did not show a single trace of politeness, slapping her luxurious butt. He blinked his large eyes and asked, "Spank like this? You dare to hit my—" The Fire Nation princess was stunned. Soon after, her charming face was thoroughly red, immediately revealing a mouthful of shining small teeth. She bit her red lips, and symbols surged all around her body, filling the sky.